Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 1971 Good Food and Good Wine at Low Cost. In this era, there were tens of thousands of indigenous people on the entire island of Taiwan. They were accustomed to the tropical and subtropical humid jungles on the island and were at ease in the rainforest. Moreover, most of them were brave and aggressive. Some inland mountain tribes also had the tradition of headhunting. Historically, when the Dutch first landed in Tainan, they were surrounded by a large number of indigenous people on the island. But the Dutch were cunning and used trade and deception to enclose a piece of land and build a castle. The honest indigenous people of Taiwan saw that the Dutch were easier to talk to, so they relaxed their vigilance. But after the construction of Fort Zeelandia, the Dutch had the ability to defend themselves, and they began to show their fangs and began to occupy territory with the city as the center. Of course, the Dutch were more cunning, and they also won over some local people to help suppress the unyielding villages and communities, and gained a firm foothold on the island. The Spanish at the same time were more reckless, and they wanted to use tough measures right away. As a result, they were completely blocked by the indigenous warriors, had no source of food, and almost starved to death. Finally, because the Spanish colonists in Keelung relied on Manila for food supplies, the cost was too high, and the scale of trade did not meet expectations, they had to withdraw. In recent years, with the help of the Han army recruited, Kong Tai has fought to the Miaoli County area in the future and controlled the small oil wells in Chuxiangting. However, if he went further south, he encountered some resistance. South of Miaoli is the Taichung area in the future. There is a tribal alliance based on 18 villages. Each of these 18 villages has hundreds of people, a total of 7,000 to 8,000 people, and can gather 2,000 to 3,000 warriors. If it were on the plains, these people would only deliver food to Kong Tai's colonial army. However, in this dense forest. So Kong Tai's southward expansion road is currently blocked. However, according to Marin's instructions, Kong Tai has already bought the land in the area of Anping Fort, also known as Fort Zeelandia, in Tainan in the future, and built a solid castle. Of course, Marin was not as cunning as the Dutch, who used the fraudulent method of cutting a piece of cowhide into strips to enclose land. He directly asked people to use a large amount of cotton cloth purchased from Ningbo to exchange a large area of land in the Anping Fort area from the indigenous people. Moreover, it was much larger than the land of Anping Fort. Then, Kong Tai directly ordered the construction of a bamboo-reinforced concrete castle with cement and bamboo there, with a bastion design. As for the name, Marin simply named it Anping Fort. After that, Kong Tai did not use this castle to attack the local indigenous people. Because Kong Tai lacked manpower. Moreover, the local indigenous people were not so easy to mess with. So, for the time being, this castle is currently just a big market for trading with local indigenous people. The market is not in the castle, but in the square outside the castle. The square is paved with cement slabs and has a large area, which can carry out large-scale trade. But the indigenous people did not have any valuable goods, only deerskin, venison and antlers. Although there is profit, the profit is not high. Of course, as smart as Marin was, he still thought of a way. He asked Kong Tai to send people to Anping Bayo to buy local timber. This move was rather vulgar, because it was equivalent to letting the local natives cut down trees themselves and cut down the barriers they relied on for protection. Once the trees were almost cut down, they would be lambs to be slaughtered. At that time, Kong Tai could kill them by sending a few hundred people at will. Unlike in the jungle, no matter how good Kong Tai's men were, it would be difficult to hunt down the local natives in the dense jungle. But if the natives cut down the trees themselves. Therefore, in order to lure the natives to cut down the trees themselves, Kong Tai also used salt, cloth, sugar and wine and other scarce commodities to exchange wood with the natives. In order to facilitate the local natives to cut down trees, Kong Tai also asked his men to sell saws at cost price. Moreover, Kong Tai did not lose money by purchasing those woods. Why? Those woods were still profitable when transported to Quanzhou and Fuzhou on the other side. Although the price of wood was not high, the transportation cost was also low. The logs that were cut down were tied into huge rafts by Kong Tai's men, and then pulled by sailboats, floating on the sea and pulled to Quanzhou port or Fuzhou port. Although there were shipworms that came to mess up and chew the wood, the fleet pulled the wood to the other side after the shipworms had not finished chewing the outer skin for a few days. Then, the wood was dragged ashore and exposed to the sun, and all the shipworms died. Strictly speaking, this strategy is very good. When the natives have almost cut down the forest themselves, the army under Kong Tai can easily get rid of the natives and force them to surrender. However, those natives are still very difficult to mess with. Leaving them here will inevitably cause trouble. And Marin is unwilling to easily carry out a massacre, so getting them away is the best choice. Originally, he hadn't thought of where to take them. However, now that he wants to conquer the Philippines, Marin suddenly has an idea recruiting native warriors on the Tainan Plain to conquer the local natives in the Philippines. There are about 40,000 natives on the Tainan Plain, and more than 10,000 native warriors. Moreover, they are good at fighting in tropical jungles and mountains. It is absolutely perfect to use them to deal with the natives of the Philippines. You ask how to recruit them? It's so simple. Just give them white rice, fish, meat, wine, and some clothes every day, and no salary is a problem. The indigenous people live in poverty, although there are many cicadier on Taiwan Island. However, they don't know how to make salt, nor can they grow sugarcane to make sugar. Therefore, even if they hunt venison, they just roast it and eat it directly, without salt, which is very unpalatable. The salt and cane sugar provided by Kong Tai, added to the venison, are delicious in the eyes of the indigenous people. Eating meat with sufficient seasoning every meal can make these indigenous warriors happy to death. Moreover, the local meat is very cheap. Take venison for example, local warriors carry newly hunted deer to sell, mainly selling deer skin. Generally, a small bag of salt can be exchanged for a whole sika deer, and the deer skin is a big head, and the venison is just a free gift. Because the climate on Taiwan Island is hot, the local meat can't be saved at all. But selling it to Kong Tai is different. Kong Tai had enough salt to pickle all the venison and make it into bacon. Generally, each sika deer can produce 50 to 60 kilograms of meat. In the Ming dynasty, venison was relatively rare. Although it was not as oily as pork, it could be compared with mutton. It was not a problem to sell 1 kilogram for 15 won. But on the island of Taiwan, venison was very cheap. A piece of cotton cloth worth 200 won could be exchanged for 200 kilograms of venison, and in the Ming dynasty, 200 kilograms of venison could be sold for more than 3 taels of silver. In other words, it was very cheap to feed the indigenous warriors on the island of Taiwan with meat every meal. A piece of cotton cloth costing 200 won could be exchanged for 200 kilograms of venison. Including the use of salt for pickling and shrinkage, the cost of pickled venison was only about 2 won. For an indigenous warrior to eat meat every day, a kilogram of pickled venison a day was about the same, and the cost, including transportation and cooking, was less than 3 won. Even if there are 10,000 native soldiers, and each person eats 1 pound of venison every day, the cost is only 30,000 won, which is only 30 taels of silver. In addition, buying wine from the Ming dynasty is also very cheap. A jar of yellow wine costs less than 200 won, which can be drunk by more than a dozen people for a day, and the cost per person per day is only 10 won. Shaojiao is more expensive, but you don't need such high-purity wine for the natives, and yellow wine is enough to get rid of them. If sugarcane is planted on the Tainan plain in the future and rum is brewed with the leftovers from sugarcane sugar extraction, the cost of wine will probably be even cheaper. After all, the labor cost here in the Ming dynasty is too low. In other words, although the natives can be provided with high treatment and can be guaranteed to drink and eat meat every day, the cost is really not high. Especially for meat, it is extremely cheap, many times cheaper than the prices in the Ming dynasty. There is no way, there are many sika deer on the island of Taiwan, and there is no shortage of venison. As long as they can drink and eat meat every day, and get free cotton cloth and food, Conti will not worry about not being able to recruit Taiwanese native warriors. As long as they have a few thousand people, equipped with weapons and armor, and some necessary training, it will be easy and pleasant to beat the Philippine natives. Chapter 1972 Development Plan of the Dongfan State. To be honest, Marin thinks that such a life is super cool. Drinking rice wine and eating venison is a good tonic in later generations. As for wine, Marin thinks that the cost of brewing rice wine is still a bit high. The most suitable cost is beer, because 40 kilograms of barley can brew 100 liters of beer, that is, 200 kilograms of beer, and the output ratio of grain and alcohol is 1:5. As for rice wine, 1 kilogram of glutinous rice produces 4 kilograms of rice wine, and the output ratio is 1:4, which is lower than beer. Moreover, glutinous rice is much more expensive than barley. According to the price list given by Kong Tai, in Daming, 1 stone of glutinous rice costs 1 tael of silver, which is much more expensive than ordinary rice. Barley, on the other hand, is a cheap grain, and 1 stone costs only 0.5 taels of silver. In this comparison, the cost of brewing beer with barley is much lower than brewing rice wine with glutinous rice. Of course, this requires some hops. Therefore, some hops need to be sent for brewing beer. However, the amount of hops does not seem to be large. Marin planned to plant hops in the North American colonies, and then transport a batch of dried flowers to Taiwan for beer brewing. In this way, the local colonial army and indigenous warriors in Taiwan can drink low-cost beer. If you use ice cubes made of cheap saltpeter purchased from the Ming dynasty to cool it down, it will be too cool. Of course, professional things should be left to professionals. Therefore, Marin decided to send 2 brewers who are good at brewing beer with barley to Taiwan to serve under Kong Tai, helping to use the hops shipped from North America and the cheap barley purchased from the Ming dynasty to brew cheap beer for the indigenous warriors. In addition, teach a group of Ming dynasty brewers how to brew beer. After all, Ming dynasty craftsmen are cheap. Marin didn't know that because of his idea of saving money, beer appeared in China hundreds of years earlier. Moreover, the practice of drinking iced beer in summer quickly became popular in the Ming dynasty literati circle and became a very fashionable way of drinking. Of course, drinking like this is indeed very cool in the summer. Of course, these are secondary. Whether it is venison, rice wine or beer, they are all means used by Marin to attract indigenous warriors to join the army. Although these indigenous warriors can hunt, they live a poor life due to lack of seasoning and poor technology. If they join Marin's army to fight in the Philippines, they can live a good life of drinking and eating meat every day, which is very attractive. Moreover, Marin plans to equip them with high protection equipment such as rattan shields and rattan armor professionally made by Likhazi, which will be completely defeated by the indigenous people of the Philippines. Although rattan armor is afraid of fire, the indigenous people of the Philippines have not read Romance of the Three Kingdoms and naturally do not know burning rattan armor soldiers. Using the elite indigenous warriors wearing rattan armor and holding rattan shields is definitely a complete defeat of the indigenous people of the Philippines. When the Philippines is occupied, the resources there are also very coveted. Moreover, there are not a lot of people. The indigenous people of the Philippines belong to the Malay race. Although these people have a low level of civilization, they are really fertile. In later generations, the population of the Philippines alone is over 100 million, which is very scary. You know, the land area of the Philippines is less than 300,000 square kilometers, and most of it is mountainous and hilly. I don't know how these 100 million people are distributed. I don't know about other places, but Marin knows that there seems to be a large plain area to the north of Manila, which is one of the main grain-producing areas on Luzon Island in the Philippines. This plain is very large, more than 10,000 square kilometers, much larger than the Tainan Plain on Taiwan Island. Moreover, it seems that during the Yongle period of the early Ming dynasty, Zheng He, on behalf of the Ming dynasty, appointed a Hujianren named Su Chai Lao as the governor of Luzon Island, responsible for managing the Chinese immigrants here and leading them to reclaim wasteland. It seems that the place where they reclaimed wasteland is here, near Manila. The people of the Ming dynasty called this place Luzon, but in fact, at that time there were only some indigenous tribes, and the country had not yet been formed. The arrival of Chinese immigrants such as Su Chai Lao, on the contrary, instructed the locals to farm and improve productivity. It was probably in the mid to late 16th century that a strong local force was formed and became a country. Unfortunately, this country was annexed by Spain shortly after its birth. Of course, Marin would not sympathize with Luzon. Because this country once massacred Chinese immigrants during the Jiajing period, killing more than 25,000 people. Many people don't know this history and think that the massacre of Chinese immigrants was started by Spanish colonists. But in fact, as early as the Jiajing period, because of a political farce, the local indigenous king actually massacred more than 20,000 Chinese. And Spain had to wait until the Wanli period to kill the Chinese. Therefore, Marin has no good feelings for these Filipino natives. And hiring the indigenous warriors of the Gaoshan tribe on Taiwan Island to conquer the local natives is a very good approach. Although Luzon Island is backward, there are still hundreds of thousands of natives. After all, the natives here are really fertile, otherwise the population would not exceed 100 million in the future. It is still easy for thousands of Gaoshan natives on Taiwan Island to defeat the local natives after wearing rattan armor, holding rattan shields and swords. After all, the local natives even rarely have medals. It seems that the local medals are all smuggled from the Ming dynasty, not a lot. As long as thousands of indigenous warriors of the Gaoshan tribe are mobilized to capture Manila and the central plains of Luzon, the local natives can be driven to help farm. The central plain of Luzon covers an area of more than 10,000 square kilometers. If hundreds of thousands of indigenous people were to be employed to cultivate the land, the grain output would certainly be very high. If Kampa rice is planted locally, there will be 3 harvests a year, and the grain will definitely not be eaten up. Moreover, there are many local Chinese immigrants. When the Luzon king massacred Chinese immigrants in the 30th year of Jiajing, 1551, there were already more than 30,000 local Chinese immigrants, who were the main force of local agriculture. Now it is 1516. Even if there are not more than 30,000 Chinese immigrants, there are still tens of thousands. Otherwise, Zheng He would not have appointed Su Chai Lao as the governor of Luzon. Obviously, the Chinese have a high economic status in the local area and are also the guides of the local civilization. In addition, according to historical records, it seems that the Luzon kingdom has not yet taken shape. It will not go to the Ming dynasty to pay tribute until the middle of the Jiajing period, and then conflicts will occur. In other words, the Luzon kingdom is not recorded as a vassal state in the Ming dynasty court. Although Zheng He also brought a Luzon king to pay tribute during the Yongle period, he was just a small barbarian chief in the Manila area and was not worthy of being the Luzon king. Otherwise, Zheng He would not have appointed Su Chai Lao as the governor of Luzon. Obviously, even a great man like Zheng He, taking a small barbarian chief to pay tribute near Manila was just to create the illusion of prosperity of all nations coming to pay tribute. After all, the feudal Confucian dynasty liked to play this trick. Zhu Di, the emperor of the Ming dynasty, was decisive in killing, but he was also a little ambitious. Zheng He brought a king of Luzon back just to please Zhu Di. It was just to make up the numbers, and the Ming court did not take it seriously. Sure enough, after Zheng He stopped his voyages to the west, there was no Luzon kingdom to pay tribute. Because this side has not really formed a country, and there are no ships to pay tribute to the Ming dynasty. It was not until the Jiajing period that tribute began, which shows that a decent country appeared at that time. But soon, because of a farce, the two sides broke up. In other words, it was no problem for Marin to send troops to conquer Luzon Island at this time. Moreover, no native barbarian chief of Luzon would go to the Ming dynasty to complain. Because Luzon had not paid tribute to the Ming dynasty for nearly 100 years, and had long lost the establishment of the Ming dynasty. Marin planned to first send troops to occupy Manila and build a city based on the future Manila Bay. Then, he would dispatch the Gaoshan warriors to occupy the entire central plain of Luzon and drive the locals to develop and cultivate the land. The local Chinese could become the agricultural technology instructors of the locals and teach them how to farm. Then, the central plain of Luzon Island gradually became an important granary. In addition, Marin would also send troops to occupy Cebu Island. Because there is a Toledo copper mine on Cebu Island, which was historically the largest copper mine in Southeast Asia and produced tens of millions of tons of copper. Moreover, this is a copper-gold mine, and it also produces a small amount of gold. As for Toledo, it seems to be on the west coast of Cebu Island. As long as you remember where it is, you can always find the large-scale copper-gold mine by sending people to conduct field surveys. By then, Marin will not have to develop the same frame in the deserts of Chile. You know, in the desert areas of Chile, fresh water supply is difficult and the population is sparse, which is not suitable for copper mine development. The Toledo copper mine on Cebu Island is different. It is close to the sea and transportation is convenient. Moreover, it is very convenient to find miners. There are many local indigenous people. At that time, just grab tens of thousands of people to go to the mine to mine. In short, Marin's big plan is to include the Philippines in the territory of the Dongfanbo Kingdom. In addition to developing the central plains of Luzon Island, which has great agricultural potential, the copper and gold mines on Cebu Island can also bring huge benefits to the Dongfanbo Kingdom. As long as it is well developed, the Dongfanbo Kingdom will have sufficient food and finance in the future. Chapter 1973. In fact, the resources of the Philippines are far more than the potential for food production and copper mines. In addition to copper mines, the reserves of nickel mines in the Philippines are also very large, and they are very famous in later generations. The total reserves can rank among the top 10 in the world. However, Marin was not very familiar with the distribution of mineral resources in the Philippines in later generations. The main reason is that this country is relatively mysterious to the Chinese in later generations. Therefore, he is not very clear about the specific distribution of mineral resources in the Philippines. The Toledo copper mine on Cebu Island is familiar to Marin because it was developed earlier and is more famous. As for nickel mines, Marin only knows that there are probably a lot of them, but he is a little confused about where they are. Moreover, Marin is only familiar with laterite nickel ore. Because that thing is easy to find. When you see the red ore soil, you can refine and process it to see if there is sulfur dioxide. Then reduce it to see if nickel metal is produced. As for what other types of nickel ores look like, Marin is not very familiar. After all, he is in the history department, not the geology department. Only those who are in the geology department will be bored to memorize the colors of those ores. Although the geology department is very pitfall and difficult, the requirements are quite high. You need to have good eyesight and be sensitive to colors to distinguish the colors of minerals. In addition, you need to have a good sense of smell, and you often need to smell, find some special minerals, and smell the oil seeps. In fact, Marin's geography level is still good. However, thinking of those guys in the geology department running around all day, and needing to dig holes like mice to take samples for analysis, he finally didn't dare to apply, but chose the history department. Of course, the history department is free, but it is difficult to find a job after graduation. Except for schools that need history teachers and museums, it seems that there is less demand in other places. Even people don't need to know history to shoot costume dramas, just do it randomly. The so-called historical dramas are as bad as dog shit in the eyes of people who know history. Any history graduate can criticize the so-called historical dramas broadcast by major TV stations. But their rubbish screenwriters are people in the entertainment industry and have strong connections. What's the use of you knowing history? They are still screenwriters. Don't believe it? Go check the admission scores of the screenwriting majors of the 3 major art schools. In his previous life, Ma Lin felt very, wow, the admission score of the screenwriting major of the Beijing Film Academy was only 380. The total score is 750. What does 380 mean? It's just about half, which is 50 points out of 100, a complete requirement for poor students. The requirements of the Central Academy of Drama and the Shanghai Theatre Academy are similar. Ma Lin was always puzzled in his previous life. You said that the performance major has a lower score requirement. After all, she is good-looking. But doesn't the screenwriting major look at talent? How come he was admitted with such a small score? Let a group of poor students be screenwriters, no wonder all kinds of disgusting plots emerge. Those god dramas are basically made up by those poor students. And those truly talented liberal arts masters, because they are not in the circle, can only watch those poor students write one disgusting work after another. For example, historical dramas are all scripts written by poor students who scored more than 300 points. Many of them are liberal arts students, but they know nothing about history, and they still brazenly make up stories. In a historical drama, they write all kinds of lines that are not in line with the times. Moreover, it would be fine if they don't understand, but they don't allow people who really understand history to get involved, so they just make up stories. Some history graduates have sneaked into the crew. Do you know what they do? They manage props. This is because the audience can't stand the historical crew's random dressing and putting the golden funeral crown as the crown of the living emperor in CCTV's historical drama. In fact, the emperor of the Ming dynasty usually wore a black hat, and the portraits were painted like this. Then, the crew recruited some college students from the history department. However, they did not participate in the scriptwriting, but only participated in the management and identification of props. As for such an important position as the screenwriter, it is still monopolized by the poor students in the circle, and the history students are not given the opportunity to intervene. The history students who manage props in the crew are also the bottom of the crew, and their status is far different from that of the poor students. So, the graduates of the history department are still very miserable. Many people have no choice but to choose to write for the internet, but history is not popular yet. If one day you pass by a construction site and see a gentle-looking person moving bricks, maybe he is a graduate of the history department. In fact, with the brand of the three major art schools, it is still easy to recruit academic masters as screenwriters. After all, the brand of the three major art schools is very loud. Even if the score is set at 550, there are still a lot of people willing to apply. But they don't, they just like to recruit those with 380 points and poor level. Ma Lin sometimes wonders, does the art school like to recruit poor students? Maybe they stick together and exclude academic masters with good level. After all, people are divided into groups. Otherwise, why set the requirements for screenwriters so low? You know, in some key high schools, it is difficult for people to score less than 400 points on a 750-point paper. Even for key classes, it is a problem to have people score less than 500 points. After all, the last one can get more than 500 points. Of course, Ma Lin does not look down on poor students. Rather, it is really intolerable to see poor students as screenwriters. You know, in a play, the screenwriter is the soul. Even the director only expresses the content of the screenwriter's script. Strictly speaking, the importance of the screenwriter exceeds that of the director, and is the real soul core. But what is funny is that in the Chinese entertainment industry of later generations, directors are praised to the sky. And screenwriters have become dogs that are ignored, or vassals of directors. Coupled with the bad habit of art schools recruiting poor students as screenwriters, it has made it difficult for the Chinese entertainment industry to produce decent film and television dramas. A good script alone has become the #1 obstacle. It's not that no one can write a good script, but that the talented people who can write good scripts have no chance to enter the circle, and the screenwriters who have the opportunity in the circle are too bad, and they only write scripts for godlike dramas. Ma Lin couldn't figure it out in his previous life. Why didn't the Central Academy of Drama and Beijing Film Academy cooperate with the Department of Literature of Peking University to train high-level screenwriters, but had to recruit poor students as screenwriters themselves? Even Ma can become a big shot, which shows how bad the screenwriters they trained are in general. Of course, the problem of poor historical level of screenwriters in historical dramas is not unsolvable. For example, history professors can be invited to be consultants to point out unreasonable places. In addition, some training is also provided to actors. Ma Lin remembers that the classic old version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the conscience drama that deeply influenced his childhood, all the leading actors, in order to play well, gathered together and trained historical knowledge for 2 or 3 months, and the history professors gave lectures and training to avoid mistakes. In this way, the old version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms is still a classic 20 years later. As for the new version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, I don't want to comment. I just want to say to the screenwriter and director, what the hell are you changing? Don't ruin the classics, okay? But, I don't. It doesn't cost much to hire a history professor, just tens of thousands of yuan. And you hire a young actor for tens of millions, why can't you save tens of thousands of yuan to hire a professional? It's necessary to let the bad screenwriter take on all the responsibilities. No wonder the audience has been fed shit over the years, especially the so-called historical dramas. Chapter 1974, Mindoro Buffalo. In addition to copper and nickel mines, there are also many gold mines in the Philippines. Of course, there are no big gold mines, but there are many small gold mines. After all, the Philippine Islands are mountainous and located in the Pacific Rim seismic belt, so it is common to have gold mines. Generally speaking, many gold mines are formed by volcanoes and earthquakes, as well as ancient orogeny, such as the compression of continental plates, accompanied by the upwelling of magma and the convergence. Therefore, there are many gold and silver mines in the Pacific Rim seismic belt. For example, the gold and silver producing areas in Peru and Mexico, the gold producing areas in California, the gold and silver producing areas in Japan, the Keelung gold mine in Taiwan, etc. are all located in the Pacific Rim seismic belt, most of which are in the mountainous areas formed by the compression of continental plates and volcanic eruption areas. Obviously, the Philippines meets this condition. It is located at the junction of the Pacific Rim seismic belt and the plate, and there are many mountains, which is a good place for gold mines. Even the small barbarian country of Luzon was gradually formed because the local gold sand attracted Chinese maritime trade. The farce during the Jiajing period was because Zhang Yi probably heard that Ji Mountain on Luzon Island had produced gold, so he persuaded Emperor Jiajing to take the risk of organizing a fleet to dig for gold. However, Ji Mountain may have produced gold, but it had long been mined by the locals, so naturally no gold was found. Then, it became a farce, and it also led the Luzon kingdom to mistakenly believe that the Ming dynasty was going to invade Luzon, so because they were afraid that the Chinese living there would be an insider, they massacred most of the Chinese. Of course, during this period of time, the Luzon kingdom should not have been formed. Because this country only went to pay tribute during the Jiajing period. Obviously, it was not until then that the Luzon kingdom was officially established. At this time, it should still be in the state of a tribal alliance, similar to the Dada kingdom on Taiwan Island. Moreover, before the Luzon kingdom massacred the Chinese, it first used deception to confiscate all the ironware in the Chinese's homes, leaving the local Chinese unarmed, and then began to send troops to massacre. It can be seen that the strength of the Luzon barbarians over there is not very good. Otherwise, they would not have cheated more than 30,000 Chinese of their ironware first because of fear of resistance. Marin estimated that their strength should be able to affect several thousand barbarians. However, their weapons and equipment must be simple. After all, they have just formed a country, so their strength must not be very good. You know, the locals were still in the barbaric era before the Yongle dynasty. Zheng He ordered Su Chai Lao to be the governor of Luzon. In fact, Su Chai Lao led the Han people to teach the locals how to farm and produce. Then, the Luzon kingdom appeared. Otherwise, this side is just a group of real barbarians. Even if there is a prototype of a country now, its military strength will not be very strong. Marin only needs to recruit a few thousand Taiwanese aboriginal warriors on Taiwan Island, equip them with highly protective weapons and armor such as rattan armor and rattan shields, and then train in battle formations and discipline, and he will definitely be able to beat those Philippine aboriginal troops. Moreover, with Taiwanese aboriginal warriors, there is no need to worry about those Philippine aboriginals escaping into the mountains and forests. Because these Taiwanese aboriginals are masters of hunting and fighting in the mountains and forests, and can walk briskly in the mountains and forests. In this way, after having the Sauron warriors to help conquer the jungles of the North American continent, Marin now also has the indigenous warriors on Taiwan Island to help conquer the tropical rainforest area. And using the indigenous warriors on Taiwan Island is also a two birds at one stone thing. Because, if these indigenous warriors stay in their hometown, it will also be a security risk for Kong Tai to organize the development of the local area. After all, if they make trouble and resist, Kong Tai will be a little difficult to resist. After all, these people are familiar with the local area and have strong jungle warfare capabilities, which will bring great trouble to Kong Tai. If Kong Tai hires them to conquer the Philippines, he can not only help the Dong Fan Bo Kingdom expand its territory, but also eliminate the local security risks on Taiwan Island. After all, those local indigenous warriors who can fight have gone overseas to fight and sit in. In this way, the Tainan plain that Marin coveted will naturally be empty. At that time, Marin can recruit Hu Jian on the other side and the landless Hakkas in Guangdong and other places to develop Tainan. With the farming level of the Han people, the Tainan plain can be turned into a land of fish and rice and an important granary very soon. In the Philippines, there are now estimated to be 10,000 to 20,000 Chinese immigrants. After all, there were more than 30,000 Chinese here in 1551. Now it is 1516, so there must be at least 10,000 people, and maybe more than 20,000 people. At that time, after occupying the place, the colonial army can completely distribute the fertile land there to those Chinese immigrants. Then, by levying taxes on them, they can develop and utilize the local area well. According to the level of 50 mu of paddy fields per household, 10,000 Han people are 2,000 households, and 100,000 mu of rice can be cultivated. If it is calculated based on 300 jin per mu, Kampa rice can be harvested 3 times a year in the Philippines, and it is not a problem to produce 900 to 1,000 gene per mu per year. Then, 100,000 mu of rice fields can produce more than 100 million gene of rice a year. Milled into rice, there are also 70 million gene. And this is only calculated according to the minimum requirements. You know, there are not only tens of thousands of Han people in the area, but also more Filipino natives. In this era, there were at least hundreds of thousands of people in the entire Philippines. Moreover, most of them were gathered in Luzon Island. After all, Luzon Island is the largest island in the Philippines and the earliest developed area. The second largest island, Mindanao, is still underdeveloped in the 21st century. The Sulu Kingdom in the southwest is now the most developed. However, the Sulu Islands only have a total area of more than 2,800 square kilometers, and the population that can be accommodated is very limited. After taking Luzon Island, there are more than 10,000 square kilometers of good plains available for reclamation in the central Luzon plain north of Manila alone. Then, if there is a shortage of labor, it is entirely possible to let those Taiwanese Aboriginal warriors capture Filipino natives as serfs and farm with the Han people. Those who are not honest will be whipped. In this way, it is not a problem to capture 100,000 Filipino natives and reclaim more than 1 million acres of paddy fields. Of course, this is only theoretical data. Because there is a very important thing that has not been mentioned, that is, oxen. Oxen are very important agricultural tools. Without oxen, a family can only grow 10 acres of land at most if they rely on human power to pull the plow. Even if a man is strong, he can only cultivate more than 10 acres of land. But if there are oxen, a family can cultivate 30 acres of paddy fields. If they work harder, a family can also manage 50 acres. After all, the strength and endurance of cattle are far superior to humans. However, it is difficult to obtain oxen to reclaim wasteland in the Philippines. Why? Because buffaloes must be used to open up paddy fields locally. Cattle and the like are not suitable for cultivating paddy fields, and horses are not suitable for cultivating paddy fields. Marin has only heard that Hu Jian's Jinjiang horse can cultivate paddy fields, and other horses have never been heard of. Therefore, even if Marin can easily get a lot of cattle and horses, there is no one who can adapt to the reclamation of paddy fields in the tropical rainforest of the Philippines. And if you want to buy cattle, it is not realistic. For example, buffaloes, you can buy dozens of buffaloes in countries such as Daming and South Vietnam that grow rice. If you pay a high price, you can barely buy hundreds of them. But if you want to buy thousands of them, you are dreaming. After all, in agricultural countries in East Asia, oxen are strategic resources, and it is difficult to buy too many, even if you have money. No, it seems that there is a kind of cattle that has no owner. Marin suddenly remembered that there seems to be a kind of buffalo in the Philippines that can be used for plowing. This buffalo is called Mindoro buffalo, a wild buffalo. This kind of cattle is not big, but it is a native breed that adapts to the local climate. The most important thing is that it seems that there are at least thousands of wild Mindoro buffalo on Mindoro Island. As long as people are sent to the island, using traps and various trapping nets and poles and other tools, they can still catch the buffalo on Mindoro Island. Before, when Marin went to buy West African buffalo and Indian zebu, he had thought of the Mindoro buffalo in the Philippines. But because it was out of reach, he didn't think about it anymore. But now, for the need to develop Luzon Island in the Philippines, it seems that people can be sent to capture those Mindoro buffalo. It just so happened that Marin planned to use the indigenous warriors of Taiwan Island he hired to land on Mindoro Island, not far from Manila, in his spare time to conquer the natives of the Philippines to round up buffalo. As for the problem of miasma on the island and the problem of malaria, it is not a problem for Marin. Because Marin not only has artemisinin, but also allows the soldiers to chew betel nuts to prevent miasma, which is very safe. However, the bulls of Mindoro buffalo seem to have a bad temper and are somewhat aggressive. But this is not a big problem. As long as the equipment is well prepared, the bulls of Mindoro buffalo who want to attack can be completely subdued. After subduing those Mindoro buffaloes, put on nose rings. In this way, most Mindoro buffaloes are basically honest. If they still don't behave after being put on a nose ring, they can only be used for breeding or killed. After all, what's the point of keeping the Mindoro buffalo if they can't be used? It's better to kill them and eat their meat. With the thousands of Mindoro buffaloes on the island, the development of the Central Plains on Luzon Island in the Philippines will be much easier. By then, Luzon Island will become an important grain-producing area in the Dongfanbo territory. Chapter 1975, Transportation Problems. Alas, plowing cattle is a big problem. Marin stopped writing the plan and sighed deeply. There is no shortage of population in the Philippines. Not to mention the 10,000 or 20,000 Chinese immigrants, there are an estimated 560,000 indigenous people. Most of them are concentrated on Luzon Island. At that time, as long as the indigenous warriors of Taiwan Island are dispatched with sophisticated weapons and armor, it will be easy to capture them. But some people are useless. To plow the land, you still have to rely on cattle. Although people can also plow the land, how many farmers can really endure the hardship of plowing the land? Even the most hardworking Chinese farmers, if a family does not have oxen, can only plow a dozen acres of land at most. More, people can't bear it. And in the tropical rainforest area, plowing land requires not only oxen, but also buffaloes. If you just need cattle, it's too easy for Marin, go to Eastern Europe to buy them. Today, the Crimean Khanate has been seduced by Marin to become a professional cattle-raising country, supplying tens of thousands of cattle every year. At the same time, on the Ukrainian steppes, which is currently under the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, locals also raise cattle and sheep on a large scale, and can provide tens of thousands of cattle every year. But unfortunately, these cattle are yellow cattle, which are not heat-resistant, not moisture-resistant, and cannot adapt to the tropical rainforest climate, let alone plow paddy fields. So, what Marin lacks now is not ordinary oxen, but buffaloes that can adapt to the tropical rainforest climate and plow paddy fields. Or, the kind of Indian humped cattle. However, it is very difficult to obtain buffaloes or Indian humped cattle. Buffaloes are relatively scarce. Influenced by the Chinese agricultural civilization in East Asia and Southeast Asia, most buffaloes have been captured and domesticated by local people. Only in overseas islands such as Mindoro Island, where miasma is everywhere and malaria is prone, there are large-scale wild cattle. As for Indian humped cattle, if they are a little white, they are the holy cows of India. They cannot be moved easily, let alone bought. Therefore, Marin can only find a way to buy or exchange Persian cattle for humped cattle whose coat color is not white, and it is more troublesome. Marin estimated that even if the plan could be accomplished, it would be scary if he could get a few thousand zebu cattle from India every year. Moreover, it was estimated that it was still a few thousand, not a few thousand. How to get a large number of cattle suitable for tropical areas? Marin thought about it. He thought of Madagascar, which was later called the Kingdom of Cattle. However, according to the reports of spies passing through Madagascar, the local cattle were indeed zebu cattle. However, it seemed that there were not many of them. At least, there were not many along the coast. In fact, it was not that there were not many cattle in Madagascar at that time, but that the majority of them were not along the coast. In this era, the embryonic form of the country appeared mainly in the central plateau and southeastern coastal areas of Madagascar. The development of agriculture was also mostly in the central plateau and the plains along the southeastern coast. Marin's men, however, scouted the west coast and northern coast of Madagascar when passing through the Strait of Madagascar, but did not go to the southeastern coast to take a look, and there was no condition to scout in the inland mountains. Therefore, Marin did not know that there were already many cattle in the central plateau of Madagascar at that time. The Malagasy people have Indonesian ancestry. Their ancestors were probably Indonesians who drifted here in canoes and combined with local Africans to form the Malagasy people, whose skin color is not too dark. The humped cattle on the island were probably brought from India by Arab merchants. After all, Arab merchant ships had been traveling to India for a long time, so it was normal to bring some humped cattle here. Moreover, Arab merchants also brought rice from India. However, the island of Madagascar is a tropical island. The northern coast is relatively humid and hot, and the environment is not very good. The western coast is not only hot, but also a bit dry. Only the middle part of the island and the southeastern coastal part have a better climate. After all, the middle part is a plateau with a cooler climate. The southeastern coastal part is more suitable for survival because of its higher latitude. In later generations, Madagascar was known as the Kingdom of Cattle. On average, every 2 people owned 1 cattle, and the total number reached more than 12 million, which was very scary. But in this era, the western coast of Madagascar was basically undeveloped, and the northern coast was less developed. Therefore, the number of cattle does not seem to be large. On the contrary, the inland plateau area has a cool and pleasant climate, a concentrated population, and a large scale of cattle breeding, with an estimated number of hundreds of thousands of zebu cattle. However, Marin didn't know. After all, his fleet could only stop at the west coast and north coast of Madagascar, and he didn't know the situation in the inland. Without knowing it, Marin had only one choice left, the buffalo in West Africa. Specifically, it was to introduce West African buffalo from the Mali Empire and the Songhai Empire in West Africa for farming in tropical areas. The cattle in West Africa were domesticated from African buffaloes. They are smaller than Asian buffaloes, but they are very adaptable to the climate in tropical areas. Although the north of West Africa is a desert area, the south is still very humid. The cattle in West Africa are domesticated from buffaloes, so the local cattle are very suitable for service in tropical areas. Once, Marin bought a lot of cattle from local people in West Africa through the Portuguese. However, the price was very high. There was no way. At that time, the grassland cattle in Eastern Europe died of heat in large numbers because they were not adapted to the Cuban climate. Marin could only buy African cattle from the Portuguese at a high price. Today, the Leon colony under Marin has established a stable trade relationship with the Songhai Empire. It is still easy to buy cattle from the Songhai Empire. But the difficult part is how to transport the purchased cattle. You know, the trade route between the Leon colony and the Songhai Empire follows the Sahara well route in Algeria in later generations. It's no problem to go with camels, but with buffaloes, it's a very, very big problem. Camels can definitely adapt to this Sahara desert route. As for people, they can naturally survive by wearing white robes and water bags. But buffaloes can't make it. After all, buffaloes like water and are afraid of dryness, and are not adapted to the tropical desert climate. In addition, the African buffalo has black fur, which absorbs sunlight very well. Black cattle crossing the Sahara desert can easily be killed by the scorching sun and thirst. So, what Marin is most worried about right now is how to transport the African cattle purchased from the Songhai Empire to the seaside. The Songhai Empire obviously has no shortage of cattle. In the war with Moroccan mercenaries at the end of the 16th century, the Songhai Empire once wanted to use 1,000 cattle as pioneers to attack the Moroccan front, which is a bit like the meaning of fire bull formation. But the Songhai people did not expect that there were musketeers on the opposite side. When the muskets sounded, these cattle actually ran back in fear and disrupted their own front. This can also prove from the side that the Songhai Empire had a lot of cattle. In a casual battle, 1,000 cattle could be driven to be cannon fodder. But the Songhai Empire is not by the sea. Its transit is mainly in the territory of Niger in later generations, a proper inland country. Between the Songhai Empire and the sea, there is a declining Mali Empire. And the Mali Empire and the Songhai Empire are mortal enemies. After all, the Songhai Empire was founded by defeating the Mali Empire and seizing Timbuktu. The two are mortal enemies. Even if enough African buffaloes can be bought from the Songhai Empire, the Mali Empire will not let them go. What's more, the climate there is also very complicated. Especially the tropical rainforest in Guinea, it is very difficult to walk, and it is also very dangerous in the forest. So, Marin is worried, he can buy cattle, but it is difficult to transport them to the seaside. Therefore, the problem of transporting cattle is the biggest problem for Marin to get enough tropical cattle. Chapter 1976 Mauritania Plan. Nowadays, with the design and manufacture of professional cattle and horse transport ships by the New York shipyard, large-scale transportation of cattle at sea is no longer a problem. After all, the New York shipyard has now begun to build a large number of large livestock transport ships. That kind of professional ship can transport hundreds of cattle and horses at a time, and dozens of ships can transport thousands of cattle at a time. Therefore, the sea transportation of oxen is no longer a big problem. The only problem is how to transport cattle from the inland of the Songhai Empire to the sea. Marin first considered taking the Niger River. It seems that this river in later generations not only flows through Mali, but also flows through Niger and Nigeria. However, after mobilizing the intelligence files of the Songhai Empire sent back from the Leon colony, Marin gave up this route. Why? Because that route is not safe, and there is a war. The upper reaches of the Niger River are now under the control of the declining Mali Empire. Then, the upper and middle reaches are controlled by the Songhai Empire. However, the lower reaches are controlled by West African powers such as the Hausa, Oyo and Benin kingdoms. Moreover, it seems that the Songhai Empire is at a disadvantage in the war with the Hausa. The main reason is that the Songhai Empire's reliance, cavalry, cannot be fully utilized in the tropical rainforest, and is inferior to the jungle warriors of the Hausa people. Because of the war with the Hausa, it is obviously not realistic to go up the Niger River. If a small amount of goods is transported, it may be possible to use a paddle boat to transport it on the Niger River. However, large-scale transportation of livestock is still forgotten. Since this road is blocked, we have to find a way to take other routes. One of them is to start from the Songhai Empire, drive the cattle, pass through the Mali Empire, and then go to the seaside to load the ship. However, the Mali Empire and the Songhai Empire are mortal enemies. How can they allow the Songhai cattle to pass through Mali smoothly? Don't make a fuss that the cattle you buy will be detained by the Mali Empire. Marin had no choice but to study the current situation map of West Africa. All this information was newly sent. The territory of the remnants of the Mali Empire is mainly south of the Senegal River. Marin's eyes lit up. Marin remembered that it seemed that the Senegal River in later generations was the border between Senegal and Mauritania. Among them, the area south of the Senegal River is mostly tropical savanna, with a dry season and a rainy season. The area north of the Senegal River gradually changed from a semi-desert to a tropical desert. Therefore, the land north of the Senegal River is too dry, and even the Mali Empire is too lazy to conquer it. Therefore, at present, the north of the Senegal River is mainly some grasslands in semi-arid areas, and there are some small indigenous tribes. These small tribes are few and poor. They mainly graze some sheep and camels in the semi-arid desert. Therefore, the Songhai Empire and the Mali Empire were too lazy to conquer them because there was no oil. You don't like it, but I do. Thinking of this, Marin's eyes lit up. Relying on his memory, he drew a map of the situation in West Africa in the future, including the border line and the direction of the two major rivers, the Senegal River and the Niger River. After drawing it, Marin gestured with his fingers and was surprised to find that the distance between the upper reaches of the Senegal River and the upper reaches of the Niger River was only about 100 kilometers, which was very close. Perhaps, there are many mountains and rivers in the hundreds of kilometers between the two rivers, but there must be a way to pass through. However, the closest distance between the two rivers seems to be under the control of the Mali Empire. If you want to pass safely, you need to go to war with the Mali Empire. It's not that Marin can't beat the Mali Empire. After all, this is a sunset empire that even the Songhai Empire can't beat. However, the problem is that if he defeats the Mali Empire, it will be cheaper for the Portuguese in the end. Why? Because Marin now needs to rely on the Mali Empire to prevent the Portuguese from capturing Timbuktu. At present, the Portuguese are taking the most difficult route, they are taking the route of Guinea in later generations. The Republic of Guinea in later generations is densely covered with tropical rainforests and has mountains crisscrossing its territory, which is very difficult to travel. The Portuguese are also unlucky. They chose such a road, which is simply asking for trouble. If they take the Senegal route in the north, the terrain there is relatively flat, mostly tropical grasslands, which is much better than taking tropical rainforests and rugged mountains. Moreover, after crossing the prairie in Senegal, there are at most some mountains at the junction of Senegal and the Republic of Mali in the east of Senegal, but not many, which is easier to pass. However, the Portuguese don't know. They don't know the situation in the interior of West Africa, so they can only start from the most familiar place and move inland. It happened that the Portuguese established a trading post on the coast of Guinea earlier, so they simply took this as the starting point and moved inland. Then, they took the most difficult road. At the beginning, Marin almost laughed to death when he learned that the Portuguese were going to take the Guinea route. Because he had known the rugged terrain of Guinea for a long time and had been waiting to see the joke. Sure enough, until now, the Portuguese colonial army is still struggling with the terrain, tropical rainforest, and black warriors in the jungle on the Fouta Djallon Plateau in Guinea. Of course, there are more terrible poisonous insects and diseases in the tropical rainforest than these three things. Over the years, Portugal has lost more than 1,000 colonial soldiers, but still has not crossed the Fouta Djallon Plateau. After all, the Fouta Djallon Plateau is 70,000 to 80,000 square kilometers in size, and there are tropical rainforests everywhere. The plateau mountains plus the tropical rainforests, the Portuguese are not wrong to be abused. And Marin, who is familiar with the geography of later generations, obviously knows that it is more convenient to reach Timbuktu through Senegal. But the problem is that he is unwilling to make wedding clothes for the Portuguese. You know, if he publicly sent troops to conquer Senegal and defeat the declining Mali Empire, the Portuguese may come out to pick peaches with the Treaty of Rome signed at the time. And Marin had to give it in order to protect the interests of dominating the Americas. Otherwise, Spain and Portugal would have reasons to intervene in the colonization of the Americas. However, Marin was unwilling to give up the opportunity to open up this land route. After all, as long as this relatively flat road is opened, then, like when he bought East European steppe cattle from the Crimean Khanate, he could drive tens of thousands of cattle on land, reach the seaside, and ship them to the Caribbean or the Philippines. However, because he had to keep the Mali Empire and let them preserve their strength to fight the Portuguese. Therefore, Marin did not plan to take the route south of the Senegal River. In this way, he could only choose to take the route north of the Senegal River. North of the Senegal River is the territory of Mauritania in later generations. In later generations, Mauritania was an arid country dominated by deserts. Moreover, slavery still remained in the territory. However, Marin remembered that it seemed that there were many towns in the southern part of Mauritania in later generations, including the southeast inland area. Then, this proves that in addition to the banks of the Senegal River, there are many places with water sources in the southern part of Mauritania. Even if there are no rivers, there are springs and wells. As long as the right route is found and the cattle can get fresh water from time to time when passing through, they can reach the Atlantic coast smoothly and safely. Then, they can be shipped. But the problem is that because the route is very long and there are so many cattle, it is easy to arouse the covetousness of the locals. After all, in the black world, cattle are a symbol of property. In later generations, African chiefs used cattle as betrothal gifts when they married wives. As long as there are cattle, there is everything. Therefore, in order to ensure that the cattle herds are not robbed by the blacks along the way, Marin needs to send people to control this transportation route. After thinking about it, Marin decided to send troops to occupy the area north of the Senegal River, the southern border of Mauritania in the future, and the western part of Mali in the future. Then, go straight to Timbuktu. As long as this route is opened, African buffaloes and black slaves can be transported from Timbuktu in the future. Yes, Timbuktu not only has a lot of cattle to trade, but also a lot of black slaves to trade. As long as you bring enough salt, African buffaloes and black slaves can be taken away at will. The premise is that you have to have a way to transport. Before, the route in the Sahara Desert opened up by the Leon colony was not suitable for transporting cattle at all, and black slaves were only suitable for taking a group of the strongest. Those with weak bodies find it difficult to get out of the Sahara Desert. Moreover, the transportation quantity is very small. But if the road north of the Senegal River and the southern border of Mauritania in the future is opened, it will be very different. Because the terrain here is flat, and there are water sources along the way. Not only can thousands of African buffaloes be driven through at the same time, but also tens of thousands of black slaves can be driven through at the same time. At that time, the tropical colonies of the North Sea Kingdom will not only solve the problem of cattle, but also bring enough black slaves as labor. The only problem is to hide it from the Portuguese. Otherwise, the Portuguese will definitely come to rob this colony that belongs to them legally. Then support a puppet regime to control southern Mauritania. Marin thought for a long time and finally made a decision. He planned to go to Egypt to buy hundreds of thousands of combat slaves who had received Mamluk cavalry training. Then, send the commander of the North Sea Kingdom to command them to control the area on the north bank of the Senegal River, all the way to the east, enter the territory of Mali in the future, and border the Songhai Empire. Then, use the open channel to transport African buffaloes and black slaves traded in Timbuktu. In order to avoid the eyes and ears of people, mainly to avoid the eyes and ears of the Portuguese, Marin decided to choose an obedient one among those slaves and support him as the apparent king. As for the name of the country, Marin has helped to think of it, the Sultanate of Mauritania. At that time, this nominally independent country will protect the land trade route between Marin and the Songhai Empire. At that time, when Marin buys cattle, he will also use the name of the Mauritanian Sultanate, pretending that he bought them from them instead of from Timbuktu. In this way, the Portuguese will not covet this place. If the Portuguese really covet this area, the Egyptian Mamluk cavalry commanded by the officers of the North Sea Kingdom will teach the Portuguese a lesson. After all, the Portuguese army is scum. Facing the elite Mamluk cavalry, even the Mamluk cavalry composed of Egyptian slaves will be taught a lesson. And with those Egyptian Mamluk cavalry as cover, the Portuguese can't say anything. Of course, Marin must obtain the consent of the Portuguese to trade with the locals in the Mauritanian region. Therefore, Marin sent an envoy with gifts to Lisbon to seek approval from the Portuguese to allow the merchants of the North Sea Kingdom to trade livestock and slaves with the indigenous people of Mauritania. Chapter 1977 Lease of the Senegal River Basin. After sending the envoy to Lisbon, Kohler suddenly found Marin and stopped Marin's approach. Your Majesty, don't apply to Portugal for the right to trade in the Senegal River. Why? Marin didn't react. Have you forgotten what happened in the Far East? You cheated the Portuguese. Once the Portuguese know what happened in the Far East, they will definitely find fault. Kohler reminded. He was talking about Marin asking Conti to help the Ming dynasty fight against the Gama's expeditionary force. Marin provided the Ming dynasty with the casting technology of 12-pound cannons, which was equivalent to supporting Portugal's enemies. Therefore, once Portugal got the news of the defeat of the expeditionary force in the Far East, and then learned about the news of the Ming dynasty's 12-pound cannons, it would definitely blame Marin. At that time, even if the Portuguese did not go to war with the North Sea Kingdom, they would definitely take back the North Sea Kingdom's trading rights at the mouth of the Senegal River. At that time, Marin would be doing useless work. What you said makes sense. Okay, I will send someone to chase them back immediately. Marin said after thinking for a while. But this is very important to us. Do we have to do it secretly in the future? Marin said unwillingly. Kohler suggested, we can learn from the previous practice of hunting rhinos in the Dakar Peninsula of Senegal and cooperate with the Duke of Coimbra. Kohler was talking about the fact that Marin had asked the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, to help him set up a Senegal company. The Duke of Coimbra is the illegitimate son of the previous king of Portugal, John II, and once competed with the current King Manuel I for the throne. The two are mortal enemies, and the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Therefore, Marin and John II have a good relationship. Before, Marin relied on the cover of the Duke of Coimbra to hunt rhinos and elephants in Senegal. Then, the rhino skin for making armor belongs to Marin, and the elephant skin also belongs to Marin. The rhino horns and ivory, which are luxury goods, belong to the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster. Over the years, the cooperation between the two sides has been pleasant, and each side has gained what it needs. Thinking of this, Marin said distressedly, if it is just hunting some rhinos and elephants, the Duke of Coimbra will definitely have no objection. However, if it involves the transit of a large number of oxen and black slaves, the Duke of Coimbra will definitely not sit idly by. The reason is simple. Marin sent people to hunt rhinos and elephants in Senegal. Among them, the most precious rhino horns and ivory belonged to Marin, and the Duke of Coimbra naturally had nothing to say. However, if Marin transported a large number of oxen and black slaves here, the Duke of Coimbra would definitely not be happy. Because this huge profit is not his share. In this case, he would definitely not do it. In the final analysis, the Duke of Coimbra and Marin are just business partners, pure partners in interests, not loyal allies. It's okay if there is no interest involved, but if there is a conflict of interest, there is a great possibility of falling out. Especially the slave trade, which is a typical profiteering industry. If you know that Marin has left him alone, it would be strange if he didn't turn his face. After all, he asked Marin for 40 gold coins per slave at the beginning, which was very black-hearted. If he knew that he could get a large number of black slaves cheaply from the Songhai Empire, he would definitely be jealous. Let's have a meeting and discuss it. Then, Schwartz, Saul and Stade, 3 absolute confidants, were called in. As for another absolute confidant, Kahn, he had already gone to the American colonies to play the role of an orc. Even if he was at home, Marin would not call him. Because, in terms of giving advice, Kahn is just a decoration. After Marin explained the situation, everyone felt it was very difficult. Finally, it was Saul who gave a suggestion. Your Majesty, since your purpose of wanting the Senegal River Basin is to get oxen in the tropical Africa, why don't you take advantage of the Portuguese not reacting and stun them with a high price, and directly buy the development and trade rights of the Senegal River Basin? You mean, before the news from the east comes back, use a high price to tempt the Portuguese to sell the Senegal River Basin to us? Marin thought thoughtfully. Saul waved his hand and said, No, Your Majesty, we don't have to buy it, we can lease it. I understand what you mean, that is, to buy cattle and slaves from the Songhai Empire. I estimate that 10 years will be enough. In 10 years, the Portuguese should have reached Timbuktu. So, it doesn't make sense to take too long. Moreover, after you bought tens of thousands of African black cattle from the Songhai Empire, you probably won't have so many demands. At that time, it won't matter whether you want this land or not. So, my suggestion is to hurry up and spend a lot of money to lease the Senegal River Basin from Portugal for 10 years. The reason is that you want to raise tropical cattle on the grasslands in the Senegal River Basin to supply the needs of the tropical regions of America. After all, the fact that temperate cattle are not adapted to the climate of tropical rainforests has been reported back to Europe by the investigation team. Lease the grasslands in the Senegal River Basin for 10 years to raise African cattle. Marin thought about it and thought it was a good idea. After all, the reason made sense. Although the Senegal River Basin is a tropical area, it has a tropical savanna climate, not a tropical rainforest climate with many poisonous insects and mosquitoes, which is very suitable for grazing. Marin said that he would rent this place to graze African cattle that adapt to the tropical climate, and the reason was reasonable. However, we almost fell out with the Portuguese because of the pirate issue before. Will they agree to the lease request? Marin was a little worried. Regarding this, Kohler, who has always been in charge of money, smiled and said, Your Majesty, no one has trouble with money. Marin thought so he decided to send someone to Lisbon to discuss the lease of the Senegal River Basin. Leasing is not buying, and does not involve sensitive sovereignty issues. Besides, Portugal actually does not regard African land as its territory, but as a trade sphere of influence. Portugal has too few people in the country, and the local area is enough for development. How could it think of developing Africa? Not to mention renting a piece of African land that has not been operated, even if it is sold, it is also normal. However, if you want to buy the ownership, the asking price will definitely be higher. If you lease, you can spend a lot less money. Marin had never thought of occupying the Senegal River Basin for a long time, but only used this area as a trade route. Therefore, a 10-year lease was reasonable. Originally, Marin wanted to send Kohler, but Saul wanted to make a contribution and took the initiative to take on the task. After all, Kohler, Schwartz and Kahn were already counts, and Saul was still a baron because of his lack of merit. Naturally, he was eager to make a contribution and be promoted to catch up with his friends. In this way, Saul, as Marin's plenipotentiary representative, prepared to rush to Lisbon to negotiate with the Portuguese on the lease of the Senegal River Basin. Chapter 1978 A surprise from eunuch Mao. By the way, Your Majesty, since we have decided to lease it, what about the plan you mentioned before, to send people to establish the Mauritanian Sultanate north of the Senegal River? Kohler asked. Marin thought for a moment and said, Let's do it together. It is true that we only need the Senegal River Basin for about 10 years, but I also hope to plant a seed there, a seed of independence, to awaken the local people's sense of independence in the future and dig a pit for the Portuguese. What Marin meant was that after the tropical cattle trade was completed, the group of desert cavalry that originally surrounded the trade route would be left as the core force to resist the rule of the Portuguese. Then, build a country to confront the Portuguese and prevent them from taking advantage easily. Oh, there is a paragraph missing. If you like it, please collect it. www.jiaxiyuan.com, Zhaixuyuan has the fastest update speed. In other words, even if Marin returns the Senegal River Basin to the Portuguese 10 years later, because of the emergence of this indigenous force, the indigenous cavalry will make the Portuguese look humiliated. Because the Portuguese army was originally scumbag. In addition, these indigenous cavalrymen must have received training from the officers of the North Sea Kingdom, and they will become extremely difficult to deal with. Choose a suitable candidate to be the leader of this emerging force. Remember, you must be obedient and don't lose control. Marin waved his hand and asked Kohler to send spies to choose a suitable candidate. This candidate will be selected from the local blacks or Egyptian slaves bought from Egypt. Shit, another paragraph is missing. Zishuiyuan www.zishuiyuan.com, the fastest update of the latest chapters. What? His Majesty Marin wants to lease the Senegal River Basin from me. Why? Doesn't he have a vast wild continent? No, America. Why does he want to lease the Senegal River Basin? Manuel, I was incredulous after hearing what Saul said. Saul pretended to be helpless and said, Your Majesty, you don't know that our Bahai Kingdom can import tens of thousands of cattle from Eastern Europe, Crimea, every year. However, those are cold-resistant cattle from the Eastern European steppes, but not heat-resistant. Those Eastern European cattle that can tolerate the cold find it difficult to adapt to the local climate in the humid tropical jungles and are easily killed by heat. Before, we also asked Portuguese merchants to help us purchase a batch of African cattle that are not afraid of heat. However, the quantity is too small and the price is very expensive. Our Majesty thinks it is not cost-effective. Instead of doing this, it is better to rent the grasslands in the Senegal River Basin and graze the heat-resistant African cattle directly. Damn, I can't read it anymore and another paragraph is missing. Remember in 1 second, Zishuiyuan, www.zishuiyuan.com. Saul nodded and said, Of course it is suitable, especially for African cattle that are adapted to tropical climates. Because it is relatively dry there, grasslands are the main part. Grasslands do not have as many terrible poisonous insects and mosquitoes as in tropical jungles, so they are safer. Therefore, the grasslands in the Senegal River Basin, where there are few trees, are very suitable for grazing heat-resistant African cattle. After these cattle are raised, they can be transported to the tropical rainforests of America to serve as oxen. Manuel, I asked with interest, can't we raise them ourselves in the jungles of America? Do we have to go to Africa to raise them? Saul pretended to be helpless and replied, In America, there are mostly humid tropical rainforests. The most important thing is that there are many poisonous insects and mosquitoes in the forest. If you don't cut down the trees and live in it, you will easily be tortured to death. Raising cattle there is not a problem, the key is that it is very dangerous for people. As for the Senegal River Basin on the west coast of Africa, our ship docked and checked it out. We found that the local climate is tropical savanna, close to the Sahara Desert. There are fewer trees and most of them are dry grasslands. Raising cattle there is not only convenient, but also safer for people than in the tropical rainforest. After all, mosquitoes mainly live in humid and dark jungles. So that's the case. Manuel, I thought. However, Portugal seems to have no plan to develop local land in Africa. Therefore, the knowledge introduced by Saul was just a joke. But this price. The Portuguese opened his mouth. After some fierce bargaining, Saul negotiated a 10-year agreement to lease the Senegal River Basin at a high price of 10,000 gold coins per year, with a total rent of up to 100,000 gold coins. For an undeveloped, wild land like the Senegal River Basin, it is simply a sky-high price. However, when Saul signed the contract, he wrote in the contract, lease the Senegal River Basin, as well as large grasslands and deserts nearby. This latter half of the sentence also laid the groundwork for Marin to send troops eastward in the future to open up the Songhai Empire trade route, leaving a legal basis. After all, from the map, the Songhai Empire is indeed a nearby area. Moreover, Saul stated in the contract that during the lease period, the North Sea Chamber of Commerce that leased this land will have the right to trade with the Senegal River Basin and nearby Africans. The Portuguese did not know that the upper reaches of the Senegal River were not far from the border of the Songhai Empire, otherwise, they would definitely not agree to add this clause. There is no way, they don't know the inland situation of Africa. Then, the two sides formally signed the agreement and asked envoys from other countries to notarize it to make it reasonable and legal. While Saul was negotiating with the Portuguese, Kohler was also very busy, and sent people to contact the Leon colony in Africa by pigeon to see if there were any suitable talents available. There are currently 500 Egyptian slave cavalry in the Leon colony. Kohler asked Leon to select some obedient ones and transfer them to the grasslands on the banks of the Senegal River to be responsible for the new Egyptian slave cavalry. Because Marin placed an order for 500 Egyptian slave cavalry with the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt. However, during the investigation, good news suddenly came from Dakar, Senegal. It seems that the 60 Mao eunuchs who were good at riding and shooting sent to Senegal that year have created a world in the local area and formed a huge local force. Before going to the Ming dynasty, Marin sent 60 castrated Mauzi who were good at riding and shooting to the Dakar Peninsula in Senegal to instruct local black people on horseback archery. Then, fortunately, a powerful black nomadic regime was fostered in the local area to fight against the Portuguese colonists who would intervene in the local area in the future. Over the years, more than a dozen of the 60 Maos who were good at riding and shooting died of illness because they could not adapt to the local tropical savanna climate, but the remaining 46 people all made their way to the top. Among the surviving Mao eunuchs, the Mao eunuch leader named Pujinsky became a powerful local cavalry leader. Pujinsky and his 45 companions accepted thousands of black teenagers as disciples in Senegal and taught them to ride horses and shoot arrows. Over the years, the thousands of black teenagers they taught have grown up. Moreover, they all obeyed the orders of Pujinsky and others. In other words, Pujinsky and other Mao eunuchs had thousands of black archers under their command. These thousands of young black archers were not only good at riding and shooting arrows, but also used sabers for close combat, which was already a pretty good Tatar-style light cavalry. Perhaps, thousands of black archers were not a very strong force in Europe or Asia. However, in Africa, especially West Africa. Except for a few powerful countries such as the Songhai Empire and the Mali Empire, those scattered black tribes were by no means their opponents. It is said that Pujinsky and his fellow eunuchs, led by thousands of black disciples, have taken the initiative to attack, using Mongolian cavalry-style tactics, and easily conquered nearly 30 indigenous tribes on the Senegalese grasslands, with a population of more than 12,000 people. Moreover, they are planning to march inland to expand their territory. To this end, the leader Pujinsky has applied to Ashwain, the head of the Senegal region of the North Sea Kingdom, for more weapons and equipment. After all, bows and arrows are consumed a lot in war. The locals do not have the ability to produce weapons and armor, and can only rely on Ashwain to provide them. After hearing the surprise brought by eunuch Mao reported by Kohler, Marin was overjoyed. Very good, he is the leader I am looking for. Chapter 1979 Novice Difficulty. According to the intelligence from Senegal, Pujinsky and his 45 surviving companions are currently in control of about 1,000 black young archers. However, about half of the thousands of black teenagers are the children of the leaders of the local tribes near the Dakar Peninsula and important figures in the tribes, such as elders, prophets, etc., and they cannot be taken away. The number of people who can follow Pujinsky to the north bank of the Senegal River is no more than 500, or even less than 500. Moreover, in order to get the local tribal leaders to agree to Pujinsky taking these people away, Marin will have to pay a considerable price. After all, those people are also male laborers from various tribes. Of course, this price is also affordable. After all, the local indigenous tribes are all unsophisticated people who have never seen the world. You can fool them by taking some worthless things. For example, shiny glass products, as well as salt, cloth and sugar, which are not valuable in the civilized world, but are very valuable in Africa. For example, in the local area, a pound of sugar or 2 pounds of salt can be exchanged for a strong black slave. Of course, those boys who can ride horses and shoot arrows are not ordinary slaves. It is difficult to exchange them for a pound of sugar or 2 pounds of salt. However, according to Ashwain's report, it seems that bows and arrows produced in Europe are very popular among the locals. The local indigenous people mainly hunt, so they naturally like bows and arrows for hunting. A 60-pound hunting bow, plus a tube of iron-headed arrows, 24 arrows, can actually be exchanged for 4 black slaves. Although those black boys who can ride horses and shoot arrows are technicians, with higher values, as long as they are not the children of chiefs or elders, the exchange price will never exceed 5 pairs of bows and arrows. After all, although the local indigenous people think that the archers are powerful, they think it is the credit of the bows and arrows. The indigenous people have limited thinking ability. They only see that the black boys killed the enemy and prey with bows and arrows, but they don't realize that the archers on horseback are more powerful than the archers on the ground. After all, it is difficult for the indigenous people to understand the significance of the mobility of horses. They only saw that the enemy and prey died under the attack of bows and arrows, but did not realize the great significance of the mobility of horses. Therefore, the locals were very fond of European bows and arrows, especially iron-headed arrows. Iron-headed arrows can easily penetrate the fur of prey, which is much better than the stone javelin heads used by local indigenous people. And those local tribes that have a good relationship with the Senegalese company, after defeating other tribes, often use captured slaves to exchange more bows and arrows with Ashwain, especially iron-headed arrows. Of course, bows and arrows are indeed very sharp in conflicts between local tribes. All tribes equipped with a large number of European bows and arrows can often beat the hostile tribes and flee, which deepens their pursuit of European bows and arrows. As for the muskets used by the rhino hunting team led by Royce, because of the huge noise, the superstitious indigenous people dared not approach, thinking it was thunder from the sky, let alone want to use it. In other words, as long as Marin provides enough European bows and arrows, it will not be a problem to exchange for those ordinary black young archers of humble origin. If it really doesn't work, adding some other goods will always make their chieftains tempted. It doesn't need to be too much, as long as 400 or 500 black young archers can be taken away, plus the hundreds of Egyptian slave cavalry who have been trained by Mamluk cavalry that Marin can buy from Egypt, they can be invincible on the West African grasslands. The Egyptian slave cavalry have all been trained by the Mamluk cavalry to fight with scimitars on horseback, and are good close combat light cavalry. With 400 or 500 black young archers, they are not afraid of any black tribe they meet. After all, most black people in this era still use javelins with stone spearheads. In Eschwein's report, there was a description of the battle between local black tribes when the locals fought. Both sides held javelins and threw javelins at each other at a distance of 40 or 50 yards. Then, if one side can't resist, they will start to retreat. Often after a battle, there are only a few or a dozen casualties, and the casualty rate is very low. This is because javelins have a short range and poor accuracy. The hit rate of projectile javelins is comparable to that of smoothbore muskets, and killing the enemy depends entirely on chance. But bows and arrows are different. The 60-pound bows that Eschwein sold to local blacks can easily aim and shoot the enemy accurately at a distance of 50 to 60 meters. And projectiles can easily reach a range of 100 to 200 meters. Such a striking distance is much more powerful than the Africans' native javelins. When the enemy on the opposite side is trying to hit a few enemies at a distance of 40 to 50 yards, the archers here can accurately kill the opponents at this distance. Although the local blacks have low bow and arrow shooting skills, they can't shoot as many rings as they want. However, at a distance of 40 to 50 yards, the black targets on the opposite side are so big, and most of them are naked. In this way, the damage caused by the 60-pound bow to the opposite side is very amazing. Imagine that a group of naked idiots on the opposite side are standing there for you to aim and shoot with bows and arrows, without armor or shields. It would be strange if the archers can't cause a lot of damage to the opposite side. And with the virtue of the black natives, if a few of the front row are shot dead, they will collapse. So, whichever tribe Eschwein sells bows and arrows to, the combat effectiveness of that tribe will soar, and it can beat the surrounding tribes to a pulp, and capture many black prisoners of war and sell them as slaves. Of course, the premise is that the surrounding tribes do not buy Eschwein's bows and arrows. If both sides have bows and arrows, it depends on which side has more bows and arrows and can shoot more accurately. Moreover, Eschwein also found that the locals do not seem to be keen on annexing the surrounding tribes to strengthen themselves. Why? Because the local blacks are still in the most primitive hunting era. Their main way of survival is to hunt for food. Therefore, each tribe attaches great importance to the hunting area, that is, the territory. Generally speaking, a tribe is not very willing to share the hunting ground with people from other tribes. Because sharing the hunting ground means that the food has to be shared with others. At the same time, if the tribal population is too large, then the pressure of hunting will also increase. Therefore, the local tribal chiefs are not willing to annex other tribes, but only like to drive away the hostile tribes and occupy more hunting grounds. Then, at most, they will capture a few strong men from the other tribe and sell them as slaves. In the simple concept of the local indigenous people, there is no need for too many people, just a few hundred. However, the hunting ground must be large enough. In this way, there will be too much food to eat. Therefore, the local tribal population is generally a few hundred people, and there are very few large tribes with thousands of people. Obviously, without farming, it is not easy to have a large tribe with thousands of people. In addition, the locals have no horses and a small range of activities, so naturally they have no idea of annexing the surrounding tribes. This is similar to the Saurons. Hunting nations generally have a small tribal population, mostly a few hundred people. Because with a large population, the hunting pressure is greater. Without horses, people's hunting range is limited. If the population is too large, there will not be enough prey to kill. Only when entering the agricultural society will large tribes of thousands or even tens of thousands of people appear. Then, slowly form a country. And the indigenous blacks of Senegal, who are still in the hunting era, obviously have no idea of annexing other tribes. The conflicts between their tribes are mostly about robbing hunting grounds. Of course, they also capture some prisoners of war and sell them as slaves. Because Eschwein also buys slaves and exchanges them for bows and arrows. If Eschwein hadn't bought slaves, they probably wouldn't be willing to capture prisoners. In other words, the local tribal conflicts are generally on the scale of hundreds of people, throwing javelins at each other, which is not as good as gang fights. If Paczynski and others had led 500 Egyptian slave cavalry and 400 or 500 young black archers to fight, they would not have to use the Egyptian slave cavalry to rush up and kill. They could easily defeat the black tribes with bows and arrows. Moreover, Eschwein had not sold bows and arrows to the indigenous tribes north of the Senegal River. Those indigenous tribes could only use javelins with stone spearheads in battle, and their combat effectiveness was quite poor. Thousands of cavalry could definitely sweep away the tribes over there. It was not very difficult to open up the trade routes of the Songhai Empire. If the conquest of the black indigenous tribes north of the Senegal River and the southern border of Mauritania in later generations was regarded as a copy, its difficulty would probably be at the novice level, very easy. Chapter 1980, Black Servant Army. According to the intelligence given by Senegal, Puginski and the 45 surviving companions of his companions are currently in control of about 1,000 black young archers. However, about half of the thousands of black teenagers are the leaders of local tribes near the Dakar Peninsula and the children of important figures in the tribe, such as elders, prophets, etc., and they cannot be taken away. The number of people who can follow Puginski to the north bank of the Senegal River is no more than 500, or even less than 500. Moreover, if Marin wants the local tribal leaders to agree to Puginski taking these people away, he will have to pay a considerable price. After all, those people are also male laborers of various tribes. Of course, this price is also bearable. After all, the local indigenous tribes were all unsophisticated people who had never seen the world. They could fool people with some worthless things. For example, shiny glass products, salt, cloth, and sugar, which were not valuable in the civilized world but were very valuable in Africa. For example, in the local area, 1 pound of sugar or 2 pounds of salt could be exchanged for a strong black slave. Of course, those teenagers who could ride horses and shoot arrows were not ordinary slaves, and it was difficult to exchange them for 1 pound of sugar or 2 pounds of salt. However, according to Eschwein's report, it seemed that bows and arrows produced in Europe were very popular among the locals. The local indigenous people mainly hunted, so they naturally liked bows and arrows for hunting. A 60-pound hunting bow, plus a tube of iron-headed arrows, 24 arrows, could actually be exchanged for 4 black slaves. Although those black teenagers who could ride horses and shoot arrows were technicians, with higher values, as long as they were not the children of chiefs or elders, the exchange price would never exceed 5 pairs of bows and arrows. After all, although the local indigenous people thought that the archers were powerful, they believed that it was the credit of the bows and arrows. The indigenous people had limited thinking ability. They only saw that the black boys killed the enemies and prey with bows and arrows, but did not realize that the archers on horseback were more powerful than the archers on the ground. After all, it was difficult for the indigenous people to understand the significance of the mobility of horses. They only saw that the enemies and prey died under the attack of bows and arrows, but did not realize the great significance of the mobility of horses. Therefore, the locals were very fond of European bows and arrows, especially iron-headed arrows. Iron-headed arrows can easily penetrate the fur of prey, which is much better than the stone javelin heads used by local indigenous people. And those local tribes that had a good relationship with the Senegalese company, after defeating other tribes, often used captured slaves to exchange more bows and arrows with Eschwein, especially iron-headed arrows. Of course, bows and arrows were indeed very sharp in conflicts between local tribes. All tribes equipped with a large number of European bows and arrows were often able to beat the hostile tribes and flee, which deepened their pursuit of European bows and arrows. As for the muskets used by the rhino hunting team led by Royce, the noise was so loud that the superstitious natives dared not approach them, thinking they were thunder from the sky, let alone wanting to use them. In other words, as long as Marin provides enough bows and arrows made in Europe, it will not be a problem to exchange for those ordinary black young archers of humble origins. If it really doesn't work, adding some other goods will always make their chiefs tempted. It doesn't need to be too much, as long as you can take away 400 or 500 black young archers, plus Marin can buy hundreds of Egyptian slave cavalry trained by Mamluk cavalry from Egypt, you can be invincible on the West African grasslands. The Egyptian slave cavalry have all been trained by the Mamluk cavalry to fight with scimitars on horseback, and they are good close combat light cavalry. With 400 or 500 black young archers, you will not be afraid of any black tribe you meet. After all, most black people in this era still use javelins with stone spearheads. Eschwein's report described the battles between local black tribes. When the locals fought, both sides held javelins and threw them at each other at a distance of 40 to 50 yards. Then, if one side could not resist, it would start to retreat. Often, after a battle, there were only a few or a dozen casualties, and the casualty rate was very low. This is because javelins have a short range and poor accuracy. If you throw javelins, the hit rate is comparable to that of smoothbore guns, and killing the enemy depends entirely on chance. But bows and arrows are different. The 60-pound bows that Eschwein sold to local blacks can easily accurately aim and shoot at the enemy at a distance of 50 to 60 meters. And if you throw them, you can easily reach a range of 100 to 200 meters. This striking distance is much more powerful than the Africans' native javelins. When the enemy on the opposite side is trying to hit a few enemies at a distance of 40 to 50 yards, the archers here can accurately kill the opponent at this distance. Although the local blacks have low bow and arrow shooting skills, they can't shoot as many rings as they want. However, at a distance of 40 to 50 yards, the black targets on the opposite side are so big, and most of them are naked. In this way, the damage caused by the 60-pound bow to the opposite side is very amazing. Imagine that a group of naked idiots on the opposite side are standing there for you to aim and shoot with bows and arrows, without armor or shields. It would be strange if the archers can't cause a lot of damage to the opposite side. And with the virtue of the black natives, if a few of the front row are shot dead, they will collapse. So, whichever tribe Eschwain sells bows and arrows to, the combat effectiveness of that tribe will soar, and it can beat the surrounding tribes to a pulp, and capture many black prisoners of war and sell them as slaves. Of course, the premise is that the surrounding tribes do not buy Eschwain's bows and arrows. If both sides have bows and arrows, it depends on which side has more bows and arrows and can shoot more accurately. Moreover, Eschwain also found that the locals do not seem to be keen on annexing the surrounding tribes to strengthen themselves. Why? Because the local blacks are still in the most primitive hunting era. Their main way of survival is to hunt for food. Therefore, each tribe attaches great importance to the hunting area, that is, the territory. Generally speaking, a tribe is not very willing to share the hunting ground with people from other tribes. Because sharing the hunting ground means that the food has to be shared with others. At the same time, if the tribal population is too large, then the pressure of hunting will also increase. Therefore, the local tribal chiefs are not willing to annex other tribes, but only like to drive away the hostile tribes and occupy more hunting grounds. Then, at most, they will capture a few strong men from the other tribe and sell them as slaves. In the simple concept of the local indigenous people, there is no need for too many people, just a few hundred. However, the hunting ground must be large enough. In this way, there will be too much food to eat. Therefore, the local tribal population is generally a few hundred people, and there are very few large tribes with thousands of people. Obviously, without farming, it is not easy to have a large tribe with thousands of people. In addition, the locals have no horses and a small range of activities, so naturally they have no idea of annexing the surrounding tribes. This is similar to the Saurons. Hunting nations generally have a small tribal population, mostly a few hundred people. Because with a large population, the hunting pressure is greater. Without horses, people's hunting range was limited. If the population was too large, there would not be enough prey to kill. Only after entering the agricultural society, large tribes of thousands or even tens of thousands of people appeared. Then, countries gradually formed. Chapter 1981 Low Cost of Maintaining Troops. You know, the salary expenses of an army are definitely a huge expense. For example, the soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom have a daily salary of 3 pfennigs, which is 1,095 pfennigs per year, equivalent to 18.25 gold coins. For an army of 10,000, not counting the high salaries of officers, the annual salary expenses of 10,000 soldiers exceed 182,500 gold coins. If 10,000 troops are stationed overseas, the annual salary expenditure alone is estimated to be more than 200,000 gold coins. But if a large number of slaves are used as servants, it will be different. Black slaves are not human, and feeding them is considered a favor, but they still want wages. What a joke. The cost of raising 10,000 mercenaries is very different from that of raising 10,000 black slave servants. A lot of money can be saved just on annual salary expenses. As for food, Marin thinks that the black slave soldiers stationed in America can eat potatoes produced by local Indians, and there is no need to transport food from the mainland. That thing is high-yielding, also hunger-resistant, and nutritious, and is a very good military ration. Don't you see, the early soldiers of the Kingdom of Prussia relied on eating potatoes to fight, and they were fierce. At that time, those black servants only need to drive the local Indians to grow potatoes in large quantities near the military camps to solve the army's food needs. In this way, Marin can spend very little cost to maintain an army of tens of thousands of people and control the Mexican and Peruvian regions. Moreover, there is no need to worry about these black servants standing with the Indian natives. After all, they are different races, and they don't speak the same language, so it is difficult to collude together. Then, Marin's rule over the Americas will become more and more stable. As for the problem of poor combat effectiveness of blacks, it is not a problem. Just like King Shaka reformed the tactics and strengthened the combat effectiveness of the Zulu army, as long as the weapons and equipment and tactics of those black slave soldiers are improved, the combat effectiveness can be greatly improved. Not to mention being able to fight against the European army, at least there is no problem in suppressing the Indian natives. For cost considerations, Marin did not plan to equip the black servants with iron swords, but was ready to learn from Shaka Zulu and equip the black servants with short spears with metal spearheads. Then, equip a shield. The shield used by Shaka's Zulu army was a very light Zulu cowhide shield. This shield could withstand the throwing of earth javelins with stone spearheads of African blacks at that time. However, it was relatively weak in protecting against bows and arrows with metal arrows, and could not stop the bullets of the British army. But Marin felt that it seemed a bit expensive to use cowhide to make shields. Moreover, cattle are precious animal power and cannot be slaughtered at will. Therefore, he planned to equip the black vassal army with wicker shields. The so-called wicker shield is actually a shield woven with willow branches, which is just a flattened willow basket. Because willow branches are cheap, the cost of woven shields is also low, at least lower than that of cowhide shields. As for whether there are willow branches in America, it doesn't matter. At most, we can introduce weeping willows to America. Willows have strong vitality and are very easy to grow. At that time, Marin sent people to plant willows all over America, and the source of materials for wicker shields would be sufficient and very cheap. Although the wicker shield cannot stop the musket, it can resist swords and ordinary bows and arrows, except heavy crossbow arrows, which is enough to suppress the resistance of the Indian natives. Moreover, it is not as heavy as a wooden shield and is easy to carry. When you are free, you can carry it on your back like a willow basket, which is not heavy. The short spear with very little metal and the low-cost wicker shield are considered very shabby equipment. However, it is enough for the even shabbier Indian natives who also have no good weapons. And the short spear with a blood groove on the spearhead is also easy to stab and kill the rebels. If you want to suppress the people, you can choose not to use the spearhead, but use the spear body as a stick to whip the people who don't obey. If it escalates to an armed rebellion, you will no longer use the spear body to whip, but use the spearhead to stab and kill. Marin's plan is to station 1,000 German soldiers and 5,000 vassal troops in the Aztec Empire in Mexico, and the same is true for the former Inca Empire in Peru. In this way, he needs to station a total of 2,000 German mercenaries and 10,000 black vassal soldiers. Normally, those German mercenaries only need to be stationed in key places such as the capital or the Potosi silver mine. The black vassal army, under the command of white officers, is scattered all over the country to maintain public order. At the same time, supervise the labor production of the Indian natives. For example, supervise them in mining. Although Marin will not let 8 million Indians die in the Potosi silver mine like the Spaniards in history, he will not be so saintly as to leave such a large silver mine undeveloped. Therefore, it is inevitable to recruit Indian natives for mining. However, Marin will try his best to improve the living standards of the miners. In addition, masks and dustproof glasses will be distributed to the miners to protect their health as much as possible. At the same time, he will set up a mine hospital to treat those sick miners. Instead of throwing sick miners away to freeze and starve to death like the Spanish colonists did. Marin estimated that the Potosi silver mine would need hundreds of thousands of miners by then. By then, perhaps there will be tens of thousands of black vassal supervisors alone. Otherwise, the place will not be suppressed. That is to say, by then, in addition to the 2,000 local warriors and 10,000 black vassal troops needed to control the local area, the Potosi silver mine and some other silver mines alone would require another 10,000 black vassal troops. In total, Marin needed more than 20,000 black slaves. If he bought from the Portuguese, it would cost up to 800,000 golden gold coins, which was a sky-high price, based on 40 gold coins per black slave. But if he bought slaves directly from the Songhai Empire, it would be extremely cheap. In Timbuktu, the price of local black slaves in the Songhai Empire was a little more expensive than in Senegal, but it was also very cheap. In a borderland like Senegal, 1 pound of sugar or 2 pounds of salt could be exchanged for 1 black slave. In Timbuktu, a sack of salt, about 112 pounds, was exchanged for 10 strong prisoners of war, that is, 11 pounds of salt for 1 black slave. The price was more than 5 times more expensive than in Senegal, but it was also very cheap. You know, 11 pounds of salt is only worth 22 pfennigs in the North Sea country, which is equivalent to 0.367 gold coins. Compared with the Portuguese price of 40 gold coins for a black slave, it is more than 100 times cheaper. The black slaves in Senegal are even cheaper, but Senegal is just a borderland in West Africa at that time, with a small population. Although black slaves are cheaper, the number is too small. Eshwain only exchanged a few hundred black slaves from the local area at that low price. There is no way, the population is so small. Moreover, prisoners of war only appear after tribal conflicts. Moreover, many unruly prisoners of war are killed, leaving only the honest and obedient ones. In this way, Eshwain can exchange for a few hundred black slaves, which is already good. Only a trade center of the Songhai Empire like Timbuktu can exchange for thousands of black slaves at a time. If you want to exchange 20,000 black slaves to train them into vassal troops, you can only go to Timbuktu. Moreover, the total cost of 20,000 black slaves is only more than 7,000 gold coins, which is very cheap. Chapter 1982, Change of Attitude. In Timbuktu, 1 horse can be exchanged for 10 black slaves. 1 sack of salt can also be exchanged for 10 black slaves. However, the price of salt is almost the same as that of gold, so it is not cost-effective to exchange it for black slaves. As for horses, Marin was not willing to exchange them with them. Because it was too troublesome and time-consuming to transport horses from Persia. If he had that time, he might as well transport them to the American colonies. Since he had the method of recruiting Sauron warriors to dominate the North American jungle, Marin did not care much about the threat of the Indians. Before, Marin was afraid that the Indians would obtain horses and develop terrible Indian cavalry. However, in front of the fierce Sauron barbarians, the Indian cavalry was simply a weakling. You know, those Saurons grew up in the extremely dangerous mountains and forests in the northeast since childhood. Siberian tigers and blind bears are very common, and hunting wolves is nothing but commonplace. Therefore, the Saurons who grew up in the mountains and forests in the northeast are very brave and have superb archery skills. Coupled with the auxiliary bonus of horses, it is easy and pleasant to abuse the Indians. Therefore, Marin no longer has to worry about the Indians developing cavalry or something. At most, he can send the Solon cavalry to kill them all. Therefore, the cattle and horses shipped from Persia can be safely shipped to North America for local development. By then, every family in the North American colonies can raise a lot of horses, which can be used for farming and convenient transportation. As for buying black slaves from the Songhai Empire, in addition to salt and horses that can be used to exchange black slaves, iron weapons, mainly cold weapons such as swords and iron arrows, copper, glassware, sugar and cloth are also very popular, and the price is very high. After all, although the Songhai Empire seems to be strong, its technology is extremely backward. It does not even have basic metallurgical capabilities, and copper and iron need to be imported. It is very dangerous to transport goods from North Africa to Timbuktu by camel caravan. Even a nail can be sold at a sky-high price in Timbuktu. Therefore, Marin is not worried about not being able to exchange for cheap black slaves. It just so happens that Marin was worried that Cuba's sugarcane would have no market after expanding production. It is still no problem to exchange it for black slaves from the Songhai Empire. Moreover, Marin also figured it out. He was a little afraid that the descendants of blacks would harm the American colonies, just like the blacks in the United States in later generations. However, in the entire America, Marin really only values the North American colonies, that is, the land of the United States in later generations, which is a good place to achieve the king's hegemony. Developed, it is stronger than Europe combined. As long as black slaves are not introduced in core areas such as the North American colonies, other places don't really matter. Just like the tropical regions of America, although sugar cane is expensive now, it is a valuable place. But when there are more areas for growing sugar cane, the product is far more than demand, and the tropical regions are worthless. Therefore, Marin doesn't care too much about the number of blacks in the tropical regions. Even if the tropical regions of America are blackened, it's no big deal. As long as the basic plate of North America is maintained, that's enough. Moreover, when the wave of independence rises in later generations, countries dominated by blacks will be easier to control. Just like in later generations, European and American countries easily play African countries in the palm of their hands. The most ridiculous thing is the East African countries. It is obvious that the people in the country are starving to death, but they are unwilling to hunt millions of wildebeests, zebras and antelopes on the East African savanna. Should we say that they are stupid with this kind of brain circuit, or stupid? In Marin's view, people are the most important. Once a threat to humans, even if it is as precious as a giant panda, it can be killed without hesitation. Of course, giant pandas will act cute to please humans, so they don't need to be killed. Lions and tigers either lock them up in zoos to please humans, or die. Marin has only one comment on those who care about the feelings of lions and tigers and release them to nature: big idiots. What do you care about the feelings of lions and tigers? You know, lions and tigers are actually similar to human criminals, and they are all very dangerous. Why don't you let a murderer go? The same reason, even ancient people knew that letting tigers go back to the mountains was stupid. But some modern people who think they are smart can still do such idiotic things. For example, on the East African savanna, more than 2 million wildebeests, zebras, antelopes and other animals migrate back and forth every year. However, less than 30% of them can return to their starting point every year. The remaining 70% are basically eaten by lions, hyenas, cheetahs and other animals. In other words, more than 1.4 million wildebeests, zebras, antelopes and other animals die every year at the mouths of carnivores such as lions, cheetahs and hyenas. If all these animals become food, how many people will be fed? As for whether lions, cheetahs and hyenas will starve to death. They are not your animal protectors, fathers, why do you care about their life or death? Just keep a few thousand in some zoos for human appreciation, and the rest can be killed and eaten. Of course, Europeans and Americans appreciate the stupid behavior of African black brothers. Because only if they are stupid, they can be controlled. Just like the later China, in fact, they didn't teach those black international students very hard, and the requirements for international students were very low. Many college students are jealous of those black international students, who spend all day wandering around, know nothing, and still live freely. Little did they know that such people would be the top students in their tribe after they went there, and then they would rise to prominence all the way. Therefore, after these students returned to China, they were still the same, and there were not many who made progress. Then, until Marin traveled through time, there were not many African black countries that had really developed. If the black students were really required to meet the requirements of domestic students, Marin didn't know how many of them could pass. But Marin knew that if African black students could reach the level of ordinary domestic undergraduates and build their motherland after returning, Africa would never be the same. As far as Marin knew, foreign students in many universities in China in the future would be good enough to speak Chinese fluently. As for the grades, it's hard to say. It is said that it was the result of domestic universities accepting everyone in order to improve their status. However, as a conspiracy theorist, Marin always felt that this was intentional. Were they unwilling to teach them real kung fu? Of course, the past has long become the past, and Marin didn't delve into it. As for how to control America in the future, Marin changed his attitude and planned to treat the entire America in this way. First of all, blacks were not allowed to enter the North American colonies. Even if they enter, they will undergo a sterilization operation in Grenada beforehand to prevent black people from leaving descendants in North America and becoming a hidden danger. Similarly, black people are not allowed to enter Argentina and southeastern Brazil in South America at will. Even if they want to enter, they must undergo a sterilization operation first. Then, the remaining Caribbean and other tropical regions in America, including Mexico and Peru, don't matter. Most of the black slaves who enter those areas will enter as vassal troops. Without sterilization, they are allowed to marry local Indian women and give birth to mixed-race children. In the future, Marin plans to manage North America, Argentina and southeastern Brazil as his own land and hand them over to his descendants for direct control. Other American regions are treated as colonies. For example, in Mexico and Peru, Marin only values gold and silver mines there, and other things are not important. Therefore, it is actually not important whether there are black people or mixed-race people among the locals. Moreover, with the influx of black people, the local area will be easier to manage. After all, as foreign colonizers, it is a bit difficult to deal with all the natives. With the blacks and black hybrids who were also from outside, it was easier to divide and win over, and indirectly control them. Moreover, Marin would continue the tradition of introducing black slaves from Africa as vassal soldiers. Those first-generation black slaves were always honest and obedient, and they were very suitable hawk-dog vassal soldiers. They were all outsiders, incompatible with the locals, and could only rely on the colonial authorities to facilitate the control of the North Sea Kingdom. Chapter 1983, Black City Within a City. Before, Marin actually thought about recruiting black slave soldiers as colonial garrisons. However, the price was too high at the time. Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra in Portugal, was still his ally, but he offered him 40 gold coins each. If he recruited 20,000 soldiers, wouldn't it cost 800,000 gold coins? Therefore, although Marin knew that the first generation of black slaves were honest and strong, he couldn't do it. It was too expensive. In addition, Marin was also worried that those black people and the women in the garrison would kill people and have mixed-race children. The reputation of black people as breeding machines is not covered, and China has also suffered from it in later generations. For example, those black international students, although they are called students, you will never find them in the study room or library. Because most of them hang out in bars and nightclubs. Even if they don't have money, they will go to the salon party in the university to hang out. Moreover, these bastards are irresponsible. If girls really rely on them, then it's a pity. For example, Lu Jing, her black father just ran away after hanging out, and never took any responsibility. Of course, Ma Lin didn't despise Lu's mother. Why? Because the domestic environment was like this at that time. The 1980s and 1990s were the era when China worshipped foreigners the most. Not to mention women like Lu's mother, even the big star Jing Xulan was deceived by a little scoundrel from the United States. Then, after she was old and ugly, she was abandoned and had to return to China. Relying on the fame accumulated in those years, like a beggar woman, she sold her feelings and got a little notice fee everywhere. Even in Shanghai at that time, there was a saying that first-class beauties married American soldiers, second-class beauties married the Imperial Army, third-class beauties married national bacteria, Taiwan bosses, fourth-class beauties married communist bacteria, public servants, and fifth-class and below married civilians. At that time, Shanghai, as the largest city in China, had a bad thing where beauties lined up to marry in Japan. Moreover, they were married to those old bachelors in the countryside of Japan. The era when Lu's mother was deceived was the era when the Japanese fever in Shanghai was the hottest. She was just unlucky and met an unreliable old black man. Even in later generations, Shanghai is very pro-Japanese. For example, in the famous Shanghai comedy Eyes in Apartment, in later generations, there is a very likable character, Guan Gushinchi. In fact, this represents the Shanghainese feelings towards the Japanese. Although not every Shanghainese is like this, the proportion is also very high. Even now, many Shanghainese still have aunts and aunts who marry in the countryside of Japan as peasant women. Of course, Marin doesn't think it's bad to marry a foreigner. After all, this is their choice. But the problem is that the old blacks are unreliable, and very few are willing to take responsibility. Moreover, black people have strong genes and super strong, dying black ability. Beautiful women who have had affairs with black people, after having enough fun and getting married, may have healthy wheat-colored skin when they have children. Therefore, because of these bad memories of the previous life, Marin was extremely afraid of the invasion of blacks and did not dare to introduce them easily. Don't think that the first generation of black slaves were very honest and obedient, that's because the disobedient ones have grass growing on their graves. Those who can survive as slaves are all obedient and submissive. But their descendants are very capable of making trouble. Due to the high price and the fact that their descendants are very likely to cause trouble, Marin has never dared to introduce obedient and honest first-generation black slaves as supplements for soldiers. It's nothing else, just for the sake of future generations. If these black descendants are excellent, Marin actually doesn't object. For example, Jews, in the Song dynasty, Jews integrated into the Kaifeng area and gradually became Sinicized. Marin has no opinion on them. After all, the descendants of Jews do not lower the IQ of the nation, and even raise it. However, for black uncles, let's not talk about it. Although there are special cases like Obama in later generations, most of the black uncles in the United States are not promising. The famous black uncles we know, except Obama, are only in the fields of NBA stars and other brainless fields. It seems that in later generations, no black people have ever won the Nobel Prize in science. The black winners of the Nobel Prize are basically worthless awards such as the Peace Prize and the Literature Prize. And the misrepresented black Nobel Prize winner in medicine, Max Thaler, is actually a white South African. Some idiots thought he was South African, which meant he was black, and got him confused. And some Arabs in Africa have won Nobel Prizes in science. For example, Ahmed Xavier, an Egyptian Arab, won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1999. In other words, in the more than 100 years since the Nobel Prize was established, no black person has ever won a Nobel Prize in science. All they have won are worthless awards such as the Peace Prize and the Literature Prize. And the Chinese have won about 10 Nobel Prizes in science, not counting the Literature Prize. So, even if he has no malice or hatred towards black people, Marin has to doubt the wisdom of the black uncles. That's more than 100 years. From 1895 to the 21st century, more than 120 years. 16% of the world's population is black, but they don't have a single Nobel Prize winner in science. You said that they were not well educated. In the past, China did not have compulsory education, and the literacy rate was not much better than that of Africa in later generations. However, there were scientists like Yang and Li. Although he could not figure it out, Marin knew that it was always good to separate the black uncles from the Europeans. Everyone did not interfere with each other, you played yours, and I learned mine. However, Marin was really short of people at the moment. There was a serious lack of labor, and at the same time, there was a lack of thugs. Colonizing America was no problem, as the Aztec Empire and the Inca Empire each had millions of people. However, how to control these millions of natives was a big problem. Before, Marin planned to mobilize troops from the mainland to control the millions of local people. Marin calculated that the Mexican region and the Inca region would each send tens of thousands of troops, and at least tens of thousands. After all, the local population was millions of people. If you want to drive them all to work, you must have at least tens of thousands of troops. Of course, you can also put 1 or 2,000 people at will to control the local area. However, it can only be controlled, and at most the nearby indigenous tribes will be beaten and subdued. However, it is impossible to force people to work. The main reason is that if you don't send soldiers to watch, it is difficult to make them work honestly for you. Therefore, many mines that use slaves basically have a lot of armed supervisors stationed, just to prevent the slaves from being unwilling to work or working hard. If you use local people as puppet soldiers, it is not impossible. However, it is not so reliable. After all, they are in the same group. If they are really loyal dogs, it's okay. If they are deceiving their superiors and subordinates, you can't do anything. There is no way, who told you to lack manpower? But if you use obedient black slaves as supervisors, it will be completely different. As mentioned earlier, the first generation of black slaves are generally very honest and obedient. Moreover, they are not familiar with the locals, and there is no sympathy for the locals or collusion with the locals. There is no problem with them as supervisors. Moreover, as long as the land trade route of the Songhai Empire is opened, very cheap black slaves can be obtained. Unlike buying from the Portuguese, it is extremely expensive. However, in order to prevent the spread of blacks, they mess around with the locals. Marin believed that even if blacks were not prevented from reproducing in Central America, they should be controlled from reproducing with local women. But how to control those blacks from having sex with local women? Marin thought about it and finally decided to learn from the Qing dynasty, to build a city within a city in cities everywhere. This city within a city is called Manchu City, also called Banner City. It is inhabited by Manchu bannermen and their families, separated from the Han City outside. When the Taiping army conquered Nanjing, they fought a great battle with the Qing army in Jiangning Manchu City. At that time, they probably knew that they would be slaughtered after the Manchu City was broken. Therefore, the Manchu women in the Manchu city also went up the city wall to fight the Taiping army, causing a large number of casualties to the Taiping army. This Jiangning Manchu city is the Nanjing imperial city of the Ming dynasty. After the Qing army occupied Nanjing, they occupied the Ming dynasty imperial city, drove away the Han people, and settled 4,008 banners soldiers and their families in the Manchu city. Finally, when the Taiping army entered Nanjing, the Han soldiers either fled or surrendered, and only the Qing army in the city resisted to the end. It's not that the banner soldiers in the city were so brave, but mainly because their families were all in the city. If it fell, the Taiping army's hatred of the Qing dynasty would definitely kill the banner soldiers' families. So, they finally broke out, resisted to the end, and were eventually slaughtered. To put it bluntly, if you put your family behind, even if you are a coward like the Qing soldiers, you will fight a bloody battle. There is no way, if you fail, your family will die. Want to escape? Your family will be slaughtered. Marin decided to learn from the Qing dynasty and set up a black city in the Aztec Empire and the Inca Empire. In order to control the black vassal army, Marin will also buy a large number of black girls from the Songhai Empire and give them wives. However, they will be confined to the black city in the city and bound by their families. Similarly, strict military discipline will not allow them to easily leave the black city to go out and hang out. This would not only restrain the black soldiers, but also force them to fight back when they were rebellious. After all, their families were right behind them, and if they didn't resist, their entire family would die. Chapter 1984 Military Police and Military Court. For example, those black international students, although they are called students, you will never find them in the study room or library. Because most of them hang out in bars and nightclubs. Even if they have no money, they will go to the salons and parties in the university. Moreover, these bastards are irresponsible. If girls really rely on them, then it will be a joke. For example, Lu Jing, her black father just ran away after hanging out, and never took any responsibility. Of course, Ma Lin did not despise Lu's mother. Why? Because the domestic environment was like this at that time. The 1990s was the era when China worshipped foreigners the most. Not to mention women like Lu's mother, even the big star Jing Xulan was deceived by a little scoundrel from the United States. Then, when she was old and ugly, she was abandoned and had to return to China. Relying on the fame accumulated in the past, like a beggar woman, she sold her feelings and got a little notice fee everywhere. Even in Shanghai at that time, there was a saying that first-class beauties married American soldiers, second-class beauties married imperial soldiers, third-class beauties married national bacteria, Taiwanese bosses, fourth-class beauties married communist bacteria, public servants, and fifth-class and below married civilians. At the beginning, Shanghai, as the largest city in China, had a bad thing where beauties lined up to marry in Japan. Moreover, they were married to those old bachelors in the countryside of Japan. The era when Lu's mother was deceived was the era when the Japanese fever in Shanghai was the hottest. She was just unlucky and met an unreliable old black man. Even in later generations, Shanghai was very pro-Japanese. For example, in the famous comedy Eisen Apartment, in later generations, there was a very likable character in it, Guan Gushinchi. In fact, this represents the perception of Shanghai people towards the Japanese. Although not every Shanghai person is like this, the proportion is also very high. Even now, many Shanghai people still have aunts and aunts who marry in the countryside of Japan as farmers. Of course, Ma Lin doesn't think it's bad to marry a foreigner. After all, this is their choice. But the problem is that the old blacks are unreliable, and very few of them are willing to take responsibility. Moreover, black people have strong genes and super strong ability to die black. Beautiful women who have affairs with black people, after having enough fun and getting married, may have healthy wheat-colored skin when they have children. Therefore, because of these bad memories of the previous life, Marin is extremely afraid of the invasion of black people and dare not introduce them easily. Don't think that the first generation of black slaves are very honest and obedient, that's because the disobedient ones have grass growing on their graves. Those who can survive as slaves are all obedient. But their descendants are very capable of making trouble. In view of the high price and the fact that their descendants are very capable of making trouble, Marin has never dared to introduce the obedient and honest first generation of black slaves as a supplement to the soldiers. There is no other reason, just for the sake of future generations. If these black descendants are excellent, Marin actually doesn't object. For example, Jews, there were Jews in the Song dynasty who integrated into the Kaifeng area and gradually became Sinicized. Marin has no opinion on them. After all, the descendants of Jews do not lower the national IQ, and even raise it. However, as for the black uncles, let's not talk about it. Although there are special cases like Obama in later generations, most of the black uncles in the United States are not promising. The only famous black uncles we know, except Obama, are NBA stars in other fields that don't require brains. It seems that in later generations, no black people have ever won the Nobel Prize in science. The black winners of the Nobel Prize are basically worthless awards such as the Peace Prize and the Literature Prize. And the black Nobel Prize winner in medicine, Max Thaler, who was misrepresented, was actually a white South African. Some idiots thought he was South African, that is, black, and got confused. And some Arabs in Africa have won the Nobel Prize in science. For example, Ahmed Xavier, an Egyptian Arab, won the Nobel Prize in chemistry in 1999. In other words, in the more than 100 years since the Nobel Prize was established, no black person has won the Nobel Prize in science. All they have won are worthless awards such as the Peace Prize and the Literature Prize. And the Chinese have about 10 Nobel Prizes in science. Therefore, even if there is no malice or hatred towards black people, Marin has to doubt the wisdom of the black uncles. That's more than 100 years. From 1895 to the 21st century, more than 120 years. 16% of the world's population is black, but they don't have a Nobel Prize winner in science. You say that they are not well educated. There was no compulsory education in China before, and the literacy rate was not much better than that of Africa in later generations. There were also scientists like Yang and Li. Although I can't figure it out, Marin knows that it is always good to separate the black uncles from the Europeans. Everyone does not interfere with each other, you play yours, and I learn mine. However, Marin is really short of people at the moment. There is a serious lack of labor, and there is also a lack of thugs. Colonizing the Americas is no problem. The Aztec Empire and the Inca Empire each have millions of people. However, how to control these millions of natives is a big problem. Before, Marin planned to mobilize troops from the mainland to control the millions of local people. Marin calculated that Mexico and the Inca region would have to send tens of thousands of troops, and at least tens of thousands. After all, there are millions of people in the area. If you want to drive them all to work, you must have at least tens of thousands of troops. Of course, you can also put 1 or 2,000 people at will to control the local area. However, it can only be controlled, and at most the nearby indigenous tribes can be beaten and subdued. However, it is impossible to drive them to work. The main thing is that if you don't send soldiers to watch, it is difficult to make them work honestly for you. Therefore, many mines that use slaves basically have many armed supervisors stationed, just for fear that the slaves are unwilling to work, or work without effort. If you use local people as puppet soldiers, it is not impossible. However, it is not so reliable. After all, they are in the same group. If they are really loyal dogs, it's okay, but if they are deceiving their superiors and subordinates, you can't do anything. There is no way, who told you to be short of manpower? But if you use obedient black slaves as supervisors, it will be completely different. As mentioned earlier, the first generation of black slaves are generally very honest and obedient. Moreover, they were not familiar with the locals, nor did they sympathize with or collude with the locals. They were the supervisors, so there would be no problems. Moreover, as long as the land trade route of the Songhai Empire was opened, they could obtain very cheap black slaves. It was not like buying from the Portuguese, which was extremely expensive. However, in order to prevent the spread of blacks and messing around with the locals, Marin believed that even if they did not prevent blacks from reproducing in Central America, they should control their reproduction with local women. Chapter 1985, Removing the Root of Troubles. The gendarmerie system first appeared in France, around the time of the 100 Years' War between England and France. In order to fight the English, the French hired a lot of Italian mercenaries at the time. But the mercenaries had poor military discipline and often caused trouble in the local area. The French had no choice but to have the marshal send his confidants to form a military law team to maintain military discipline so as not to harm the people. After all, the 100 Years' War was fought in France, and those mercenaries could not be allowed to harm France. In fact, the gendarmerie system really shined during the Napoleonic Wars. In the early days, the European army was small and easier to manage. For example, an army of 10,000 or 20,000 may belong to several mercenary groups. As long as the leaders of the mercenary groups are well instructed, those leaders will help manage things. But once the army expands, it will be difficult to manage. Especially for mobilized soldiers, because officers and soldiers are unfamiliar with each other, it is difficult to manage. Moreover, with more teams, mutual coordination is also a problem. At this time, the gendarmerie is needed to maintain order to prevent those unprofessional mobilized soldiers from messing around. At the same time, it is also very beneficial for the maintenance of discipline in modern armies. In short, the existence of the gendarmerie can not only maintain military discipline, but also facilitate the coordination and management of large-scale armies. After all, those gendarmerie, while maintaining military discipline, are also the marshal's eyes, able to see all kinds of problems, report them in time, and facilitate the commander to make correct decisions. If the general staff system can reasonably formulate combat plans, then the existence of the gendarmerie will be conducive to the management of the army and the implementation of military discipline. Moreover, it can also supervise the commanders of various corps to prevent them from forming cliques and privatizing the army. Of course, the army of the North Sea Kingdom currently has no problems in this regard. The main thing is that to feed so many troops, only local tyrants like Marin can be relied on. If it were another monarch, tens of thousands of troops could not be fed at all. It was only because the North Sea Kingdom had new agricultural technology and enough food that the soldiers could not only eat enough, but also eat well. Therefore, in the short term, Marin still didn't have to worry about the North Sea Kingdom's army getting out of control. Apart from anything else, as long as the army dared to disobey the dispatch and cut off the military rations, it would be fatal. Even if you want to feed tens of thousands of troops by robbing food, you have to have so much food to rob. For example, the 5th Corps stationed in Edinburgh, with tens of thousands of troops, can only rely on North Sea countries' local transportation for food supply. Because Scotland is mainly mountainous, the grain production is very low. It is troublesome to rob so much food. However, Marin knows very well that one day, the secret of North Sea countries' high grain production will be leaked. Moreover, the Portuguese have begun to contact the Ming dynasty. Although the Portuguese were originally focused on doing business in history and did not notice the advanced agricultural technology of the Ming dynasty, it was not until the Dutch controlled the island in the 17th century that they learned the advanced agricultural technology of the Ming dynasty. But now history has been changed by Marin. Under the influence of the butterfly effect, the Portuguese may notice the advanced agricultural technology of the Ming dynasty in advance. Although the Ming people only use manure, which is far inferior to the three fertilizers technology of the North Sea country, it can almost double the grain production in Europe. In this way, the supply of food will no longer be a problem at that time. Once the army below can get a lot of military rations from other channels, then Marin's current practice of relying on logistics to control the army will become very problematic and no longer reliable. Therefore, the establishment of the gendarmerie system is very necessary. The gendarmerie is directly under the royal family and the court, which is conducive to directly monitoring and controlling the army, and monitoring the role of the generals leading the troops. Its role is somewhat similar to the ancient Chinese military supervisor. However, it is different from the military supervisor. The Chinese military supervisor has too much power and likes to interfere with the command of generals. Especially the eunuchs and civil servants in the Ming dynasty are absolutely a scourge. But the gendarmerie is different. The gendarmerie does not interfere with the commander's power to command the army, but only maintains military discipline. In this way, there will be no constraints on the commander. However, if the commander violates discipline or wants to privatize the army, then the gendarmerie is not a vegetarian. Even if there is such a sign, it will be stopped. Therefore, although the gendarmerie is not a military supervisor and has no right to supervise the army, it can keep the generals honest. Because their little moves cannot be hidden from the gendarmerie. It is precisely because of this scientific military management system that during the French Revolution, hundreds of thousands of French mobilized soldiers were easier to command and better disciplined than those in other countries. Then, after being severely beaten by Napoleon, other European countries also learned the gendarmerie system. Then, the management of an army of hundreds of thousands of people became more convenient. However, the gendarmerie in some countries had too much power. For example, the French gendarmerie could patrol the streets and even arrest non-military personnel, which was almost the same as the gendarmerie. Therefore, Marin learned these lessons and only allowed the gendarmerie to enforce the law on soldiers. As for civilians, they were not given the right to enforce the law and could only be handed over to local police. Although this increased the manpower cost, it also avoided the emergence of agencies like gendarmerie and spies, which endangered society. Marin asked Saul to select upright and inflexible soldiers from the entire army to prepare to form an experimental gendarmerie. Its leadership was directly under Marin, with Saul as the leader and directly responsible to Marin. Later, it was gradually promoted to the entire army. At the same time, Marin would also mix spies into the gendarmerie to monitor the commanders of the various legions to prevent them from cultivating their cronies and privatizing the army. Just when Marin was busy forming the North Sea Gendarmerie, Kohler suddenly held back his laughter and sent a piece of intelligence from West Africa. "Why do you look so weird? What interesting things have you encountered?" Marin was a little surprised. Kohler held back his laughter and said, "Take a look, this is the news about the Mauritanian Sultan you selected, very, very interesting." Pukinski's. Marin immediately became interested. But after reading it, he sprayed out the tea he had just drunk. What? This guy castrated a group of young black slaves. After reading the intelligence, Marin was stunned. What happened? It turned out that Puginski and his 45 eunuchs, although they became the leaders of the thousands of black archers in Senegal. However, somehow, the news of their castration spread, and the locals all knew about it. Then, although the local blacks were afraid of force and dared not say anything openly, they often teased them in private. Moreover, because of their low level of civilization, the local blacks were bold and shameless. Just like a popular dirty saying on the internet in later generations, primitive society was good, people in primitive society did it anytime and anywhere. This group of unrefined black guys did that with the black girl in front of these Mao eunuchs, very bold. Moreover, many blacks talked about the black girl and that thing in front of the Mao eunuchs without any scruples afterwards. Then, the self-esteem of the 46 Mao eunuchs was seriously hurt. Humph, the black barbarians dared to humiliate us, we must fight back. A Mao eunuch said angrily. How to fight back? Another Mao eunuch asked back. After everyone argued for a long time, Paczynski, who had been silent all the time, suddenly made a decision. How about this, don't they look down on us? In the future, we will select a group of black teenagers and train them with all our strength, teach them skills, and make them successors. However, we must first remove the root of troubles for those teenagers. The others were stunned, but Paczynski's deputy, Marov, suddenly had his eyes brightened and said, Vla, Paczynski's name, you mean that our successors, even officers, must be castrated black men. In this way, no one will dare to laugh at us in the future. Chapter 1986, Pigeon Station and Count Wuyo. Paczynski said proudly, that's right, Demi, Melov's name, these black barbarians are so stupid that they dare to look down on us. Therefore, I plan to train and promote only those who have removed the root of troubles like us, let them serve as officers, and even our successors, and form a tradition. In this way, who dares to laugh at us in the future? Because their superiors are the same as us. After hearing this, the other eunuchs applauded loudly and thought this was a great idea. But Melov was worried, Vla, if we dare to castrate the children of those tribal bigwigs, they will definitely fight us to the death. Paczynski thought for a while and said, what you said makes sense. Let's do this, don't we have hundreds of black slaves? Among them, there are dozens of teenagers. Slaves have no human rights. We castrate those dozens of slave teenagers, and then teach them skills and promote them to officers. As for the children of the tribal leaders, they will accept the leadership of those children who have removed the root of troubles in the future. Isn't it inappropriate to do this? How can eunuchs be officials? Melov was a little uneasy. Paczynski patted him on the shoulder and said, don't worry, do you know Narses of the Roman Empire? He was a eunuch, but he became a famous general. Brothers, we will also let the eunuchs spread throughout West Africa and even become the most honorable people there. Yes, 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 we want to increase our kind. Other Mao eunuchs also echoed. It's too lonely for them to be eunuchs. It would be great to get dozens of little black men to be eunuchs together. As for the problem of insufficient explosive power after castration, Paczynski and others are not worried at all. Why? They train archers, not heavy cavalry, and the requirements for archery skills and riding skills are higher than strength and explosive power. Besides, there are so many black people with great strength, and it is not necessary for officers to be strong. As for the problem of those strong black soldiers who are not obedient to management, Paczynski said never resort to means, and die if you don't obey. Moreover, this group of Mao eunuchs is not to train one or two little black eunuchs, but to train a large group. By then, when this group of people has formed a scale, they can join forces to suppress those who are not obedient. In addition, I plan to implement an elimination system when training those castrated black teenagers. All those who are smart and strong in martial arts will be promoted to officers and trained intensively. As for those who are thin and weak, then send them to the palace of His Majesty, Marin, to serve His Majesty as court eunuchs. Why? The other eunuchs Mao were puzzled. They knew that there were eunuchs Mao in the court of the North Sea Kingdom. Paczynski explained, the people we train, even if they are not suitable to be officers, have a certain foundation in fighting skills. As eunuchs, they even have the ability to guard the nobles in the palace. At least, they are much better than maids. Moreover, these people will be our disciples. After being sent to the palace, they can not only please His Majesty, but they will also speak well for us when they have the chance. Obviously, Paczynski even knows a little about palace fighting. Marov was worried, will those black teenagers hate us after we castrate them? After all, we deprive them of the right to be happy. Paczynski nodded, and then said, that's why I chose those teenagers for castration. They haven't tried those things between men and women, so they naturally don't know the taste. Why would they hate us? If we castrate those adult black slaves, they might hate us. Boss is wise. The other eunuchs agreed. Then, this group of guys found those dozens of black teenagers and castrated them themselves. Unfortunately, because they didn't know how to disinfect and were not professionals, half of them died of infection, and the other half who survived also had various problems. Then, Eschwain passed this major event to Cotton, the governor of Leon, by carrier pigeon. Then, Cotton passed the news to Spain by carrier pigeon, and the Spanish intelligence branch continued to relay the news back to the mainland by carrier pigeon. So, we can now use carrier pigeons to contact Senegal. After reading the intelligence, Marin suddenly realized that he could directly use carrier pigeons to contact Senegal. Yes, Your Majesty, we could have used carrier pigeons to contact Spain. Later, Governor Cotton bred a group of carrier pigeons that could fly to Spain and also fly south to Senegal. However, it is difficult for carrier pigeons to fly south across the desert. Because carrier pigeons need to stop and rest halfway. Governor Cotton's men discovered several coastal oases such as the Dakhla Oasis, walked through them with carrier pigeons, and then specially established several carrier pigeon stations along the coast to ensure that the carrier pigeons could drink water and eat food halfway, and only then was this carrier pigeon delivery route opened up. The most difficult part of carrier pigeon delivery is drinking water and eating food along the way. Going north from Leon through Morocco is naturally not a problem, as the area is also the wettest area in northern Africa, with abundant food and fresh water sources. Carrier pigeons can stop to drink water and eat food, and can continue to survive. But if they fly south from Leon, it is difficult to eat and drink water along the way because it is mostly the Sahara Desert. Therefore, Cotton also thought of many ways, and asked his men to take the pigeons on a personal trip, and found several oases along the way, where the pigeons could rest and eat and drink water, but this was not enough. Because these oases are too far apart, it is difficult for the pigeons to persist to the next oasis. If they die of thirst along the way, they will not be able to complete the information transmission. Then, Cotton's brain was open, and he sent people to build several resting points along the coast of Western Sahara and Mauritania in the future, so that the pigeons could stop and eat and drink water. There was no fresh water in the local area, so Cotton asked people to get a solar cooker desalination system, which is to boil seawater with a solar cooker, and then get distilled water through a condenser. These artificial strongholds along the coast have assumed the responsibility of receiving passing pigeons. As long as they see the flag on the Leon side, the pigeons flying along the coastline can stop and wait for the people at the pigeon station to feed and supply water. This is a good idea. Marin clapped his hands and praised Cotton's brain whole. Previously, because there were too few oases along the desert, the pigeons could not contact Senegal to the south, and could only send ships to contact. But Cotton's brain made up for this problem. Although the coasts of Western Sahara and Mauritania are extremely dry, it is convenient to get seawater. Just build a base on the coast, take advantage of the continuous local sunlight, boil seawater with a solar cooker, and condense the steam to get fresh distilled water. Just put a solar cooker at each point to meet the drinking water needs of several people in the base, and also supply fresh water and grain food to the passing pigeons. Originally, Cotton's arrangement was to build a few tents on the coastal beach. But Marin believed that the solar cooker needed to be kept secret and could not be shown to people. Therefore, Marin decided to allocate funds to build small turrets in those coastal bases to strengthen the protection. Moreover, digging ditches to lead seawater into the turrets makes it convenient to boil seawater to get distilled fresh water. Because the solar cooker boils and desalinates seawater in a closed turret, people outside cannot see it, so naturally they cannot get a glimpse of the secret. Even if they wanted to force their way into the fort, they had to ask the guards with muskets in the fort to agree or not. Generally speaking, as long as there were 10 people in each fort, it would be enough. Even if there were Arab herdsmen nearby, they couldn't attack it. Moreover, these forts were definitely built in places away from the locals, for fear of being attacked by herdsmen in the nearby desert oasis. With these coastal forts as transit stations, information exchange in the Senegal River region would be much more convenient in the future. Eshwain reported the absurd things that the Mao eunuchs did to Marin, hoping that Marin would make a decision. It just so happened that Marin needed Puginski to be the leader of the Mauritanian natives, so he naturally would not blame him for making trouble. Even Marin planned to give support. Write back to Eshwain and tell him that I support Puginski's approach. However, I will send them medical assistance and bring medical alcohol for disinfection. With disinfectant alcohol, these guys will not be easily infected and killed when they perform surgery on black teenagers. At the same time, Marin also affirmed Puginski and others' nonsense about removing the root of troubles, and hypocritically said something like, removing the root of troubles, there will be no worries in the future. And according to this statement, plus Marin needs Puginski to take control of a large area of land north of the Senegal River to the Songhai Empire. In order to win over and appease Puginski, Marin canonized Puginski as Earl of Worry-Free, and let him manage this large area of land on his behalf. Moreover, they also called those Mao eunuchs and the black young eunuchs they were going to create the Worry-Free. When they grew up, they would be Worry-Free officers, and Puginski's successor would also be Count Worry-Free. Chapter 1987, The Pigeon Plan Failed. In fact, Marin was also worried that Puginski's successor would form a warlord in the local area and become a tail that could not be removed. Although Marin only leased the Mauritania region from Portugal for 10 years, Marin obviously did not intend to really control the local area for only 10 years. Therefore, after the withdrawal, there must be a reliable team to help him indirectly control the place. Marin was naturally relieved about Puginski and other Mao eunuchs. It's not that these people are so loyal, but that they are all rootless people, without offspring, without a future, and there is no need to betray themselves. However, they will eventually grow old, and once they die, new heirs will have to take over. And it is hard to say that the successors will still be loyal to themselves. Marin thought about continuing to introduce Mao eunuchs from the Crimean Khanate to manage the local area, but the Mao eunuchs introduced later had no prestige among the local blacks and it was difficult to control the unruly local blacks. Moreover, if the 10-year deadline is exceeded and Mao eunuchs are imported into Mauritania again, the Portuguese will know that it is wrong no matter how stupid they are. Therefore, the successors of these guys can only be selected from the local blacks so that Marin can distance himself from them. But if the children of local black families with roots, especially those of the chiefs, are selected as heirs, it is easy for them to develop a sense of independence with their advantages as locals. After all, they are all locals and have power in the local area. They can completely leave Marin alone. If they do not get involved with the Portuguese while leaving themselves alone, Marin does not care. However, this is difficult. Because the Portuguese are not stupid and can also buy and win over. If the successor black leaders are bought and won over by the Portuguese, then the development of Mauritania will be completely a wedding dress for the Portuguese. However, the mechanism of cultivating and promoting successors that these Mao eunuchs accidentally came up with out of jealousy made Marin's eyes light up. Cultivating slaves is indeed a good idea. After all, slaves are people without roots and are easier to control. But if it is an ordinary slave, there is also a flaw, that is, you can marry the local chieftain. When the local chieftain sees that this slave has become an important officer, he may marry his daughter to this person. Then, the entire tribe becomes a natural ally and supporter of the new chief. Once the new chief colludes with the tribe where his wife is, the control of the North Sea Kingdom over the local area will inevitably be problematic. The method that the Mao eunuchs came up with to train the little black eunuch solved Marin's worries. Black eunuchs are unlikely to be won over by local chieftains with beauty. Because this trick is useless for the eunuch. As for money to win over, Marin doesn't think that the local poor ghosts can compare with him in terms of money. Of course, the Portuguese are also rich and can compete with him to win over. However, if the Mao eunuchs start to train the little black eunuch, Marin will have a chance. What chance? Of course, send the disciples of Taylor the big fool to fool. Young people are easy to fool, just send the little fool disciples with good language talent under Taylor the big fool to Senegal. While Puginski and other eunuchs Mao were training and cultivating those little black eunuchs, they brainwashed them and instilled the idea of loyalty to Marin. In addition, they also had to instill the idea of hatred for Portugal. In this way, when these little black eunuchs grow up, they will not only have nothing to do with the local big tribes, but also will not be easily won over by the Portuguese. Because they have been taught to be hostile to the Portuguese since childhood. In this way, the Mao eunuchs trained the little black eunuchs, supplemented by the little fools sent by Marin to fool. In the future, even if Marin withdraws from this area openly, the Portuguese will never think of controlling it. Because the little black eunuchs who have been taught to hate Portugal since childhood will become firm opponents of the Portuguese when they grow up. A few days later, after several twists and turns, the pigeons of Leon passed through the pigeon stations along the way and transmitted Marin's instructions to Senegal. What? Confer me the title of Count Wuyo? And allow me to choose the best little black eunuch as my successor? Puginski was a little stunned by the huge surprise. You know, he was just an ordinary Cossack, just a little smarter than the average Mausi, and he knew more, and he had nothing to do with the nobles. However, in order to support him this time, Marin made a big move, and he was the count at the first try. Wu, I am willing to die for his majesty. Puginski was so moved that he cried. Of course, Marin did not forget others. The other 45 Mao eunuchs were all canonized as African knights, and they were all nobles. As for the fact that Marin sent Taylor's disciples to fool them, they didn't notice it. The reason given by Marin was to teach those little black eunuchs cultural knowledge and make them smarter. This reason was naturally flawless. And Puginski and others were basically ordinary people, with no experience in palace fighting, so they naturally couldn't see Marin's sinister intentions. Moreover, even if they saw it, it would be difficult to refuse. After all, their supplies depended entirely on Marin. Governor Cotton of Leon was rewarded for his invention and was promoted from an ordinary knight to a hereditary knight, and he stepped into the ranks of generational wealth. Marin originally wanted to promote his model of pigeon stations, and also planned to contact the Ming dynasty in the Far East through the relay of pigeon stations. However, it was rejected by the court. Dr. Morigen. Morigen told Marin that pigeons can be used in densely populated Western Europe and sparsely populated Northwest Africa and West African deserts. But if you pass through certain areas, you will definitely not be able to get a good deal. Because there are falcons in some places. Especially falcons, which are the #1 natural enemy of pigeons. They often hunt pigeons in the air and affect aerial messaging. If it weren't for the existence of falcons, pigeon messaging would be extremely prosperous. Moreover, Marin didn't know that those pigeon trainers would let pigeons deliberately fly along human villages and towns. Why? Mainly to avoid falcons. Falcons are aerial hunters. Eagles mainly hunt small animals on the ground, while falcons mainly hunt birds flying in the air. However, whether it is small animals on the ground or birds flying in the air, they generally don't like to get close to human settlements. If the food is not close to human settlements, eagles and falcons naturally don't have to go to human settlements. In later times, there were also falcons flying over human settlements. This was mainly because humans in later times had developed nature too much, and there were very few birds in the wild. In order to find food, eagles and falcons were forced to go to human settlements to find food. Even falcons often attacked pigeon lovers' cages on the roofs of pigeon lovers. There was no way. In later times, nature was too developed, and there were not many original jungles suitable for birds. Some falcons in later times had no choice but to go to human settlements to take risks. But in this era, humans had a low level of development of nature. At the same time, there were enough birds in the wild jungle to eat. Therefore, falcons generally did not have to take risks near human settlements. As for homing pigeons, as long as they flew along human settlements, it was relatively safe. But if they went deep into the mountains and old forests, that would be dangerous, because passing homing pigeons could be attacked and killed by hawks and falcons at any time. Especially peregrine falcons, which were simply homing pigeon killers. Therefore, when homing pigeons were used to deliver messages, several would be released at the same time, for fear that the homing pigeons would be eaten by hawks and falcons on the way. Cotton had no problem setting up a homing pigeon station in the desert. Because there are no small animals on the ground or flying birds in the desert. Without sufficient food, falcons rarely move in the desert. Carrier pigeons are naturally safer when flying over the desert. Marin was extremely frustrated when the idea of using carrier pigeon stations to establish a global communication system failed. For a moment, he wanted to kill all the falcons in the world. Why would you eat pigeons? Chapter 1988 Falcon Force. Once upon a time, Marin thought that the natural enemy of homing pigeons was humans. This is the view he brought to later generations. After all, the extinction of birds in later generations has a lot to do with humans. But in fact, in this era, humans' ability to kill birds is still limited. The most important thing is because of bullets. In later generations, the shotgun bullets used by human hunting rifles are mainly divided into three types: birdshot, deershot, and single-headed bullets. Among them, birdshot is the smallest single-grain shot. The warhead of the birdshot is not an ordinary bullet, but a pile of lead bullets, and there are many of them. After the shotgun is fired, a scattered surface will be shot, which belongs to the range attack. Under the coverage of a pile of lead bullets, even a very small sparrow will not escape death. Because, at the target's location, there is a net-like array of lead bullets, which is difficult to dodge. It is precisely because of the emergence of shotguns that birds have suffered a catastrophe. Because no matter how small or flexible a bird is, it is difficult to avoid the range attack of shotguns. Because the effect of shooting birds was so good, after the matchlock gun was introduced into the Ming dynasty along with shotgun in the mid to late 16th century, the people of the Ming dynasty simply called it a bird gun. However, that was in the mid to late 16th century. Now, the prototype of shotguns, grapeshot, has not yet appeared, so naturally there is no shotgun that can restrain birds very well. Therefore, there are still many birds at present, and it is not too dangerous for pigeons to fly over human settlements. What? You said to shoot birds with bows and arrows? Don't be kidding. If you shoot a flying bird with a bow and arrow, you are an absolute marksman. There may be many such people in the ancient northern region of China, which pays attention to bows and arrows, but there are definitely not many in Europe. Moreover, when shooting birds with bows and arrows, most of them are large birds such as geese and swans. It is difficult to shoot small birds such as pigeons. Those who can shoot flying sparrows are definitely arrow gods. Because of the emergence of plate armor, the role of bows and arrows on the battlefield has been greatly reduced, and bows and arrows have almost become synonymous with uselessness. Therefore, except for England, which has a tradition in this regard, few people in other countries practice archery. Even for archery, Europeans generally use crossbows instead of bows. Because it takes a long time to practice archery with a bow, and it is not easy to practice well. With a crossbow, it is very easy to become a master. After all, the crossbow has an aiming device, which is convenient for ordinary people who don't know archery to use. But the problem is that the loading of the crossbow is much slower than using a bow and arrow. If you see a carrier pigeon flying across the sky, and then go to find a crossbow to load and aim, the carrier pigeon has already flown far away. Therefore, before the emergence of shotgun shells, it was safer for birds to fly over residential areas in Europe. On the contrary, passing through deep mountains and old forests, it is easy to be eaten by hawks. In this case, I still have to establish a traditional communication system. Marin sighed and could only continue to rely on the post station system and the clipper. After all, although these two methods are slow, they are much safer than carrier pigeons that are easily eaten by hawks. Marin thought of using a divine eagle like the Saker falcon to send messages, because the eagle itself is not afraid of being attacked by hawks, and Suha and his brothers have also demonstrated the stunt of using the Saker falcon to send messages. But the problem is that the Saker falcon is wild and difficult to tame. The owner and his family may be able to accept it. For strangers, try to touch it. It can't catch you to death. Only Soha and his brothers are familiar with each other's sacred falcon because they are a family. Only when sending a message can you untie the note on the eagle's claws. It is absolutely impossible to change to an unfamiliar one. It is precisely because of this that although there are eagles to send messages, they are rare and cannot be popularized. People can only rely on carrier pigeons to send messages. At most, they can release a few more carrier pigeons at a time. Even if you are unlucky enough to encounter a falcon, only one will be eaten at a time, and the others can still escape. As long as one of them brings the information, it is considered to have completed the mission. This depressing situation made Marin depressed and wanted to invent a wireless telegraph. However, after thinking about it, he helplessly found that there was no knowledge of radio in his mind. The physics textbooks in junior high and high school did introduce the principles of radio, but the introduction was extremely simple and deliberately did not mention how to make it. Why? It was because there was radio control in later generations. Therefore, the relevant technology is not public. Without disclosure, Marin naturally could not obtain the technology to manufacture radios, and could only stare blankly. Fortunately, pigeons are not difficult to raise. At most, raise more and be prepared to be eaten by falcons on the way. There will always be pigeons that can deliver the information alive. But this is not a solution. As far as Marin knows, it is probably because pigeons are delicious and falcons like to eat pigeons. In later generations, many falcons sneaked into the pigeon cages on the roof to steal pigeons, just like weasels running to the chicken coop to steal chickens. Despite the large number of birds, falcons love to eat pigeons, which is extremely harmful to pigeons. Therefore, in order to ensure air safety, those falcons must be killed. For this reason, Marin issued an order to form a hunting team. He did nothing else but patrol the flight route of pigeons and hunt falcons. As for what weapons the falconers use, Marin hesitated for a long time and decided to let the hunters use bows and arrows. Because falcons are large in size and have a wingspan of about 1 meter, bows and arrows can also hurt them. Moreover, Marin can organize hunters with good archery skills to hunt falcons in an organized manner. It would be more convenient if he brought a telescope. Besides, Marin was not trying to exterminate falcons, which was unrealistic. What he wanted was actually the safety and smoothness of the pigeon route. Therefore, his falcon troops would only move on the pigeon route and would not go to other places to find trouble with falcons. Cleaning up the falcons on the pigeon route can also make the pigeons much safer. In fact, the best weapon for fighting falcons is a shotgun. No matter how flexible you fly or how fast you are, a shotgun will hit you with a high hit rate. However, Marin was worried that after the promotion of shotguns, others would think of grapeshot and use it for artillery to harm themselves, so he did not launch shotguns. Moreover, falcons are so big that bows and arrows are enough. Marin even planned to let the falcon troops poison dead pigeons, hang the bodies of pigeons injected with toxins on branches and swing them for falcons to eat. After eating, the falcon will naturally die. Under Marin's attention, a group of old hunters who are good at using bows and arrows to shoot birds were selected. Marin equipped them with horses and bows and arrows, and asked them to patrol the pigeon route and hunt falcons. Killing one will reward a gold coin, which is 60 pfennigs, equivalent to an ordinary person's monthly salary. Of course, it is limited to falcons on the pigeon flight route, and falcons in other places are not counted. There must be brave men under heavy rewards. Sure enough, after Marin issued the bounty, the hunters of the falcon unit screamed and looked for falcons to shoot. As long as they heard that there were falcons near the pigeon route, the gang would rush over to kill them. Even the falcon's nest was not spared, because Marin also rewarded the destruction of eagle nests. Because of these measures, the pigeon flight route in the North Sea has become much safer. Those falcons were so frightened that they dared not approach the pigeon route. Because, if they dare to get close, a group of hunters who are crazy about the reward will rush over and shoot them. In the eyes of the hunters of the falconry unit, these falcons are flying gold coins. Chapter 1989, Changing Eagles Midway. For gold coins, people dare to do anything. Because there are rewards for destroying eagle nests and falcon nests, many people risk their lives and learn from Guijing to climb cliffs, just to destroy eagle nests and falcon nests on the cliffs. Destroying an eagle nest or falcon nest, as long as you can bring back the body of a young eagle or falcon, or eggs, will also reward 1 gold coin. Therefore, falcons in many places in the North Sea Kingdom were horrified to find that their nests built on cliffs were no longer safe, and they were extremely unsafe. In desperation, many falcons had to migrate away. However, their departure gave other birds a chance to breathe, and their numbers began to increase greatly. Later, seeing that the number of birds that stole grains began to proliferate, Marin had to cancel the reward, which allowed the number of those birds to be under certain control. However, this reward did make the pigeons safer in a short period of time. Without the threat of falcons, the pigeons can naturally reach their destination safely without losing their numbers. However, this method can only be used in the North Sea Kingdom. After leaving the North Sea Kingdom, Marin's falconry troops could not operate smoothly in other countries. After all, other countries are not stupid, and they will not let a team of hunters riding and shooting arrows enter their borders and wreak havoc. For this reason, Marin and his men discussed and finally came up with a good idea: purchasing eagle feathers, falcon feathers, and eagle eggs, falcon eggs. Send people to pretend to be merchants, mix into the territory of other countries on the pigeon route, and buy eagle feathers and eagle eggs from local hunters at high prices. Under the heavy reward, these local hunters will definitely be willing to contribute. Moreover, it doesn't take a high price to drive hunters from other countries to serve. Why? Because in foreign countries, the areas that need to be taken care of are actually some uninhabited mountainous areas on the way. As for the plains with many people, there are no eagles and falcons. In the mountains, the locals are often very poor. There is no need to offer a reward of 1 gold coin in the North Sea Kingdom. Just use a small silver coin of 1 pfennig to make the local poor mountain people take risks. In addition, offering too high a reward in other countries would be too eye-catching. If the court of that country were to take notice, it would cause a lot of trouble. A reward of 1 or 2 pfennigs would just arouse the interest of the poor mountain people, but would not attract the attention of the country's superiors. Although those foreign mountain hunters were not as professional as the falconry of the North Sea, and they did not have telescopes to assist them, their enthusiasm for profit was no less than that of the falconry. Although they would not exterminate the nearby falcons, they would definitely make the local falcons dare not approach. After all, falcons are not fools. After being chased and killed a few times, they would know that it was dangerous and would not come again. You know, as a hunter, a minimum requirement is to be more cunning than the prey. Otherwise, they would starve because they could not catch the prey. Just as experienced hunters are always more cunning than foxes and wolves, falcons, as hunters, are naturally cunning and know the times. As long as they are chased and killed a few times, if they don't die, they will know how powerful they are. Otherwise, they are not worthy of being hunters. In fact, in Western Europe, because of the high degree of development, there are not many falcons. And in some places, pigeons can choose another route to avoid. What really gives Marin a headache is actually Eastern Europe. Poland is okay, the population density is still relatively high, and there are not too many falcons. But entering the Ukrainian steppe, because the local population is sparse, the range of activities of falcons is naturally large and it is easier to hurt pigeons. The most troublesome thing is the Caucasus region, where there are dense mountains and forests, which is a natural hunting ground for falcons. The most troublesome thing for Marin to offer a bounty there is the currency problem. After all, the small silver coins of Germany and France are not recognized in Eastern Europe, especially the local Orthodox and Green regions, which are separated from the Western European world and inconvenient to travel. The Ukrainian region is okay, at least it has started exchanges and trade with the North Sea Kingdom. As for the Caucasus region, it has nothing to do with the North Sea Kingdom. But the area with the greatest loss of pigeons happens to be the Caucasus region. Even in Greek mythology, there is a legend of the Caucasian eagle. But this route must be taken, because Marin needs to contact Persia quickly, and this is the only way. Before, it was possible to transit through Syria through the Mamluk dynasty. However, now that Syria is occupied by Turkey, it is difficult for pigeons to take that route. In addition, the Arabs in the Middle East have a tradition of falconry. Arab falcons are also very famous in later generations. When the Arabs see pigeons flying in the sky, the falcons can easily kill the pigeons at a command. Therefore, in the Arabian Peninsula and Syria, it is a death zone for pigeons, and they are extremely easy to be killed. In the Caucasus region, although there are falcons, the locals do not have the habit of falconry hunting. As long as you are willing to think of a way, there will always be someone to help eliminate the local falcons. As long as you cross the Caucasus Mountains, it is the territory of the Persians. The Persians do not have the habit of falconry hunting like the Arabs, and pigeons are much safer there. Therefore, the main obstacle for Marin to open up the Persian hollow communication route is the falcons in the Caucasus Mountains. Of course, there are also some obstacles on the Ukrainian steppes. However, the obstacles on the Ukrainian steppes are not very big. After all, falcons actually prefer mountains and forests. Because there are more birds in the mountains and forests, and the food source is richer. Moreover, the Crimeans and Cossacks on the Ukrainian steppes, influenced by the Mongolian culture of the Golden Horde, are often good at riding and shooting. There are even fierce people like archers. At the same time, these guys who are good at archery like to drink. Although some people believe in the green religion, they should not drink according to the rules. However, Marin is very cunning. He sells wine to them in the name of drinks, and they still drink in the name of drinking drinks, and they know each other tacitly. Therefore, on the Ukrainian steppes, Marin does not need to spend money, but only needs to use rye ergoto as a reward, and there are a lot of archers willing to help hunt falcons along the way. In other words, it is easier to clean up falcons on the Ukrainian steppes. But there are some troubles in the Caucasus region. The Caucasus region is less influenced by Mongolian culture, and the people there were also influenced by the Green religion very early. Except for the Armenians who are staunch Christians, the Azerbaijanis and Georgians are still Muslims. In later generations, most Georgians converted to Orthodox Christianity under the threat of hats. But at present, it is still a Muslim territory. If you want to use strong liquor to bribe people there to do things, you will probably be hacked to death. Moreover, the inferior silver coins from Western Europe are probably not circulated in the Caucasus. However, according to the spies who rushed to Persia from the land, he used golden gold coins along the way, and the locals were willing to accept them. After all, the purity of European progress is high, and the Middle East also recognizes it. In the end, Marin decided to let a group of men take gold coins to the local area to exchange them for local silver coins or even copper coins. Then, take out a reward to bribe local people to help hunt falcons and dig out falcon nests. But at this time, Bad, a spy stationed in Persia, learned of Marin's concerns through carrier pigeons and gave a plan changing eagles midway. Bud believes that it is easy to eliminate the falcons in Ukraine because there are not many falcons there. In addition, there are many Mongolian-style sharpshooters on the steppe, so it is easier to eliminate them. However, there are many mountains and forests in the Caucasus region, and there are many falcons. It is too costly to eliminate the falcons. Therefore, it is better to use falcons to deliver messages. The controllable flight distance of falcons may not be as far as that of pigeons, but it is still no problem to cross the dangerous Caucasus Mountains. As for the problem that falcons are fierce and difficult to tame, Bud also gave a solution: hire a few Arab falconers, let them stay together for a while, and come into contact with other falcons. When a few falconers get familiar with the other falcons, they can be used to deliver messages. There are many Arabs in the Baghdad area under Persian rule, and there are also many falcon trainers. They are easy to hire and don't cost much money. You can also bring your own falcons to work. Because the falcon is an aerial hunter, there are no other falcons to pick a fight. After all, it's not worth it. Although it's not as easy to use as a carrier pigeon, it's safe. As long as you don't encounter a powerful hunter, there's no problem. Moreover, people in the Caucasus don't have as many archers as the Mongols. It's not dangerous for a falcon to cross the Caucasus Mountains. It's difficult for a falcon to send a message over a long distance because the falcon is not as obedient and easy to tame as a carrier pigeon. However, it's still easy to only be responsible for short and medium distances such as flying over the Caucasus Mountains. Then, use a carrier pigeon to continue the transfer. Moreover, using a falcon to send a message also saves a lot of costs for bounties on hunting falcons in the Caucasus. Therefore, after thinking again and again, Marin affirmed Bad's halfway hawk replacement plan, using falcons to be responsible for the most dangerous Caucasus route. Other safe routes still use carrier pigeons. And Bad was rewarded by Marin for proposing the halfway hawk replacement plan. Chapter 1990, The Haiti Island Rebellion is quelled. Marin had just signed the reward order for Bader when his confidential secretary suddenly sent intelligence from America: the army of Santo Domingo had defeated the tens of thousands of troops of the indigenous Carlos. Is it so easy? Marin was a little stunned. But after reading the intelligence, he felt it was natural. The intelligence said that after the investigation team left, Terra quickly sent a fleet to send 5,000 reinforcements from the Havana colony to Santo Domingo. At the same time, 500 Taino puppet troops were sent to help deal with the Taino natives on the island of Haiti. The role of these 500 Taino puppet troops was not to help fight, but to help manage the captured Taino prisoners of war. Among the 500 people, dozens of puppet troops were able to communicate with the Germans. Maybe some of them did not fully master the German language, but they could understand what the German officers meant by speaking and gesturing. Then, these dozens of translators conveyed the meaning of the North Sea officers to others, and then asked them to manage the Taino captives. As for the war, the process was so simple that even Marin was shocked. The commander in charge of commanding the battle, Knight Origi, only used a small trick to learn the whereabouts of Carlos, the leader of the Taino uprising. Then, a large army was sent to raid and kill Carlos. The specific situation is that after Origi arrived in Santo Domingo with his troops, he did not send troops immediately, but first led people to climb to the top of the mountain and observe the enemy with a telescope. One day, Origi used a telescope to find that in a village, several strong Indian soldiers suddenly broke into an Indian family. Then, it seemed that the woman of this family was robbed by several armed soldiers. And the young man of the native Indian family could only cry in despair, watching several armed Indian soldiers rob the young woman who seemed to be his wife. Through the telescope, Origi saw his angry expression. Obviously, Carlos' soldiers had poor military discipline and were harming the people under his rule. This was a common problem in the old army. As long as the upper management was not strict, the soldiers of the old era would often be bold enough to oppress the people. The problem of soldiers messing around has always been a big problem in ancient times. It was not until the emergence of a modern army with strict discipline that this problem gradually improved. But even so, in the 20th century, the devil's army was still worse than beasts. The old American soldiers were not much better and caused a lot of trouble. It was not until the late 20th century that the military discipline of various countries was generally better. Of course, because Marin came from China, where the military discipline was the strictest in later generations, he did a good job in this regard. As an officer of the North Sea Kingdom, Origi was also very disciplined and did not allow soldiers to mess around. However, through this experience, he thought of a problem: the native man who was bullied by the rebel soldiers was probably disappointed or even hostile to the rebels at this time. At the beginning, Origi actually led people to capture a few tongues and wanted to force Carlos' whereabouts. However, what made him depressed was that some of the people they caught really didn't know or didn't care about Carlos' whereabouts. As for the rest, 2 of them were Carlos's diehards and hated European colonists very much. Therefore, Origi had not been able to open a gap before. But seeing what happened to this poor indigenous man, Origi felt that the opportunity had come. So that night, Origi sent someone to quietly knock the man unconscious and take him to the woods, and communicate with him through a Taino translator. After questioning, it turned out that this thin Indian named Xiao Shu had his wife robbed by several regular soldiers under Carlos. After sending Xiao Shu several bags of compressed biscuits and dried bananas and other food, Xiao Shu gradually let down his guard and communicated with Origi. According to Xiao Shu, the population controlled by Carlos has reached more than 100,000 people, with as many as 30,000 able-bodied men. However, influenced by the knowledge he learned from the Spaniards, Carlos did not enlist all the more than 30,000 able-bodied men into the army. Instead, he asked everyone to grow sweet potatoes and cassava and hunt at home to achieve self-sufficiency. As for Carlos, there were actually only more than 3,000 standing troops. But once a war broke out, Carlos would order all the men under his rule to take up arms and join the army to fight. Just like Xiao Shu, although he was thin, he also needed to pick up a sharpened stick to fight in wartime. Generally, a single soldier might not dare to bully him. However, this time, there were several standing soldiers who came to rob his wife, and he was powerless to fight. You know, the standing soldiers left by Carlos are often the strongest ones. Xiao Shu was already thin and weak, and he couldn't beat one standing soldier, let alone several. So, he could only watch these rebel standing soldiers rob his wife. "Sir, if you are willing to help me get my wife back, I am willing to find out the location of Chief Carlos for you." Xiao Shu decisively betrayed the leader of their tribe for his wife. This is no wonder. The establishment of a country is to protect the home. If the power of the country harms its own family, who the hell still loves the country? Faced with the Taino soldiers who harmed his own family, Xiao Shu, a Taino, chose to take back his wife without hesitation. In order to obtain intelligence, Origi mobilized a dozen of the most elite people in the army. Before dawn, they rushed to the outpost where the regular army soldiers were stationed, killed a dozen rebel soldiers inside, and rescued the wife of Xiao Shu who was covered in wounds. Seeing his wife's tragic experience, Xiao Shu was extremely angry. After settling his wife, Xiao Shu went to the mountains without hesitation to look for Carlos's traces. 2 days later, Xiao Shu returned from the mountains. He first went to the place where his wife was settled. After seeing that Origi and his party did not embarrass his wife and gave her a lot of delicious food, Xiao Shu finally began to trust Origi and revealed Carlos's traces to Origi. Climb over 3 hills. 1,500 standing troops. After thinking about it, Origi finally decided to take the risk. He selected 1,000 elite soldiers, 500 of whom were absolutely elite soldiers wearing rhinoceros leather armor. Then, Origi personally led these 1,000 people, led by Xiao Shu, who was familiar with the local terrain, over the mountains and ridges, avoiding the rebels' alert area, and touched the village in the valley where Carlos was. After resting on the top of the mountain for a night, at dawn the next day, Origi led 1,000 men, with 500 sword and shield soldiers wearing rhinoceros leather armor as the vanguard, and directly rushed into the valley. Carlos led his standing troops to fight desperately and fight back with European recurve bows. Unfortunately, the 500 sword and shield soldiers wearing rhinoceros leather armor were in the front, and they were not afraid of bows and arrows at all. Then, Origi only paid the price of 15 injured men to wipe out the main force of the 1,500 rebel standing troops, including Carlos. After killing Carlos, Origi did not stay, but hurriedly withdrew to Santo Domingo with Carlos' body, and after applying salt to Carlos' body for preservation, he hung it outside the city of Santo Domingo. So, after losing Carlos, a leader with a little knowledge, the rebels near Santo Domingo were in chaos. Because no one managed them in a unified way, the rebels began to fight each other and could no longer form a scale. Then, Origi directly sent troops to defeat them one by one, swept through the villages of the indigenous people who participated in the rebellion, and took a large number of people outside the Santo Domingo castle for centralized custody. At the same time, wait for the 2,000 Maogangang to carefully identify whether the locals have syphilis. Those with syphilis will be resettled separately, and those who do not have syphilis will be sent to Guantanamo by ship first, and then to the North American colonies. When the report was delivered to Marin's desk, Origi's 5,000 soldiers had basically cleared out more than 100 villages under Carlos's command that participated in the rebellion, and the indigenous rebellion on the island of Haiti was officially quelled. Chapter 1991 A Bold Idea. In the report, Origi mentioned that the 4,000 soldiers selected from the Hungarian prisoners of war all performed very well. After all, Marin would not choose those who were disobedient to come to the American colonies. At the beginning, in order to control these Hungarian prisoners of war, Marin specially selected 1,000 German veterans to serve as their officers, taking those Hungarian prisoners of war to adapt to the training methods and discipline of the North Sea Kingdom, while supervising them to avoid getting out of control. As a result, these 4,000 selected Hungarian prisoners of war were more obedient when sweeping the Taino village, and no one messed around. Of course, this is also because the officers have repeatedly emphasized before that it is best not to touch the locals to avoid contracting syphilis. Perhaps syphilis is just a slightly more serious skin disease for the Taino people, but it is too deadly for Europeans. Therefore, when sweeping the Taino village, all the soldiers wore white smocks and masks to avoid physical contact with the Taino people. Moreover, after returning to the camp, everyone had to take off their white smocks and masks and throw them into a large pot of boiling water to boil, so as not to carry the virus. As for the disobedient Taino people, they were not polite either, and they were beaten with spears and became obedient. If they were really dishonest, they would be stabbed to death with a spear. But later, the soldiers found that the best weapons to manage and suppress the indigenous villagers were short sticks and wooden shields. The indigenous villagers had simple weapons, and at most used stone swords and earth bows and arrows. Using spears to fight them, although the lethality was strong, their own defense was also poor. If short sticks and wooden shields were used, the indigenous soldiers would be very vulnerable. Because the weapons of the indigenous people could not break the defense of the shield. Even the soldiers could use wooden shields to hit and knock the weapons out of the hands of the indigenous people, and they could also use several wooden shields to clamp the indigenous warriors, making them unable to move and only at the mercy of others. And short sticks and the like, don't use them too well to beat the villagers. As it happened, as a veteran officer, Origi had seen retired veterans receive police training, knew that the riot police were equipped with short sticks and wooden shields, and had also seen riot police training. Then, Origi directly copied the training method of the North Sea riot police, ordered people to cut wood to make short sticks and wooden shields, and equipped all soldiers. When fighting with the natives, wooden shields can not only withstand the attacks of the natives. Moreover, wooden shields can also be used to hit the natives. Several people work together, and can also use wooden shields to sandwich the natives in the middle, making them unable to move. After a simple training, the 4,000 Hungarian prisoners of war quickly adapted and completed the task of sweeping the village relatively well. Of course, it is called a sweep, but it is much milder than the Japs sweep. For example, the Japs burning, killing, looting, and women are not there. Especially women, because of the strict military regulations of the North Sea Kingdom and the fear of syphilis, they are completely non-existent. However, although the colonial army did not plunder property, it plundered people. Therefore, after the raid, all the people in the village were taken to the square outside Santo Domingo, in the large courtyard that had been built long ago. These large courtyards were just a bare wall, which was built by the first batch of captured indigenous male laborers under the supervision of colonial soldiers. Then, all the captured indigenous people were locked up in the wall. The colonial soldiers closed the gate and guarded outside the wall. In addition, a group of soldiers were sent to stand on the wall to monitor. The 2,000 Mao eunuchs who were responsible for identifying syphilis had also arrived in Santo Domingo by boat and started the identification of syphilis. Their identification method was very simple, that is, they wore a full set of protective clothing, masks and gloves, and were responsible for stripping and checking all local people according to the family unit. Anyone with symptoms of skin disease was isolated and observed. Those without skin disease symptoms were first sent to Guantanamo for a second round of screening. This is because the incubation period of syphilis is about a few days to dozens of days, but most of them break out within 2 to 4 weeks. If the disease breaks out during the period of being sent to Guantanamo, it can be seen. Moreover, in Guantanamo, men and women are temporarily detained separately. Because syphilis can be spread through sexual intercourse. Therefore, during the observation period, contact between men and women is not allowed. Only after an observation period of at least 2 months or even more than 3 months can it be confirmed to be harmless. Then, they can be sent to the North American colonies to be responsible for the development of the North American colonies. As for those who are diagnosed with syphilis and other skin diseases, they can only be permanently isolated. In fact, the colonial soldiers are full of fear for contact with the indigenous people on the island of Haiti. Because the notoriety of syphilis is so scary that it makes them terrified. For this reason, Origi had to consider forming a puppet army composed of local people on the island of Haiti. Then, he took a fancy to the indigenous youth Xiao Shu who had cooperated before. Xiao Shu was thin and weak, and was definitely a weak person in the era of cold weapons. But in the era of hot weapons, it doesn't matter. Origi first asked someone to give Xiao Shu a physical examination, and the result was naturally no problem. However, his wife had been raped by several of Carlos' regular army soldiers, and it was uncertain whether she had contracted syphilis. Therefore, Origi temporarily isolated Xiao Shu's wife in the name of further treatment, and would not be released until at least 1 or 2 months after observation. If it was found that she had contracted syphilis, then Xiao Shu would be forced to choose whether to change his wife or be isolated with her. Now, Mac Cass, the governor of Santo Domingo, has sent a ship out to sea to find a deserted island suitable for isolating and exiling syphilis patients. Once the selection is made, all syphilis patients will be isolated and exiled to the deserted island, divided into 2 islands for men and women. In this way, syphilis carriers can be prevented from giving birth to offspring and continuing to spread the syphilis virus. When these people die, syphilis will disappear. In addition to screening the captured indigenous people, Origi also ordered his men to carry lime powder. Once a syphilis carrier is found in a village, the quicklime powder will be sprinkled on the original location of the village to kill the syphilis virus and prevent syphilis from surviving and finding new carriers. In short, in order to kill the source of syphilis, Marin plans to temporarily abandon the development of Haiti Island, and instead take the elimination of the source of the virus as the main goal. At the same time, take all the Taino people who do not have syphilis out of Haiti Island and go to other safe places. Origi plans to select thousands of healthy and syphilis-free young people who are willing to surrender and submit, led by Xiao Shu, to help isolate and look after those syphilis patients. European whites are afraid of the syphilis virus, but the locals have high virus resistance and are not afraid. Having them look after and isolate syphilis patients will greatly improve safety. After reading Origi's combat and management report, Marin fell into deep thought. In other words, those Hungarian prisoners of war are reliable and obedient. Then, can I consider releasing more Hungarian prisoners of war and incorporating them into the army? Marin suddenly had a bold idea. Chapter 1992, 10,000 Hungarian Hussars. What bold idea? Marin plans to select 10,000 people from tens of thousands of Hungarian prisoners of war to form an army to deal with the upcoming war. Marin is increasingly dissatisfied with the situation in England, because Edward is now making small moves and is doing his best to eliminate Marin's influence in order to achieve the goal of not being controlled by Marin. To be honest, Edward's approach is undoubtedly correct from his own point of view. But from Marin's point of view, what role do you, supporting role, who was originally dead and rescued by me, want to steal? Can't you just be a supporting role honestly? You have to steal the role of the protagonist. This is forcing the protagonist to let you get a box lunch earlier. Not only Edward did this, but the nobles in England were also dissatisfied with the fact that there was a foreign prince with a strong army in the country. The key is that Marin's 10,000-man army is still stationed in England. Although Edward and the English ministers found a way to transfer half of them to Scotland and Ireland, there are still 10,000 people in England. You know, this is not a conscripted soldier, but a standing army with strong combat effectiveness. And how many standing troops are there in England? In the past, England had only a few thousand standing troops. But after Marin sent 2 legions over, in order to prevent the 2 legions from launching a rebellion, Edward had to recruit 2 legions of 10,000 people as his own troops, just to protect himself. However, because there were still many remnants of the Tudor dynasty, so many troops were needed to ensure safety. But now, with the killing of Margaret, the last princess of the Tudor dynasty, and the so-called Little Prince Henry, and Edward's years of clearing out domestic rebels, England has basically stabilized. Then, it was time for peace to put the swords and guns into the warehouse and let the horses go to the South Mountain. Edward wanted to disband most of the army, but he saw that Marin's 2 legions of 10,000 people were still there, with no signs of disbanding or withdrawing. Therefore, he did not dare to disband his 20,000 troops easily. However, 20,000 standing troops. Even if the salary is calculated at 3 pence per person per day, the annual expenditure will be more than £90,000. But the problem is that the annual fiscal revenue of the English royal family is only hundreds of thousands of pounds. So much military expenditure is too heavy a burden. Therefore, in recent years, Edward's finances have basically been in serious deficit every year. Fortunately, he killed all the nobles of the Tudor dynasty and confiscated a lot of money and grain to maintain the expenses of these years. But Edward knew that if he continued like this, within 2 or 3 years, all the money he had obtained by confiscating the property of the nobles would be spent. Moreover, in order to maintain the expenses of the army, he needed to borrow usury from bankers. It was precisely because of this that Edward couldn't wait to get rid of most of Marin's garrisons in England. In this way, he could also disband most of the standing army and only retain 7,000 or 8,000 standing troops. In this way, he could save more than half of the military expenditure and allow the English court to achieve a balance of income and expenditure. Edward is not a local tyrant like Marin. It is not difficult to maintain tens of thousands of troops. According to England's financial level, maintaining 7,000 or 8,000 standing troops is the normal tolerance range. More, that is excessive. Therefore, Edward plans to reduce Marin's garrison in England to less than 5,000 within 2 or 3 years. Of course, the situation in Ireland and Scotland is unstable, and Marin is needed to help guard for a few years for free. This is not a secret, but a consensus of the government and the opposition in England. Marin knew it, so he also planned to let Edward get a box lunch in 1 or 2 years. Then, he controlled England himself. However, once he annexed England, a war with France was inevitable. After all, the French would never allow England and a land power like the North Sea Kingdom to unite. In order to prepare for war, Marin deliberately acted with the emperor and publicly expanded the army, intending to form the 7th Legion. The princes seem to have been deceived and acquiesced to his recruitment of mountain people in southern Germany. But Marin knew that this was not enough. Even if he recruited another 10,000-man legion, the North Sea Kingdom would only have 5 legions of 50,000 people, plus a Cossack cavalry corps that was usually used for grazing and farming and was only called up during wartime. The 55,000 troops looked a lot, but there were more enemies to face. As long as Marin annexed England, not to mention that France would be angry, other German states would be jealous and crazy, and they might join forces with France to deal with Marin. Therefore, at that time, that war was basically a battle of life and death for the North Sea Kingdom. If it loses, the North Sea Kingdom will lose its homeland. In this case, the army, naturally, the more the better, the stronger the better. Previously, Marin had planned to recruit a 10,000-man army from the tens of thousands of German immigrants in the North American colonies. Once a war breaks out in the homeland, the 10,000-man army will be mobilized to return to the country to participate in the war. But this is not enough. 65,000 troops can only defeat the French army alone, but can't stop the attacks of the German princes behind. Therefore, Marin plans to prepare at least 75,000 or even 80,000 troops. In this way, it can be guaranteed to be undefeated. In other words, Marin also wants to expand a 10,000-man army. But where will the people come from? Before, Marin also considered the 50,000 or 60,000 Hungarian prisoners of war. After all, they are all strong men with combat experience. As long as they are carefully selected, 10,000 elites can still be selected. However, Marin does not believe in the Hungarians. After all, the idea that those who are not of my race must have different hearts is deeply rooted. Moreover, those Hungarian prisoners of war were all rebellious and were criminal bandits, which made people even more worried. Therefore, Marin had planned to make those Hungarians farmers to develop the American colonies. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Since the plan to abduct hundreds of thousands of people from Haiti to farm in North America, Marin suddenly found that it seemed that there was no shortage of labor in the North American colonies. Coupled with the report from Haiti this time, Marin suddenly realized that it seemed that the more than 60,000 Hungarian prisoners of war could also be used. However, considering the issue of loyalty, Marin still found Kohler and asked him to send people to investigate the situation of the more than 63,000 Hungarian prisoners of war remaining in the Goslar mine. The main thing is the problem of recognition of Germany. This problem is actually very easy to check. Kohler sent people to the church in the Goslar mine to find the local church people to understand the progress of German learning, and then he found out the situation. The reason is simple: anyone who is interested in learning German often has a higher sense of identity with the North Sea. And those prisoners of war who refuse to learn German are often diehards who are unwilling to cooperate. Fortunately, most prisoners of war know how to be flexible. A few days later, the data came back showing that only more than 10,000 prisoners of war were diehards who refused to learn German and were unwilling to integrate into German society. The remaining 40,000 people were just ordinary people who followed the crowd and were willing to learn German and integrate into the society of the North Sea. After all, Marin had clearly stipulated before that those who learned German would receive better treatment. Then, Marin picked up the list and began to check the situation of the more than 40,000 prisoners of war who were willing to integrate into the North Sea. So, Marin found that most of the Hungarian prisoners of war who seemed willing to integrate into the society of the North Sea were young people. And the more than 10,000 prisoners of war who refused to integrate seemed to be mostly middle-aged people, and even some elderly people. Marin immediately understood. After all, young people are more receptive to new things and ideas. And the older ones prefer to keep their original habits and ideas, and it is difficult to change. But Marin's conscription, just like young people. Because they have better physical strength and explosive power, and can serve longer. What makes Marin happy the most is that among the more than 40,000 young Hungarian prisoners of war who have learned German, more than 20,000 of them were cavalry. Hungarian cavalry. That was a very famous branch of the army during the Napoleonic War, and it was also a representative of European light cavalry. Even the Polish winged hussars were developed by learning from the fighting style of the Hungarian hussars. Specifically, it is actually the hussars wearing breastplate armor and iron helmets. Most of these Magyar cavalry from Hungary grew up on horseback and have superb riding skills. Moreover, they are also good at using sabers and spears, which is very similar to the fighting style of the Polish winged hussars. After all, the Polish winged hussars also learned from them. Under normal circumstances, Hungarian hussars charge with spears in the first round of charge. But when charging with spears, it is difficult to pull out the spears after they are inserted into the enemy's body. After all, there is no easy to pull out retention knot on the spear. Therefore, generally after the first round of charge, many Hungarian hussars had to discard their spears after stabbing the enemy. Otherwise, their arms would not be able to bear it and would even be broken. Then, if the group charge continued, the Hungarian hussars would draw out the European straight sword and continue to charge. If it was a melee, they would draw the scimitars at their waists and chop each other with the enemy. In other words, whether it was the Hungarian hussars or the Polish winged cavalry, they generally carried 3 weapons at this time: the spears for the first round of charge, the knight's straight sword and the scimitar. Depending on the situation, they would use different weapons. This required extremely high quality of the cavalry itself, because they needed to be proficient in using 3 different weapons, and they were proficient in using them on horseback. Therefore, it was difficult to train people from the peasants to become hussars. Later, in the 19th century, in order to avoid the farmers' lack of ability to fight on horseback, they simply developed a wall-style charge that did not rely much on personal ability, which was also a godly operation made out of helplessness. However, in terms of mobility and use, it is obvious that the flexible and mobile hussars are much stronger than those peasant cavalry who can only charge in a wall style. These Hungarian cavalry can not only charge in battle, but also attack the enemy's supply lines in peacetime and infiltrate the enemy's territory to cause damage. Or, they can be used as scouts and messengers. Moreover, the Hungarians, that is, the Magyars, were originally a nation on horseback, but they have gradually turned to farming in the past few hundred years. Most of their people and nomadic characteristics are still retained. Therefore, among the more than 60,000 prisoners of war, there are more than 20,000 light cavalry alone, which is a very high proportion. Most of them are young people, and they are willing to accept Marin's recruitment. After all, no one doesn't like good treatment. After thinking again and again, Marin decided to select the strongest 10,000 people from the more than 20,000 Hungarian hussar prisoners of war to form a new cavalry corps. Once the war with the French begins, these 10,000 Hungarian hussars will have a huge effect. Apart from anything else, destroying the supply line will make the French army overwhelmed. In addition, the supply problem alone would be enough to drag the French to death if they were to fortify their homeland. Moreover, the Hungarian hussars had a strong assault capability. If they found a flaw in the enemy, they would use their spears to launch a merciless assault and massacre on the enemy formation. Chapter 1993, Hungarian Cavalry Using War Hammers. The Hungarian hussars are the ancestors of the hussars of various European countries. During the Napoleonic War, the hussars were very important in the armies of various countries. The hussars belonged to light cavalry and mainly used sabers to charge and kill. During the Napoleonic War, as light cavalry, the hussars usually performed the tasks of vigilance, patrolling and harassment. When the war broke out, their task was to follow the cuirassiers and launch a secondary charge. What is a secondary charge? It means that after the heavy cavalry in front of them have finished their duel, the hussars behind them will take advantage of the chaos. Although the heavy cavalry has a strong burst, it cannot last long due to the weight. Therefore, even if the opponent is repelled, it is unable to chase and kill. At this time, the lightly equipped hussars need to launch a secondary charge in time to reap the fruits of victory. To put it more clearly, it is to kill the opponent. Since the 18th century, the European war model has changed greatly. In the Middle Ages, wars in Europe were mainly a battle of victory and defeat. As long as one side defeats the opponent, it often will not kill at all. Moreover, the plate armor knights can't kill them all. Because, after a round of charge, the plate knights have to rest for a long time before launching the second round of charge. If the enemy abandons the heavy armor, they will run away and can't catch up. Therefore, in the Middle Ages, because of the weapons and equipment, and the prevalence of chivalry at that time, wars will only fight retreats and routs, not annihilation battles. In addition to the inability of plate knights to expand the results of the war, there is also the unspoken rule of nobles do not kill nobles. But by the 18th century, Europeans had abandoned their manners and shame, no longer forgave the enemy, but focused on annihilating the enemy's living force. Under such circumstances, hussars began to become popular in Europe. Although hussars cannot charge head-on, they are very suitable for chasing the defeated enemy. Therefore, hussars suddenly became popular in Europe from the 18th century, and everyone's purpose was very clear: kill them all. Obviously, cavalry is the elite of a country's army. If you let them escape back, they can quickly reorganize the team and come to fight you next time. Therefore, the best way to deal with it is to kill them in battle and end it all. Of course, if the other side dismounts and surrenders, that's another story. But in the melee, most cavalrymen don't have time to dismount and surrender. By introducing hussars, they can take advantage of the chaos to kill and injure the opponent's elite as much as possible to prevent future troubles. Moreover, even the heavy cavalry that can crush the hussars in a head-on confrontation will lose their impact after their formation is broken. At this time, the hussars can still gain the upper hand if they suddenly rush up. After all, the charge of the heavy cavalry is just a gust of wind. After a gust of wind, when they take a breath, they have no speed and impact. At this time, the hussars can still take advantage. In addition, when fighting, there are no knights wearing full body armor who are not afraid of sabers. Even the heavy cavalry is just a cuirassier wearing a three-quarter breastplate armor. When the hussars rush up, as long as they don't charge, they are really not afraid of the cuirassier at that time. Because the hussars are more flexible and mobile, as long as they don't chop the opponent's breastplate armor stupidly, they can still cause great damage to the opponent. However, it seems that in this era, the hussars cannot take advantage of the knights. Even if the knights have no speed, they are not afraid of the sabers of the hussars. After all, they are wearing plate armor and their horses have horse armor, so they are not afraid of your swords. But after seeing the Hungarian hussars, Marin realized that he was ignorant. It turned out that the Hungarian hussars of this era were not only good at using swords, but also wore hammers. A Hungarian cavalry officer named Ruzak demonstrated to Marin what war-hammer cavalry was. Ruzak was wearing leather armor, riding on horseback, holding a shield in his left hand and a hammer in his right hand, and charged at a plate knight who cooperated with his demonstration. Of course, the two sides demonstrated the battle when the plate knights did not rush up. If the plate knights were allowed to rush up, they would be a small tank, and the small shield in the hands of the Hungarian hussars would definitely not be able to stop it. What Juzak demonstrated was that after seeing the horses of the armored knights on the opposite side exhausted after the first charge and unable to pick up speed, the Hungarian hussars held shields in their left hands and hammers in their right hands, and approached to fight the knights. Because they lost speed, the heavy lances in the knights' hands were useless at this time. Seeing Juzak rushing over, the knight in charge of coordinating the performance hurriedly stabbed Juzak with a heavy lance, but because there was no impact speed, the lance was just a large fire stick, and Juzak easily blocked it with the small wooden shield in his left hand, and took the opportunity to get close to him. Then, the knight had to throw away the lance that was in the way, draw out the knight's sword and fight Juzak. However, Juzak had a shield in his left hand, which easily blocked the stabbing and slashing of the knight's one-handed straight sword. Then, he swung the one-handed hammer in his right hand and knocked the knight off the horse. Can you still fight like this? Marin was stunned. In fact, Marin didn't know that in the 15th and 16th centuries, it was very popular for Hungarian hussars to use one-handed hammers and small shields to fight against plate armor knights. Because, in that era, most European cavalry were heavy cavalry, wearing heavy plate armor. If you use a saber, you can't hurt your opponent at all, you can only be beaten passively. Therefore, in desperation, the Hungarians invented the method of using a one-handed hammer to hit the plate armor knight. After all, plate armor can't resist the slamming of the hammer. However, even if the knight is close to the body, he can draw out a one-handed sword to fight. The flexibility of a blunt weapon such as a one-handed hammer is inferior to that of a smaller and lighter one-handed sword, and the Hungarian cavalry generally does not wear heavy armor and cannot defend against a one-handed sword. Therefore, they hold the shield with their left hand to resist the slashing or stabbing of the knight's one-handed sword. Of course, it can also block the knight's swing of the spear. After a demonstration, Marin was also very convinced. Because this tactic is indeed very restraining for plate armor knights. However, there is a prerequisite, that is, to wait until the knight's charge is over, or, there is no way to charge. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the Hungarian hussars did not dare to resist the knight's charge head-on, but fled backwards first and let the knights chase them. When the knights' horses were exhausted, they turned back and confronted the knights closely, knocking the knights off their horses with war hammers. However, this kind of fighting style can only knock the knights off their horses, but cannot kill the opponent. The death of the opponent is generally because the opponent was trampled to death by the horse after falling off the horse. There are relatively few who were actually crushed to death, but many who were injured. Of course, the Hungarian light cavalry did not care. In their eyes, the injured knights were much more valuable than the dead knights. Because the captured injured knights could be exchanged for a large ransom. However, this kind of fighting style did not get much advantage against the light cavalry. After all, the light cavalry was flexible and could dodge the hammer, and even the saber could bypass the small shield in the left hand of the Hungarian light cavalry. Only the plate armor knights, because they wore full-body plate armor, could not bend down, and it was inconvenient to move and dodge, would be bullied by the Hungarian warhammer cavalry. As long as they are close to each other, they can be easily knocked off their horses. If facing an opponent like the Turkish light cavalry, the Hungarian warhammer cavalry is not actually at an advantage. Of course, the Hungarian light cavalry not only carries warhammers, but can also draw sabers to fight against the Turkish scimitar cavalry, and their fighting ability on horseback is no worse than that of the Turkish scimitar cavalry. However, there is no advantage. After all, both sides are light cavalry, and their routines are similar. It just depends on who has more people. However, the opponent that Marin is about to face, France, happens to be a country of knights, and the main force of the army is plate armor knights. This kind of Hungarian Warhammer Hussars can just deal with the French tin-skinned knights. Therefore, Marin was so happy that his mouth was crooked with laughter. This was a group of can openers specially designed to deal with knights sent to him. Moreover, it's not just France. The main forces of the German states that are at odds with Marin are all plate knights, so they can be dealt with by Hungarian Warhammer Hussars. Chapter 1994 split the hidden in 4 cavalry divisions. Marin had a beautiful idea, but Ruzak told Marin that the Hungarian cavalry's method of waiting for the opponent to charge and then turning back for close combat did not benefit them when facing the Polish winged hussars before. Why? Because the Polish winged hussars' charge speed is not slow, and they can catch up with them. The Hungarian light cavalry can successfully fight with a warhammer, provided that the opponent uses a plate knight to charge. The horse of the plate knight not only has to carry the knight wearing dozens of pounds of armor, but also wears dozens of pounds of makai. Not counting the weight of the knight, the total weight of the armor alone is more than 100 pounds. Therefore, even if the plate knight charges and accelerates, the speed will definitely not be faster than the Hungarian light cavalry. At the beginning, the Mongolian cavalry was able to easily defeat the Polish cavalry because the opponent's armor and horse armor were too heavy, allowing the Mongolian cavalry to easily use the Mangadai tactics, running away and looking back to shoot. The heavily armored European knights could never catch up with the Mongolian archers. However, the Mongolian cavalry was dumbfounded when they met the Mamluk cavalry. Because the Mamluk cavalry was a light cavalry, and the Arabian horses they rode had long legs and ran faster than Mongolian horses. The Mongolian cavalry tactics could not be used, so they lost. In the same way, the winged cavalry that Marin helped Poland to make cancelled the heavy horse armor, the cavalry's own plate armor also cancelled the pants, and even the breastplate was greatly simplified. Then, the winged cavalry became not much different from the light cavalry. In fact, the original Polish winged cavalry in history was originally developed under the influence of the Hungarian hussars, and the two were very similar. Facing the Polish winged cavalry, which was also very fast but had the impact of heavy cavalry, and the Cossacks sent by the North Sea Kingdom, the Hungarian light cavalry could not play at all. Moreover, because the warhorse was put under Croton, the unlucky Hungarian light cavalry lost without even a chance to fight. In other words, the Hungarian Warhammer light cavalry is only suitable for fighting plate armor knights. It has no advantage against light cavalry using sabers, and kneels directly against the Polish winged cavalry. Moreover, the plate armor knights are not fools, and they will not chase your light cavalry. During the uprising the year before last, the Bohemian knights who came to suppress it ignored the Hungarian Warhammer light cavalry and did not chase them. They only charged into the battle formation, which made the Hungarian Warhammer light cavalry somewhat helpless. After all, as soldiers under the same monarch, the knights of the Kingdom of Bohemia were also very familiar with the combat mode of the Hungarian light cavalry and knew how to deal with it. The way to deal with it was, I ignored you. Can't you use it to deal with the French knights and the German knights? Marin was a little disappointed after hearing this. At this time, Schwartz, who came with Marin to watch the performance of the Hungarian light cavalry, listened to Marin's muttering and suggested, how about we keep the Hungarian light cavalry secret and hide it first, and then suddenly rush out when fighting with the French, catching them off guard. The French must have never seen the methods of the Hungarian light cavalry. At that time, the Hungarian light cavalry suddenly approached and used hammers, and they would definitely be able to defeat the French knights. Marin nodded and agreed, this is a good idea, but it is too difficult to hide 10,000 cavalry. If it were hundreds or thousands of cavalry, it might be easier to hide in a valley. However, tens of thousands of cavalry, that is impossible to hide. As the saying goes, more than 10,000 people, boundless, infantry is still like this, let alone cavalry with 2 horses. When tens of thousands of cavalry run, the earth will tremble, and it can be felt from a distance. It is impossible to hide. At this time, Wagner, the commander of the Second Corps who came to observe, flashed his eyes and suddenly said, Your Majesty, how about splitting these 10,000 cavalry and giving some to our Second Corps? The Second Corps has no cavalry to cover the flanks, and it is very troublesome to fight alone. Among the several corps of the North Sea Kingdom, only the First Corps has 1,000 lancers and the Third Corps has 2,000 blackshirt knights. The other corps do not have a formal cavalry system. There are only some light cavalry with poor combat effectiveness who are responsible for reconnaissance, vigilance and messaging, and the number of people is less than 1,000. Although these 10,000 Hungarian light cavalry are all light cavalry, they are also regular troops with experience in group charge combat. Moreover, they have all been on the battlefield and fought several battles with the government troops who suppressed the uprising. They are not rookies, and they are not nervous about the battlefield. If Marin had not pitted their war horses with Croton, they would have been able to cause great damage to the government troops. Split. Divide to the Second Corps. Marin frowned and thought about the feasibility. Wagner said quickly, yes, the First Legion has 1,000 lancers, and the Third Legion has 2,000 black knights. Among the 3 oldest legions, only the Second Legion is not equipped with cavalry. It only has some temporarily recruited auxiliary light cavalry, which has no combat effectiveness at all. If 4,000 Hungarian light cavalry can be allocated to us, then the left and right wings of the 2nd Legion can each be protected by 2,000 light cavalry, and the safety of the flanks is fully guaranteed. After a pause, Wagner continued, moreover, hide the Hungarian light cavalry on the flanks. When the main force of the 2nd Legion and the French knights collide head-on, these 4,000 Hungarian cavalry can rush out from the side and attack the side of the French knights. The flanks of the knights also have no impact power, and are also suitable for the Hungarian light cavalry using war hammers to attack the opponents. Mr. Ruzak, can the Hungarian light cavalry use war hammers to attack the flanks of the knights? Wagner asked the last sentence loudly to Ruzak, who was riding on horseback 10 meters away. Ruzak was communicating with his warhorse. After hearing Wagner's question, he was stunned for a moment, but soon replied, "Yes, Lord Wagner, we also have an advantage in attacking the knights' formation from the side. The premise is that there is a heavy cavalry that can attract the attention of the enemy knights from the front." Ruzak was still immersed in the idea of cavalry fighting and had never thought of using infantry to fight the knights. Wagner was very proud and happy to see that Ruzak agreed with his point of view. However, Stade poured cold water on the side. "Okay, Wagner, don't dream. The 2nd Corps, like our 1st Corps, is stationed in the core of the North Sea Kingdom, East Frisia, which is a region that foreign spies pay close attention to. The sudden increase of 4,000 cavalry in the 2nd Corps will definitely be discovered by foreign spies and cause tension among various countries. Therefore, even if it is distributed to your 2nd Corps, at most 1 or 2,000 people will be distributed. Even if there are more, a fool can see the problem." Wagner opened his mouth and wanted to refute Stade, but he didn't dare to. After all, Stade was a senior officer who had followed Marin for a long time, and his prestige in the army was second only to Schwartz and Kahn. Although Wagner was the commander of the corps, he could not be on par with the veteran commander of the corps, Stade. After listening to them, Marin thought for a long time before he made up his mind and said, "Wagner is right. We can't put 10,000 Hungarian light cavalry together. This will cause fear in other countries. Therefore, I decided to split the 10,000 Hungarian light cavalry into 4 parts, 2,500 people in each part, and organize them into 5 cavalry regiments. Then, these people are divided into the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 6th Corps stationed in the mainland." Wagner was a little unhappy after hearing this. "Your Majesty, if there are 5 cavalry regiments, 2.5 cavalry regiments will be placed on each side during the battle. It's a bit awkward." Marin glared at him. "Who told you to put them on both wings? You can put 2 cavalry regiments on each wing. Then, keep a cavalry regiment by your side as a reserve. When you see a fighter plane appearing or there is danger over there, you can send out this reserve cavalry regiment. Your Majesty is wise." Wagner hurriedly flattered his horse, so as not to cause Marin's dissatisfaction. "It is already a great harvest to be able to get 2,500 cavalry. After all, that's 5 cavalry regiments." Because of the prevalence of knight culture, before the muskets crushed the knight class, knights and even cavalry were superior in the army. And the army commander is also proud to command a large number of cavalry. And many cavalry units, the commanders are the sons of great nobles, and the small nobles can't get the position of commander. Like a cavalry regiment, the commander starts at least as a baron. Wagner, like Marin, was born in a small knight family and also dreamed of becoming a cavalry officer. However, he became an infantry officer by mistake. However, he still has a cavalry dream in his heart. Now, it is already a pleasant surprise to be able to get 5 cavalry regiments. Moreover, from a tactical point of view, with 5 cavalry regiments, the 2nd Legion, which was originally pure infantry, also has the ability to completely chase and kill the remaining enemies. After all, the ability of light cavalry to chase the remaining enemies and clean up the battlefield is first class. Moreover, this group of Hungarian cavalry can use war hammers to attack the enemy's knights from the side, which makes the 2nd Legion even more powerful. Just as Wagner was imagining the future, Marin spoke again. "These cavalry are only temporarily hidden in the barracks of the 4 legions and kept secret from the outside. However, this does not mean that they belong to your 4 legions. In terms of organization, the Hungarian light cavalry is separately organized and is only temporarily stationed in the camps of your 4 legions. Of course, it is also under your command in wartime. However, training and command in peacetime are not yours, but are the responsibility of a separate commander." Are you kidding? Marin will let the 4 legions add so many cavalry? If it weren't for the shortage of generals under his command, Marin would want to rotate. The 4 legions are already very powerful. If each legion adds 5 cavalry regiments, wouldn't it be heaven? At that time, what if you have troops and respect yourself? Although yellow robes are not popular in Europe, the possibility of generals rebelling and seizing the throne is relatively low. However, it is not uncommon for generals to have troops and respect themselves. Therefore, Marin would not be willing to let several major corps increase so many cavalry, which would lead to a surge in strength. Even if for the sake of confidentiality, Marin had to hide 10,000 Hungarian cavalry in the 4 major corps, he would not give the command of these cavalry to the 4 corps commanders, but would appoint officers to command separately. Only in wartime, after receiving Marin's order, would the commanders of those cavalry temporarily accept the control of several corps commanders and cooperate with several major corps to fight. According to the habits of later generations, generally 5 cavalry regiments form a cavalry division. Therefore, Marin simply formed the 5 cavalry regiments in each part into a cavalry division. In this way, Marin split the 10,000 Hungarian light cavalry into 4 cavalry divisions and hid them in the camps of the 4 corps in the mainland. However, it is not under the jurisdiction of the 4 corps, but temporarily under the direct jurisdiction of Minister of Military Affairs Schwartz. Schwartz, a big man in the army, is in charge, and he is not afraid that the 4 corps commanders dare to reach out to these 4 cavalry divisions. In this way, it can also be regarded as a means of containment. However, even if he has jurisdiction, Schwartz does not actually have specific jurisdiction. Normally, the commanders of the 4 cavalry divisions are responsible for the training of the 5 cavalry regiments under their respective jurisdictions. Chapter 1995, Principal Alsace. Like the Cossack Corps, Marin did not intend to let the Hungarians take charge of the 4 Hungarian cavalry divisions, but to appoint all Germans. Even the Hungarian Juzak, who Marin was very optimistic about, was only the deputy commander of the 1st Cavalry Division. As for the main officers of the cavalry division, Marin planned to draw cavalry officers from the Cossack Corps who were born in Germany. Although those officers from the Cossacks of Germany did not know how to use war hammers and shields, this did not prevent them from fighting with the Hungarian light cavalry who only knew how to use war hammers. After all, officers do not necessarily need to rush to the front line, and it is also possible to stand on the side and give orders. Of course, pure German officers cannot control those Hungarian cavalry very well. Therefore, Marin will select a group of Hungarian surrenderers who sincerely surrender to him like Juzak as deputies to assist German officers in managing the army. Moreover, Marin will never choose those Hungarian cavalry with high prestige as adjutants, but choose those with low prestige and sincere surrender. In this way, it is not easy for the Hungarian cavalry to hold together. After all, the chief officer is a German, and the adjutant is a defector with little prestige, so it is difficult to gather those Hungarian cavalry. As for the question of whether they can command or not, this is not a problem, there is a strict military discipline there. Therefore, after these Hungarian cavalry gradually arrive, the first step is not to train cavalry warfare, but to train infantry formations. At least, they must be confirmed to obey the discipline before they will be officially made cavalry. Moreover, Marin does not have so many war horses for them at the moment, and he needs to go to the Crimean Khanate to buy them. It is definitely not possible to use German native horses, and buying 10,000 war horses plus the pack horses they replaced will make too much noise. Even if he goes to Hungary to buy them, it will not work, because that is the territory of Ladislas II, and the secret will be leaked. Only by buying from the Crimean Khanate, a pagan force that basically does not interact with other European countries, can it be kept secret. And to transport the war horses bought from the Crimean Khanate back, it only needs to go through its in-law ally, the Kingdom of Poland. Then, 10,000 war horses will be transported back to the country through the ports on the Baltic coast of Poland. On the contrary, the 10,000 pack horses used for transfer will swagger back to the country by land. The external explanation is that the North Sea Kingdom wants to promote horse plowing, and it needs a lot of horses. But as long as it does not import a large number of war horses, other countries will not care. Poland, the only country that knows about it, is still an ally and will not say anything nonsense. Moreover, in normal years, Marin actually imported a lot of Eastern European Mongolian horses, thousands of horses every year. As long as Marin is not stupid enough to import all the horses at once, but imports them in several times, it will not attract much attention. After all, he usually does this. It just so happens that a batch of cattle and horse ships specially used to transport cattle and horses were built in America, and they were originally planned to be sent to Persia. But now the mainland is in urgent need, so Marin sent a clipper to the New York shipyard to pass on the order, asking them to transfer the first batch of cattle and horse ships back to the country first, and go to the coast of Poland to transport the 10,000 war horses. The Long Island shipyard in New York has built 10 cattle and horse ships, each of which can carry 160 horses or 160 cattle at a time. If 10 ships are used together, 1,600 horses can be transported at a time, and 10,000 horses can be transported in a few times. Moreover, it is relatively close from the coast of Poland to the coast of the North Sea Kingdom, and it doesn't take long to go back and forth several times. At least, it won't delay the war with France. As for the current situation, when the war horses of the Hungarian cavalry have not yet arrived, Marin plans to use the imported Eastern European Mongolian horses of the Crimean Khanate for training. Although these horses have no explosive power, they are honest and obedient. At most, we don't practice charging now, but we can still contact the transfer march. After all, under normal circumstances, the army's march is indeed mainly based on riding pack horses, and war horses are very precious, and they need to rest more at ordinary times. In this way, because the Hungarian cavalry basically has no horses at present, even training has to go to nearby villages to borrow draft horses. Therefore, even the 1st and 2nd Corps stationed in the East Frisian province, the core area of the North Sea Kingdom, have not been discovered by foreign spies to have increased 2,500 cavalry. After all, it is said that the horses are not in place yet. Moreover, Marin deliberately did not let these Hungarian cavalry wear black cross-white vests representing the regular army of the North Sea Kingdom, but let them wear grey linen vests representing the civilians, which made them even more inconspicuous. Those foreign spies discovered that the 1st and 2nd Corps were training a group of civilians, and thought that these civilians were mainly used for the grain protection team. The so-called grain protection team actually means that when the civilians transport military rations, they will select the strongest group of people with weapons to guard from the side to prevent the enemy from taking away the food. Of course, the combat effectiveness of these grain protection teams is very general and easy to flee. It is okay to use it to deal with small enemy forces or bandits along the way who covet the grain transport team. If you really encounter a large enemy force, there is no way. Even if the grain protection team is trained a little more, it can only delay the failure for a while, so that reinforcements can come. Because most of the members of the grain protection team are farmers, not off-duty soldiers, and they usually have to go back to farm. Especially in spring plowing and autumn harvest, they must go back to work. Therefore, the training time of the civilians of the grain protection team cannot be guaranteed. Moreover, they were not qualified to live inside the camp, and could only camp in a corner outside the camp. Only in wartime were they allowed to camp inside the camp to avoid being attacked by the enemy and causing chaos. Marin had these Hungarian cavalrymen wear grey linen vests and set up a small camp next to the camp, so that foreign spies would mistake them for the grain protection team among the civilians. But Marin knew that this would be exposed sooner or later. When the war horses arrived, the 3rd and 6th legions would be fine, but the 1st and 2nd legions would definitely be the focus of foreign spies. So, we still have to find a good excuse and rhetoric. Just when Marin was worried about how to cover up these Hungarian cavalry and what excuses to find, the excuses came to him. Your Majesty, Principal Alsace wants to see you. Alsace? Marin was surprised for a moment, and suddenly recalled the filial son holding Frostmourne, but soon he remembered that this was not the Lich King, but the former commander of the Cossack Cavalry Corps. However, because of his poor performance in the war, Marin had replaced him with Jürgen as the commander of the new Cossack Cavalry Corps. But for this first commander, Marin did not let him stay under Jürgen's command to be humiliated, but transferred him to manage the cavalry school. Although the principal of the cavalry school no longer has military power, his rank is also a general, and he is at the same level as Jürgen, the commander of the corps. The so-called cavalry school refers to a school for training young cavalry established by Marin on the Lüneburg grassland with an area of more than 7,000 square kilometers after defeating the coalition of the 8 princes and annexing the Duchy of Lüneburg. Marin even said that 5,000 Cossack cavalrymen and their families moved to the Lüneburg grassland in the name of tribal migration. Then, Marin selected teenagers of appropriate age with a basic knowledge of riding from all over the country to enter this school for training. The direction of their training is different from that of the knights of this era. They do not learn the lance charge of plate knights, but instead learn the martial arts of light cavalry, but also learn the tactics of lance charge. In short, they are trained according to the requirements of lancers, similar to the Polish winged cavalry, and belong to the kind of cuirass cavalry between plate knights and light cavalry. Now, 4 or 5 years have passed, and it is estimated that the first batch of teenagers have almost learned and are about to graduate. Marin estimated that the principal of the cavalry school, Alsace, came to him just for this matter. Chapter 1996, Guards Cavalry Regiment. Cavalry schools are different from ordinary schools. They do not start training at a very young age, but at the age of 13. 13 is the age of elementary school graduation. At the same time, children are basically tall enough to climb onto a horse. It makes sense to start training in cavalry courses at this time. Just like ordinary knights, they go to the homes of great nobles to serve as attendants, although they are sent there at the age of 7. However, from the age of 7 to 14, they can generally only serve as page boys and do some chores. At the same time, they learn some basic cultural knowledge and various knight etiquette. It was not until the age of 14, when they grew as tall as the back of a horse, that they began to practice knight martial arts. Then, they practiced for 7 years until they graduated at the age of 21. This is a bit similar to the apprenticeship system, which also takes 7 years to learn skills. However, what is better than the apprenticeship of craftsmen is that during the 7 years from the age of 7 to 14, when the knights were page boys, they had the opportunity to learn cultural knowledge and various etiquette. Although they had to serve the great nobles, these cultural knowledge were something that the children of ordinary people would never be able to access. Of course, Western European knights began to engage in cavalry training at the age of 14 because Western European war horses were relatively tall, with a shoulder height of more than 1.7 meters. The North Sea Kingdom now generally uses Eastern European Mongolian horses from the Crimean Khanate, with a shoulder height of only 1.5 meters. Therefore, knights must start cavalry martial arts training at the age of 14, and students of the North Sea Cavalry School can start at the age of 13. After all, Eastern European Mongolian horses are much shorter than Western European war horses, and the height requirement is much lower. Under normal circumstances, the school system of the North Sea Cavalry School is also a 7-year system, and like the training of knights, it also requires graduation at the age of 21. The reason for choosing to graduate at the age of 21 is that at the age of 21, the body is basically grown, and the matching size of plate armor can be customized. If it is too early, the height continues to grow, and the customized plate armor may be too small, and then a set of plate armor will be wasted. And a set of plate armor costs at least dozens of gold coins, which ordinary people cannot afford to waste. Therefore, generally, you have to wait until you are 21 years old before you start to customize plate armor. Some people who are late in development may even wait until they are 25 or 26 years old before they officially customize plate armor for war. Of course, this is only true for knight families with poor economic conditions. For wealthy noble families, plate armor can be customized at the age of 18, and it is a luxurious version of plate armor inlaid with gems. As for not being able to wear it when you grow taller, at most you can customize a set every year. Just like Caesar, although he is only 14 years old now, he has already started armor training. Of course, Marin dare not let Caesar wear heavy plate armor. That thing is too heavy, and it is easy to be pressed down by wearing it every day. Therefore, the armor that Marin made for Caesar was rhinoceros leather armor made of rhinoceros skin from Africa. Rhinoceros leather armor has high protection and is light, and it can't crush Caesar. Moreover, as the heir to the North Sea Kingdom, what armor does Caesar want? Since the age of 14, Marin has started to customize rhinoceros leather armor for him, one set every year, which is extremely luxurious. In theory, the first batch of graduates from the cavalry school established 5 years ago should be 2 years later. However, there are exceptions. When the cavalry school was established 5 years ago, some teenagers aged 16 or 17 were eager to join. The key is that many of their fathers are bigwigs in the Bahai army. Those Bahai officers who hold military posts in the army know very well that the status of cavalry is higher than that of infantry. If you have the opportunity to study in the cavalry school, you will be a cavalry officer after graduation, which is much higher than that of an infantry officer. Therefore, when the cavalry school was first established, many officers came to Marin, hoping that their 16 or 17-year-old sons could also go in to study. Marin is not willing to disappoint his old subordinates, and it's nothing. So, Marin approved hundreds of 16 or 17-year-old officers' children to enter the cavalry school. At the same time, hundreds of German Cossack children were specially recruited to study in the military academy. In the end, the total number of overage students reached as many as 1,000. Now, 5 years have passed, and all the overage students are over 21 years old. It's time to serve in the army. Originally, this was just a small matter, and the normal process would be fine. According to the normal process, the principal of the cavalry school in Alsace does not need to show up. He can just send an instructor to take the graduates to the cavalry department of the military to register, and then wait for the arrangement. But Alsace has a little idea in his mind. He hopes to take this opportunity to show his teaching results, and hopes to be recognized by Marin and let him come out again as a real general. He is now enjoying the treatment of a corps commander, but he has no soldiers in his hands, similar to a civilian general, with an empty title. If he had never commanded an army, it would be fine. But he once commanded a cavalry corps. After being replaced by Marin, he was very unwilling and hoped to come out again as a general. After all, in addition to the face problem, serving as a real general also has the opportunity to make meritorious deeds and can be promoted to a noble title. Although Alsace has served as the commander of the Cossack Cavalry Corps, he is still a hereditary knight because he has no military exploits. Among the nobles at the level of corps commander, he is definitely at the bottom. And Jürgen, who also served as the commander of the Cossack Cavalry Corps, has been promoted to the first-class baron because of his outstanding performance in the fight against the coalition of the 8 princes. If there are more wars to fight in the future, he can be promoted. This made Arthas very envious and a little jealous. He didn't want to just live like this with the title of hereditary knight, but if he wanted to improve his title, he couldn't get it by being an instructor. Only by going to the battlefield and making military exploits can he get a promotion in title. Therefore, although Arthas didn't need to show up in person, he personally brought 1,000 overage graduates of the cavalry school to Auric. After arranging for the teachers to take the students to register at the military department, he came to the palace himself and asked to see Marin. As an officer with the same status as the commander of the legion, Arthas was also qualified to ask for an audience with Marin. Marin also wanted to know the current situation of the cavalry school, so he summoned him. Hearing that there were 1,000 more graduates from the cavalry school, Marin's eyes lit up. Really? There are 1,000 graduates? What's the level? That's 1,000 military academy students. Although they only studied for 5 years, not 7 years, Marin knew that they had learned a lot. Because, cavalry stuff doesn't need to be studied for 7 years. As mentioned before, the reason why knights graduate at the age of 21 is not only because of their height, but also because at the age of 21, young men have basically grown their strength and can fight against others. If they are too young and their strength has not grown, even if they are good at martial arts, they are not strong enough to fight against others. In fact, knights often reach their peak at the age of 27 or 28. At this time, the knights are the strongest and have rich combat experience. However, the cavalry requirements of the North Sea Kingdom are different from those of ordinary knights. They do not need to hold heavy lances and collide with others. Therefore, the requirements for strength are not particularly high. 21 years old is basically enough. Next, actual combat training is needed. Marin was very satisfied when he learned that there were 1,000 graduates from the cavalry school. So, he continued to ask, how are the martial arts of those kids? Can they fight against ordinary knights? In this regard, Arthas was full of confidence. No problem. At least, they can fight against knights of the same age. Of course, they have not been trained to use lances, and may not be defeated in the traditional knight's lance confrontation. However, they use the spring lances created by your majesty to fight against the heavy traditional lances, and they are not at a disadvantage. Then how are the results of military strategy? Marin asked again. At this time, Arthas blushed. This aspect does not seem to be very outstanding. You know, these overage students have a relatively poor cultural foundation, and are not as good as the children who graduated from regular elementary schools who entered the school later. Therefore, in the military strategy exam, there are very few who can pass 70 points, only about 100 people. Marin has higher requirements for officers, and 70 points are considered qualified, not 60 points. After a pause, Arthas said again, of course, those who didn't get 70 points can still serve as ordinary cavalry captains. At least, they are skilled in martial arts and familiar with the basic cavalry confrontation command process. What they lack is practical experience. And seeing that Marin's face was not too bad, Alsace said again, those graduates who are not good at military strategy can also serve as your majesty's guard cavalry. Guards cavalry? Marin was stunned at first, but soon his face was full of surprise. Yes, guards cavalry. Marin patted the table happily, scaring Alsace. He thought Marin was furious, but when he saw Marin's happy face, he put his heart at ease. Thinking of Napoleon always having 4 guards cavalry regiments to guard him during the war, Marin also planned to form a guards cavalry regiment to protect his safety during the war. Obviously, most of the first batch of graduates from the overage cavalry school seem to have poor academic performance, and they seem to be a little insufficient as generals. But as Alsace said, those people cannot serve as generals, but they have no problem serving as guards cavalry. Moreover, those cavalry school graduates with poor academic performance are not unable to serve as officers, but they are not capable enough to serve as senior generals. It is still no problem for them to serve as ordinary cavalry captains. It is even more no problem for them to serve as guards cavalry. After all, the guards do not need to be very smart, they just need to be loyal enough. So, Marin ordered Arthas, send someone to investigate in detail. In addition to the more than 100 people with academic scores above 70 points who will be arranged by the military, you should select the 500 most loyal people from the remaining 800 people. I want to form a guard cavalry regiment. Arthas showed a happy face, but then asked carefully, what about the remaining 300 people? As the principal, he has developed feelings with the students over the years. He does not want the more than 300 graduates who are left out to have no future. After thinking about it, Marin decided, let the military arrange it as well. However, the more than 100 outstanding graduates will start as cavalry squad leaders, and the more than 300 who are left can only start as ordinary cavalry. In the future, if they have military merits, they can be promoted before those uneducated cavalry. Okay, I will take people to understand the situation and select the 500 most loyal people to serve as your majesty's guards. After saying that, Arthas turned and left. Just as he was about to walk out of the door of Marin's office, Marin's voice came from behind, do your job well. If you do well, you will have the opportunity to lead troops in the future. Obviously, Marin also saw what Arthas was thinking. Moreover, he did not rule out using Arthas. After all, he would annex the entire northern German countries in the future, and he would need a lot of troops and officers. Therefore, there are still many opportunities. Although Arthas is not very talented, he is not very bad, but his thoughts are a little biased towards traditional knights. However, this kind of officer who is inclined to heavy cavalry may not be qualified to lead pure light cavalry Cossacks, but he is suitable to command the middle line cavalry such as lancers, which is half heavy cavalry and half light cavalry. After all, he was able to stand out from so many German Cossacks, not only because of his unique name, but also because of his ability. Arthas paused for a moment, but then a look of joy appeared on his face. Then, he left the Auric Palace with brisk steps, and the whole person seemed full of strength. Chapter 1997, The Huntsman and the Fancy Horses. After Alsace left, Marin shook his head and was very dissatisfied with the cultural level of this cavalry school graduate. You know, the cavalry school has very low requirements for cultural courses. After all, cavalry is not artillery, and there is no need to learn complex knowledge such as geometry and ballistic physics. Their usual cultural courses mainly study knowledge about military command, which is biased towards liberal arts. The science category is mainly about mathematical calculations related to logistics. For example, how many people and horses are there in an army, how much food and grass are needed, and how to calculate and control the marching speed and other elementary school-level math problems. Among them, the more difficult one is the calculation and application of a encounter. In other words, the difficulty of the cultural courses in the cavalry school is definitely not higher than the junior high school level. In fact, it is only slightly higher than Xiaoshui's requirements, only the level of the first grade of junior high school. In addition to these cultural courses, you also need to learn some basic veterinary medicine from Mongolian doctors, especially veterinary knowledge for war horses. However, they are all very basic. After all, this is not a school for training veterinarians, but a school for training cavalry, so veterinary knowledge is very basic and simple. But with this requirement, only more than 100 out of 1,000 people scored more than 70 points. It's simply. But calm down and think about it, this is also a very helpless thing. Why? Because the cultural foundation of this class of overage students is generally very poor. Most of them are the sons or younger brothers of officers at all levels of the North Sea state, and they are all related households. But most of the personnel of the North Sea Army are not from the local area, but from the southern German mountainous area or Alsace. If it were a teenager who grew up in East Frisia, Marin would have started to promote primary education more than 10 years ago, and his cultural foundation would definitely not be so poor. But most of Marin's subordinates came from the southern German mountainous area. Many low-level officers had very difficult families at that time, and their children had no conditions to study at all. That is, after joining the North Sea Army, with the salary given by Marin and the rewards after winning the battle, their respective families' living standards were greatly improved, and their children had the opportunity to go to school. The officers of the 1st Legion joined Marin's army the earliest, so their children or younger brothers had received education in the North Sea state, so their cultural level was generally high. The officers of the later legions joined the North Sea Army later, and their children and younger brothers naturally received education very late. Therefore, it is not surprising to have a poor cultural foundation. For example, half of the outstanding graduates with scores above 70 are the sons or younger brothers of officers of the 1st Legion. Of course, because they are basically from warrior families, these children are not very motivated to study, but their martial arts are generally better than those of civilian children. After all, there are officers in the family and there is a chance to obtain martial arts training methods. Therefore, the first batch of graduates from the cavalry school, including next year's graduates, are all overage graduates with poor cultural level. Only the batch of students of the right age selected from the primary school graduates the year after next have generally good cultural level. Because they all received a relatively systematic education in the primary schools of Beihai country. However, these more than 800 graduates with poor cultural performance are all outstanding in martial arts. After all, those born in the families of generals generally have a foundation in martial arts. Their family living conditions are generally good, and they are mostly well-nourished and strong. Such graduates may not be very good as officers. However, it is perfect to use them as guards. After all, guards don't need to be very smart, and being smart is not good. Will smart guards be willing to help you block bullets? Only stupid guards would be willing. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are cunning people who are not so real and loyal. But it doesn't matter. Marin threw a dog bone to the principal, Alsace, and Alsace will definitely do his best to help him identify the degree of loyalty. Anyone who is more cunning and not loyal enough will definitely be picked out by Alsace, who actively wants to return to the command position. Then, the 500 loyal people were incorporated into his own guard cavalry regiment. The remaining more than 300 people, who are still loyal, were transferred to the troops for training to see if there is a miracle. Those who are not loyal enough will be directly marginalized, but their fathers or brothers will not be notified. After all, their fathers and brothers must be officers. If they give up blatantly, it may cause dissatisfaction among their fathers and brothers who are officers and cause turmoil. Therefore, Marin will adopt a secret file system for these people, let the gendarmes take charge of their secret files, but will not let them and their relatives and friends know. Of course, if these people perform well in the future, then give them another chance. If the performance is still so poor, then they can only be forgotten by the crowd. After all, the North Sea Army will not lack wars in the future. If you can't stand out, it proves that you are incapable of meritorious service, and there is nothing to say. After accepting Marin's task, Alsace worked very hard. Why? Because only if he works hard can he have the opportunity to return to the command position. As the principal of the cavalry school, he stays with students all day long. He may not pay attention to the next few classes, but he, as the principal, must be familiar with the first class of students. Even if he is not familiar, isn't there a teacher? So, in just 2 weeks, the performance of these 1,000 students in school was written in detail in the report, submitted to Marin, and handed over to the gendarmerie as the basis for secret files. Then, Marin arranged for Saul, the head of the gendarmerie, to personally select the most central and reliable 500 non-academic cavalry graduates, and formed the 1st Guard Cavalry Regiment of the North Sea Guard Corps as Marin's personal guard when he travels or goes to war. Just like Napoleon often liked to bring a hunting cavalry regiment and a hussar regiment to protect his safety when he went to war or on tour, Marin also planned to equip himself with 2 cavalry regiments as the strongest escort force in the future. Before, there were only 100 guards around Marin. When he needed to go out, he often needed to draw hundreds of people from various legions to assist in protection. But in the future, Marin planned to form 2 cavalry regiments dedicated to protecting his own safety. Just like Napoleon, at least 1 hunting cavalry regiment and 1 hussar regiment were equipped. Hussars, needless to say, were normal light cavalry, and they only needed to be highly skilled in martial arts on horseback. The hunting cavalry was actually a musketeer cavalry. Moreover, it was a cavalry that used muskets on horseback. Although dragoons were also cavalry that used muskets, the fighting methods of dragoons and hunting cavalry were different. Dragoons were actually musketeers on horseback, who usually rode horses, but mainly dismounted to fight in battle. The hunting cavalry, like the Black Shirt Knights, were cavalry that used muskets to shoot on horseback, and they were more mobile. However, the requirements for archery were also higher. After all, shooting on horseback is much more difficult than shooting on foot. However, it doesn't matter. There are so many students in Bahai country anyway. I don't believe that there are no good shooters who can adapt to shooting on horseback. Moreover, Marin has a plan. He plans to select a group of people to study the most basic Regen primer, which is the most basic paper primer, when there are more university graduates in the Department of Chemistry. As long as the paper primer is studied, he can start to make a revolver. At that time, you can make a single-shot revolver that can fire 6 rounds in a row, although it is more troublesome to load. Even if loading is troublesome, you can carry a few more loaded revolvers. As for how to make a revolver, this is really not difficult for Marin. Why? Because he grew up playing with smashing guns when he was a child, and he is very clear about the structure of the smashing gun that imitates the revolver. Because when he was a child, his teacher had instilled in him some inspirational quotes that he didn't know if they were true or not, saying that Edison loved to take apart machines and then put them back together. Then, he also took apart his own TV, but failed to put it back together, and was beaten up by his parents, both men and women. Of course, the TV was later put back together by a repairman. After that, Marin, who was determined to be an inventor, did not dare to dismantle a large item like a TV, but he dared to dismantle a smashing gun that cost $1 or $2. He not only dismantled his own smashing gun, but also dismantled his friend's smashing gun, causing his friend to turn against him. But because of this, he figured out the structure of the smashing gun. In his previous life, he had long forgotten the structure of the smashing gun. However, after crossing, if he tried to recall the contents deep in his memory with a purpose, he could actually recall them. Therefore, it is not difficult for Marin to command the craftsman to imitate the revolver now. The difficulty is that there is no percussion cap. As long as the percussion cap is studied, Marin can immediately make a batch of revolver cavalry. Think about it, there is a regiment of cavalry under his command holding a revolver that can fire 6 rounds in a row. How awesome is that? In particular, a cavalryman can carry more than 1, but can carry 5 like the Black Shirt Knight. But the Black Shirt Knight can only shoot once with 1 pistol, while the revolver cavalry can shoot 30 times with 5 pistols. What a terrible firepower. In the future, as long as there is a regiment of hussars and a regiment of revolver cavalry around, what danger is there? With the powerful firepower of the revolver cavalry, it is possible to fight against thousands of enemies with only 500 people. Of course, the revolver cavalry is a matter for the future. Marin plans to form a Guard Hussar regiment with these 500 people first. After all, these officers' children are highly skilled in martial arts and are very suitable for fighting with cold weapons. As for the hunting cavalry regiment, Marin is not in a hurry. He plans to form it later, first learn the Black Shirt Knight, and use a single-shot short-barreled clockwork ignition carbine. Wait until the paper primer and revolver are made in the future, and then upgrade to revolver cavalry. Of course, it is still called hunting cavalry, but the firepower has been improved by more than 1 level. Moreover, as Marin's Guard cavalry, their equipment is also very high-end. Needless to say, the weapons must be high-quality swords and spears. As for armor, Marin plans to equip all the guards' cavalry with rhinoceros leather armor. Rhinoceros leather armor is not heavy, but the protective effect is very strong. Letting the guards' hussars, who are obviously light cavalry, wear rhinoceros leather armor actually makes their protection catch up with that of heavy cavalry. At the same time, it is also a symbol of status and represents honor. Because the supply of rhinoceros leather in the North Sea Kingdom is not very sufficient at present. Therefore, only officers and elite veterans are qualified to wear light and highly protective rhinoceros leather armor. Ordinary soldiers are not qualified to wear it at all. And letting the guards wear rhinoceros leather armor is also a symbol of status for knights. Marin cannot give these unstellar cavalry school graduates official positions, but due to the face of their fathers and brothers, he can still give them some insignificant honors. Moreover, rhinoceros leather armor is indeed easy to use. It is light and does not affect the flexibility of the cavalry. At the same time, the protection is also very high. Even these guards' cavalry horses, Marin also plans to put rhinoceros leather armor on them. Anyway, there are only a few hundred guards. Even if the hunting cavalry regiment is formed, there are only 1,000 people in total. 1,000 sets of rhino leather armor worn by the cavalry themselves, plus 1,000 sets of rhino leather horse armor worn by war horses, are not a lot. Moreover, the guards' cavalry protects Marin's personal safety. The stronger and safer they are, the safer Marin himself will be. To put it bluntly, protecting the guards' cavalry is to protect oneself. However, it is indeed quite luxurious to wear rhino leather armor for both people and horses. After all, rhino leather armor is a rare treasure. However, this also happens to make the officers' children who join the guards' cavalry regiment feel very face-saving. Therefore, although they lost the opportunity to become low-level cavalry officers immediately, they have no complaints. After all, they are well treated, wearing precious rhino leather armor, and even the war horses are covered with rhino leather horse armor. They look very rich. What else is there to complain about? In the words of the ancient Chinese, they are now fresh clothes and angry horses, and they are very beautiful. Only truly smart people will understand that they have lost the opportunity to make meritorious deeds on the front line. However, such a smart person would not be eliminated as a guard, but would have become an outstanding graduate and been assigned to be a cavalry officer. Chapter 1998 The Role of Military Schools. Frankly speaking, Marin doesn't like the second generation of these officers. After all, if those military families are too powerful in the army, it will also be a threat to the monarch. However, as a monarch, Marin has to rely on military nobles to protect the royal power. Therefore, this forms a very contradictory conclusion. The monarch needs to rely on military nobles, but he has to suppress military nobles. Because of dependence, Marin had to give face to the officers under his command and agree that their children would enter the cavalry school to study. But at the same time, Marin is also trying to suppress the children of military nobles. So, there are all the rules for employing people based on grades. In this way, even if the children of military nobles enter the cavalry school to study, if they are incompetent, their respective families can't say anything. After all, if you are incompetent, don't blame others. Of course, it is unreliable to judge whether an officer is qualified or even excellent based on academic performance alone. Therefore, Marin also gave those military noble children with poor grades a chance. That is, starting from ordinary cavalry and seeking promotion on the battlefield. Because Marin does not rule out the possibility that there will be war geniuses among these military noble children. For example, a rough man like Li Yunlong, although he has a poor cultural level, he has many minds and a talent for war. Although he is full of foul language and has no culture, he is very good at commanding wars. But overall, such talented generals who are academic scum are still very rare. At least, the probability of a genius among academic tyrants is much lower. Just like in later generations, there are indeed many heroes and heroes among the grassroots. However, compared with top universities such as Huaqing and Jingda, the proportion of heroes among the grassroots is much lower. Huaqing and Jingda have one hero among a few people, while the grassroots have one hero among tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, which is simply incomparable. In fact, the reason why grassroots heroes are more popular in later generations is because the grassroots of Guangda have unrealistic dreams in their hearts and fantasize about the grassroots counterattack. But in fact, the counterattack of grassroots is very rare. Therefore, those grassroots heroes can become legends. This is actually a variant of the mentality of hating the rich, called jealousy of talents. Even Marin, who went to an ordinary university in his previous life, also criticized the top students of Huaqing and Jingda in his heart. But what is the result? Not even worthy of carrying shoes for others. However, there is nothing wrong with YY and talking nonsense. Indeed, there are also high-scoring but low-ability nerds in later generations. However, if you compare them with the huge group of academic masters and look at the proportion, you will find that they are very few. If none of them appear, they are qualified to be on the news. And the graduates of the fake university are not even qualified to be on the news. Because everyone thinks this is normal. That is, people who are jealous or have ulterior motives deliberately compare the tail of the phoenix with the head of the chicken. The head of the chicken is certainly stronger than the tail of the phoenix, but this kind of comparison is inherently rogue, almost like sophistry, and has no meaning. Just like comparing the beards of men and women, can women compare? Marin knows this very well, although he is also a loser and has envied those academic masters from famous schools. However, when it comes to his turn to become a prince or even a king, from a macro perspective, he still believes more in those academic masters of military academies. Of course, he also left a back door and gave those academic scumbags the opportunity to prove themselves on the battlefield. If there is real talent and ability, it can always be seen in practice. After all, the children of military nobles have backstage support. As long as they make a little contribution, they will be magnified and praised. Therefore, there will be no situation where talented people are buried. As for the poor students in the civilian class, I can only apologize. There is no way. Without the support of family power, it is almost impossible to get promoted. But Marin can still lend a hand to the academic bullies among the civilians. For example, in the cavalry school on the Lüneburg grassland, Marin gave 40% of the places to the children of civilians. And 60% of the places were given to the children of nobles. In fact, Marin really wanted to give more places to the children of civilians. However, in order to appease the officer class, he could only let the proportion of the children of military nobles reach 60%, leaving only 40% for the children of civilians. But this is only a superficial inclination, and in reality, it still depends on the results. If you can't even get 70 points in such a simple cultural course, you are not qualified to start as an officer, and you can only start as an ordinary cavalry. Marin used this very simple and crude method to eliminate the dude among the military nobles. After all, to graduate from a military academy, one must not only learn cultural knowledge every day, but also practice martial arts and writing every day. As for bullying men and women on the street, sorry, the military nobles of Beihai Kingdom don't have that time. Because Marin forcibly stipulates that all noble children must enter military academies or universities to study. Moreover, whether or not the noble children can pass the college entrance examination, they must stay in school until they are 21 years old, which is the age when the knights are out of school. Moreover, it is a closed education, and they are usually not allowed to leave the school, and they can only go home during holidays. In this way, those noble children, at the age when they are most likely to learn bad things, are trapped in a very strictly managed military academy all day long. Even if they want to become dude, they don't have that time. In the Ming dynasty and other countries at the same time, among the noble children, except for those who have the talent for learning literature, others do not need to study for a long time. Moreover, most of them are day students. Or, simply invite a teacher to teach at home. But because the demand for culture is not very high, the children of nobles are not serious about learning. As soon as they have free time, they go out to hang out. So, it is inevitable that a group of dandies will emerge. After all, they are usually idle. In other words, if the children of nobles are too idle, it will be easy to get into trouble. And Marin used the closed management methods of the high school in his previous life to manage them, trapping them until they were 21 years old. When they left school, the rules of the military academy had been deeply engraved in their souls. Even after leaving the military academy, they would involuntarily follow the rules. Just like in Europe, in the Middle Ages, the children of European nobles were no better than the children of the nobles of the Ming dynasty. They were also a scourge, wandering around and making trouble everywhere. But from the late 18th century to the 19th century, it became popular in Europe to establish military academies. Then, those noble children were sent to military academies one after another. Even princes from various countries had to enter military academies for long-term study. Even, they entered the army to serve. Since the 18th century, modern European armies have appeared, and the army and military academies have paid special attention to strict discipline and rules. Those noble children stayed in the military academy for a long time, and they got used to abiding by the rules. Then, the harm to society was greatly reduced. In later generations, it was no longer the noble children who were actually harmful to society, but the children of civil officials who did not have to be forced to enter the military academy, as well as the children of merchants. Among them, the harm to society from the children of merchants was the greatest. After all, many merchant families had no family education, and they were most likely to produce playboys. However, this matter is not certain. In later generations, there were also generals' families who produced unfilial sons. However, there were very few playboys among the children of generals who entered the military system. Because the discipline and rules in the army have been deeply engraved in their souls. Only those second generations who lack discipline in normal times will become playboys. And the probability of people who have been living in military academies with strict rules becoming playboys is very small. Because, in military academies, if you dare to mess around, you will be dealt with in minutes. After many times, the thorns have been worn out. Therefore, Marin has already formulated a method to use the strict rules and disciplines of the military academy to strictly control the dude. They are locked up in the military academy all day long, and are used to a regular and equal life. Even if they leave the military academy after the age of 21, the big habits have been formed, and it is difficult to become a dude again. According to Marin's experience, most of the bad habits of dude in the world are formed in the second grade of junior high school. Almost, it is the second grade of junior high school, which is about 14 years old. This age is when children are most rebellious and most likely to go astray. In his previous life, Marin had seen with his own eyes several tyrant boys who were originally very well behaved in elementary school. At that age of middle school, they learned to smoke, drink, gamble, play games and skip classes. Then, the tyrants became scumbags, and from then on, they were indistinguishable from the crowd. So, middle school is not a joke. In order to solve this problem, Marin even planned to strengthen the management of the children of nobles in junior high school, and even compressed the vacation time. As for whether the children will resist. In ordinary schools, teachers may not be able to control it. But in military schools. Sorry, military sticks and confinement rooms are not a joke. No matter how rebellious the child is, he will be honest after a few military sticks and a few confinement rooms. If even the military sticks and confinement rooms can't deal with it, Marin thinks that the child can be thrown away, and at most he can have another one. Anyway, Beihai Kingdom has no family planning, so you can have children freely. Moreover, there are now professional obstetrics and gynecology hospitals, and giving birth is much safer. In other words, in Marin's hands, the military academy is not only a place to train military talents. At the same time, it is also a place for him to manage the children of nobles. Once they graduate from primary school, except for the noble children with good academic performance and the hope of entering university, who can enter the special key junior high school, the other noble children with average academic performance will be forced to go to military academy and not allowed to hang out outside. Then, until they graduate from military academy at the age of 21. They spend 6 or 7 years in military academy and don't come into contact with the world of flowers. I don't believe they will grow up crooked. As for whether this will suppress the nature of children, Marin said, it's none of my business. I just want these noble children not to grow up crooked, and nature, what the hell? Don't you see, many people born in the 90s and aughts who were not suppressed in nature, in later generations continued to liberate their nature at the rebellious age of middle school, and then many of them grew up crooked and became brain dead. Even Marin suspected that those so-called educators who advocated the liberation of nature were all paid by the American daddy and deliberately came to cheat China. Chapter 1999 The Importance of Surveying and Mapping. In the Military Academy of Beihai State, there is a very interesting course, that is the chess course. Chess is actually a simplified version of the military flag, which tests people's decisiveness. Moreover, by playing chess, it is easy to see the command tendency of a military academy student. For example, conservative people will also focus on defense when playing chess. Radical people like to take risks and even like to exchange pieces. What you think in your heart can often be seen on the chessboard. Moreover, the title of chess is similar to the army, which makes military academy students feel more involved. Playing chess is like fighting a war, which is in line with the ambitions of middle school children. In fact, there is also chess in Europe, called international chess. However, international chess is played randomly within 64 squares, and you can walk diagonally. Although this rule is more flexible, it is different from the battlefield situation. The two armies face each other, go straight back and forth, and rush each other. Most of them go straight back and forth. How can they turn so casually? The rules of international chess are not like two armies facing each other. It's more like two bosses leading their younger brothers to cut each other, which is less organized. However, this is in line with the national conditions of medieval Europe. Isn't it so casual for two small vassal states to fight? Although the Chinese chess is not flexible enough, it is more like a war duel. Moreover, the Chuha Hanjia, the duel between the two armies, and the rule that the pawns can only advance but not retreat, are more like a battlefield duel, which is more suitable for the basis of military academy students' war chess deduction. In addition, the existence of cannons in Chinese chess is more appropriate for the war of this era. Therefore, in the military academy of Beihai State, students must play Chinese chess as one of the most basic courses. At the same time, it is also the main entertainment activity for students in their spare time. As for the real war chess deduction, to be honest, Marin doesn't understand it very well. After all, he has never been to a military academy and has not been exposed to the war chess deduction of military academy students in later generations. But he knows that the war chess deduction in later generations needs to refer to the terrain, and is often carried out directly on the sand table. Moreover, there are many calculations, and the marching speed of different arms and casualties need to be taken into account. Even, details such as the transportation of food and grass must be considered. Therefore, war games are often a confrontation between teams rather than individuals. After all, one person's plan is short and everyone's plan is long. Multiple people participating together can also better find out the gaps. However, real war games are too complicated. For military academy students who have not yet reached adulthood, it is beyond their ability. After all, the amount of information in real war games is too large, which not only tests ability, but also tests experience and experience. Therefore, in the primary military academy stage, Marin only promotes Chinese chess, not complex war games. Only in college, those selected high IQ leaders are qualified to participate in the game of war games using sand tables. Moreover, war games are also a daily activity of the general staff. Of course, in addition to the reason that it is beyond the ability of young military students, there is another reason for not promoting war games now, that is the war games of Beihai Kingdom have not yet taken shape. Although Marin is a time traveler, he never went to military school in his previous life. In his previous life, let alone war games, he had never used sand tables, and had only seen them on TV. Therefore, he was not familiar with the rules and calculation methods of war games. Therefore, he needed to explore with his generals. But his men did not even have the concept of war games, and they were worse than him, and could not provide much help at all. Therefore, the revision of the rules of war games could only be completed by Marin himself. He did produce several sets of plans, but his personal characteristics were too strong. Moreover, many modern and advanced concepts and consciousness were not understood by others and could not resonate with him. Therefore, he needed to continue to revise until he adapted to the thinking habits of most generals. Moreover, through the revision of the rules of war games, Marin also discovered a very important problem: lack of surveying and mapping capabilities. The so-called surveying and mapping capabilities refer to the data collection and model restoration capabilities of the mountains and rivers in the specific combat area. At present, although the North Sea Kingdom has a relatively outstanding scout force. However, the scouts generally have a low cultural level, especially poor geometric mapping skills. After all, most of the scouts have never been to school and don't know mathematics. Therefore, it's good for those scouts to accurately depict the direction of the road and the river, and it's difficult to perfectly restore the terrain. Therefore, a lot of intelligence that Marin had obtained before could not actually make a sand table that restored the battlefield situation 100%. In this way, such a sand table naturally has many problems, and many places that can be used have been ignored due to technical reasons. But this can't be blamed on those scouts. They are illiterate, don't understand geometry, and can't draw. It's good to find a suitable road. As for the appearance of mountains and rivers, they can only be roughly described. For example, the mountains are very high and the water is very deep. Therefore, in order to facilitate deduction, Marin has begun to set up surveying and mapping courses in the North Sea Military Academy. Not only did he start to train surveyors, but he also required artillery officers to be proficient in surveying and mapping. Marin remembered that in history, the famous German General Moltke was an officer who engaged in surveying and mapping, and attached great importance to the application of technology. He regarded surveying and mapping as an important means of the army, and also introduced statistics and geography, and attached great importance to railways and telegraphs. Therefore, in the Franco-Prussian War, the Prussian army mobilized and assembled faster and put it into the battlefield, forming a local force advantage over the French army and eventually winning the war. Moreover, before the anti-Japanese war, the Devils also sent a large number of surveyors, disguised as businessmen or tourists, traveled all over China, mapped the terrain and mountains in detail, and even mapped the layout of each city for reference for future troops. Later, when the Devils invaded China, the maps taken out by the officers were much more accurate than the official maps of China. If China was not too big, the Devils had limited manpower, and the oil supply was difficult later, who knows what serious consequences would be. Although the Devils are villains. However, for Marin, some of the Devils' practices in the past were also of reference significance to him. For example, if he wanted to annex the northern half of Germany, he had to make various preparations. For example, the direction of mountains and rivers is clear. In this way, it will bring a lot of convenience to marching and fighting. Where you need to fight, you only need a military map. To this end, Marin decided to learn from the practice of the Devils in those days and prepare to train a group of masters who are proficient in map surveying. Then, they were sent to disguise as caravan members, travel all over Germany, depict the mountains, rivers and roads in various places, and prepare for the future annexation of these places. Because they are all Germans, Marin doesn't even need these surveyors to learn foreign languages, he just needs to learn surveying technology. After all, everyone speaks German and doesn't need to learn other languages. As for the dialect problem, it's not a big problem, as long as you can barely communicate. After all, even in the future, it's not surprising to encounter merchants with foreign accents. You know, in order to survey and map, the Devils asked those people to learn Chinese specifically, and the requirements were much higher than those of pure training surveyors. After all, in addition to knowing surveying and mapping, they also need to master a foreign language, which is very demanding. The surveyors of the North Sea Kingdom only need to know how to draw distances and heights, how to draw maps and mark contour lines. As long as the surveying and mapping work is done well, when sending troops to unify the northern part of Germany in the future, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Wherever they go, they can take out an extremely detailed military map to facilitate decision-making. Moreover, if the surveying and mapping data is detailed, they can even restore the local terrain sand table for officers to conduct war games and increase the chances of winning the battle. Chapter 2000, Unlucky Dürer. In the absence of modern photoelectric measuring equipment, in ancient times, surveying and mapping was a very troublesome and complicated matter. It not only required a lot of manual measurements, but also required trigonometric calculations according to the angles. Therefore, surveying and mapping in this era not only requires a lot of manual measurements, but also requires a lot of calculations. The main calculation is to calculate the distance and height by measuring the length of the shadow of the wooden pole under the sun and the angle of the sun according to the principle of geometric proportion, and by using the Pythagorean theorem. To this end, Marin also asked people to compile a trigonometric function comparison table, which lists in detail the values of trigonometric functions at different angles. In this way, when surveying and calculating, it is not so troublesome, just look up the table. However, this is all surveying and mapping at a relatively close distance. If you encounter a very long distance, Marin directly gave the method of measuring longitude and latitude, as long as you use a sextant to measure the longitude and latitude of the two places in detail. Then, based on the two numerical references of the equatorial circumference of 40,078 km and the meridian length of 40,009 km, and then based on the difference in longitude and latitude, use simple geometric calculations, and then look up the table to get the approximate distance between the two places. Although there are errors, they are within an acceptable range. In addition to the large number of surveyors needed in the army, the civilian population also needs a large number of surveyors. For example, when building a project, a lot of surveying and mapping will definitely be applied. Therefore, the North Sea state has a great demand for surveyors. Therefore, in order to train surveyors, Marin simply established a geological college at the University of Aurich to train comprehensive geological talents. As for the training of surveyors, it was handed over to the surveying and mapping major of the geological college. However, the surveying and mapping major of the geological college has two training plans. One is to recruit college students to specialize in geological research and surveying and mapping of civilian maps. The other training plan is to help the army train commissioned students. All soldiers with a good foundation in geometry and a good sense of direction can be sent to the geological college for training. After the training, the surveyors will be paid according to the treatment of grassroots officers. The living conditions and various benefits are also much better than those of ordinary soldiers. Moreover, these surveyors do not have to go home to farm after retiring. Because they have a skill, they will be arranged to work in land management departments in various places, specializing in land measurement and verification, etc., which is at least a good iron rice bowl. Because it is necessary to make a sand table to restore the topography, the surveying soldiers not only need to learn geometric calculation methods, but also need to learn painting methods. The most basic one is sketching. Because, as surveying personnel, when drawing maps and topographic maps in other countries, they need to use sketching methods to quickly draw the characteristics of local mountains and rivers to provide reference for officers to make sand tables. After all, if you want to draw the characteristics of the terrain on the territory of another country, you need to fight quickly. If you drag it for a long time, it is easy to be discovered. At the same time, because there are too many mountains and rivers, if you draw slowly like painting oil paintings, it is easy to make mistakes. Therefore, every surveying soldier is not only a master of geometry, but also needs to be good at sketching. In this era, it is definitely a talent. And the great painter Dürer recruited by Marin happened to be the king of sketching. Therefore, the unlucky great painter Dürer, while busy helping Leonardo da Vinci to learn science, also needs to go to the newly established geological college as a sketching teacher to teach students how to draw sketches. It's hard to say. Dürer was originally a noble painter and a guest of many nobles. He was not only proficient in painting, but also had in-depth research on sculpture, alchemy, mathematics, mechanics, literature, anatomy and architecture, and had considerable attainments in geometry. Marin originally arranged for him to study with Leonardo da Vinci, hoping that he could become the second Leonardo da Vinci. After all, this guy was originally a low-profile version of Leonardo da Vinci, with comprehensive abilities and versatility. Moreover, he is much younger than Leonardo da Vinci and has great potential. At present, this guy is leading a research team to study single-cylinder diesel engines. However, Marin feels that even if the single-cylinder diesel engine is well studied, there is not enough diesel. Therefore, it is better to work on the steam engine. Coincidentally, this guy is also proficient in geometry, which is very suitable for being a geometry teacher in the surveying and mapping major. Then, Dürer was in trouble. He was appointed by Marin as the geometry teacher and sketch teacher of the surveying and mapping major of the School of Geology, and he was also the only teacher of the surveying and mapping major of the School of Geology. Durer was very unhappy. After all, he was currently with his idol Leonardo da Vinci. Although it was hard, he could learn a lot. But could Marin spoil him? He only gave him two options: one was to take the initiative to teach at the School of Geology, the other was to be knocked unconscious and taken away and forced to teach at the School of Geology. Faced with such unreasonable requests, what else could Durer say? Fortunately, the School of Geology was also in Auric, so he could still meet his idol often and ask for advice often. Leonardo da Vinci was also dissatisfied with losing Durer, a coolie, even the best assistant. After all, Durer was a very smart person and a rare genius in this era who could have the same brain waves as him. With Durer as his assistant, he only needed to start many things, and Durer could understand his meaning and get it done. After all, Durer was known as the German Leonardo da Vinci, and was very similar to Leonardo da Vinci. Both of them are painters, and their hobbies are similar. They are simply the same series. The only difference is that Leonardo da Vinci's skills are more profound, while Durer's skills are much worse, just a low-end version of Leonardo da Vinci. But because the two are too similar, Leonardo da Vinci also values Durer very much, and wants to teach him all his life's learning and let him inherit his mantle. However, Marin wanted to take Durer away, and Leonardo da Vinci was helpless. Others don't know, but he knows Marin's gangster style, and he knocked him out and took him away if he didn't agree. That's how he was kidnapped from Milan to East Frisia. So, he knew very well that even if he wanted to stop it, he couldn't stop Marin, the devil, from wanting to take Durer away. On the day of separation, Durer held Leonardo da Vinci's hand tightly, speechless and choked. "Teacher, take care." Durer was full of tears and reluctant to leave. Disciple. Alas. Leonardo da Vinci didn't say anything, because he knew that he was powerless to change what the gangster Marta decided. Marin on the side couldn't stand it anymore and said dissatisfiedly, "It's not that we can't meet. We are in the same city, are you still worried about not meeting?" Marin didn't mention that they were in the same university, because the School of Geology was not located on the main campus of the University of Auric, but on the edge of the city. First, there was no space available on the main campus. Second, the surveying and mapping major is a confidential course, which requires a lot of confidential equipment such as telescopes and sextants. Therefore, it is not suitable to appear in the open main campus. Therefore, the School of Geology was placed on the edge of the city, next to a barracks, with very strict security. "I wish I could always be with the teacher and receive his teachings," Durer said, very literary. Marin's teeth were sore after hearing this, and he waved his hand impatiently and said, "Okay, don't be sour. How about this, you go to the geological college to teach during the day, and you can come back to be Ada's assistant after class, as long as you are not afraid of the hardship of running back and forth." "I'm not afraid of hardship." Before Marin finished speaking, Durer expressed his opinion. For a science madman, being able to study and do scientific research is the happiest thing. In fact, in order to study with Leonardo da Vinci, Durer lived in a university dormitory for a long time and rarely went home. Of course, it is also a fact that Durer and his wife Agnes did not have a good relationship. Durer's marriage to his wife Agnes was arranged by his father. His wife came from another family of craftsmen, and his father-in-law and father were old friends. But the couple's relationship was very dull, neither good nor bad. Originally in history, Durer did not return home for a long time, and his wife did not cheat. Therefore, the couple never had children. Agnes even disliked Durer's art and his artist friends. Because Agnes, who was born as the daughter of a craftsman, attached more importance to money and wealth, and her thoughts were not in line with those of Durer. But in this time and space, Durer was forcibly recruited by Marin, and Agnes followed Durer to the North Sea Kingdom. Because he valued Durer, after Durer became Leonardo da Vinci's assistant, Marin directly gave him a noble title of knight, which made Durer's utilitarian wife Agnes value it very much. Then, the relationship between the couple improved a lot, and they even had a child. The actual situation is that Agnes took the initiative to push back the cold husband Durer. However, Durer was an art madman and a technical geek after all. Therefore, even if he and his wife gave birth to a daughter, Durer still valued the opportunity to study with Leonardo da Vinci more than his family. Marin squeezed him so much, and he was happy to do it. Of course, he mainly liked to study with Leonardo da Vinci, not to be a teacher at the geological college. But if he didn't go to the geological college, someone would come to knock him out and forcibly take him to the geological college. Therefore, even if he was dissatisfied, he could only do so. Marin asked him to work overtime at Leonardo da Vinci after finishing his classes at the School of Geology, but he didn't have any complaints. He was such a fanatical technology geek. What a poor kid. Leonardo da Vinci shook his head and sympathized with Durer's experience. But wasn't he the same? In the North Sea country, Leonardo da Vinci was almost used by 10 people. He was a full professor of science at the University of Auric. He taught students in mechanics, basic physics and chemistry. Although the first batch of graduates had graduated, those who were still following him to gain experience could not take the lead. Therefore, he was the most tired one. And Dürer was just starting to follow his old path. In short, they, the master and apprentice, had sold their lives to Marin in this life. Fortunately, what they did was science that they loved. Although Marin squeezed them hard, the treatment he gave was really not low. Moreover, they also learned a lot of scientific knowledge from Marin, which was also a great benefit. Otherwise, both the master and the disciple were proud and arrogant geniuses, so how could they be willing to be exploited by Marin like this?